I have clearly refined this world's only immortality elixir. For every child I bear, I absorb their vital essence when they turn 3 years old. Yet no one dares to consume it, because all my refined pills come with side effects. But I don't do this to strengthen myself. Rather, to nourish the family's sacred tree that feeds on offspring's vital energy. What even I didn't know is that I'm actually this world's sole alchemist, using only the vital essence of 3-year-old descendants. The entire medicine refining sect has united to conceal the truth from me, after nourishing the sacred tree to bear fruit, all just to help me forge my own path in alchemy. Consuming the fruit grants cultivation techniques and secret treasures. Today marks the medicine refining sect's new disciple recruitment. Yet I, the keeper of the sacred tree, can't rejoice. I immediately became excited, for my wife and I have already borne 4 children, because I can trick new junior disciples into testing my pills. But the sacred tree's fruit remains stubbornly unripe. At this moment, I approached a young girl and said calmly, "Moreover, raising 4 children as a couple is truly exhausting. Junior sister, I see we share a special connection, forcing me to temporarily halt my childbearing plans. Consider this a welcome gift for you. Currently working in the fields, I put down my hoe." Saying this, I took out a pitch-black pill and handed it to her. Looking up at the sky, today is little Yun's 3rd birthday feast. Lu Yingying froze momentarily. Time to head back. She couldn't immediately comprehend what was happening. "Daniu, let's return," I urged impatiently. I called out to the young lad lying in the distant field. "Quick, take it. You can take it right now." "Understood. It'll bring you many benefits." My 10-year-old eldest son Su Xianyo got up from the ground. "Thank you, senior brother." Regaining her senses, Lu Yingying hastily accepted the pill, casually picking up the small bamboo basket nearby and slinging it over her shoulder, holding it reverently in both hands. From east to west stretched our vast farmland. The onlookers all wore expressions of envy. These 80 acres all belong to my family. I rely on these fields for livelihood. This kind of pill that would cost a fortune in the outside world. Only then can we afford to support so many family members. Father and son returned home. Now someone is actually giving them away for free. Pushed open the courtyard gate. Come, all of you gather around." His wife Feng Jiajin had a slightly protruding belly. "I can tell from your envious expressions that you want some too." She was sitting on a chair stitching shoe soles. "Since we'll all be fellow disciples from now on." Hearing noise from the main gate, she put down her needlework and went out to greet them. "Giving you some pills counts as senior brother's care for you. You've worked hard, dear husband." As I spoke, I took out dozens more pills. Put down the basket quickly. Daniu was so well behaved today, each with different colors. "You've been working in the fields with your father all morning." But these new disciples didn't care about that. Su Xianyo raised his head slightly with pride. "After all, senior brother gave them to us. I caught lots of grasshoppers and katydids. They must all be good stuff. Let me go feed the chickens." So they all rushed forward to grab them. After saying this, he walked toward the chicken coop with his small bamboo basket, while I quietly slipped away from the chaotic crowd. I took off the bamboo basket from my back, standing at a distance and watching these newcomers with a smile, looking with loving eyes at his beautiful wife. At this moment, a man looked at the elixir in his hand with confusion and said, "Today little Yun turns 3 years old. Let's kill a chicken and have a good meal." "Wait, that's not right. Dear, you rest well and nurture the pregnancy. The alchemy sect mostly produces medicinal liquids. Don't trouble yourself with work." As I spoke, I reached out to touch my wife's belly. This pill form is quite rare. Moreover, with so many varieties, who knows what effects they have. Then gave another smacking kiss on her cheek. "You're so annoying. This is something you wouldn't understand. Aren't you afraid the child might see? This pill form can be stored for much longer." Listening to my wife's coquettish words behind me. "Moreover, the medicinal efficacy won't dissipate." Picking up the bamboo basket, I walked toward the pig pen. "So you're saying this senior brother gave us premium spirit medicine?" After feeding the pigs, I went to the chicken coop nearby, then quickly caught a hen. "Exactly. This senior brother is truly too kind. Daniu. It's just a pity I didn't have time to ask his name. Last time, was it this one that pecked you? Don't worry about it. That's the one. Since we're in the same sect now, that's the one. Last time Su Xianyo fed the chickens, it pecked him fiercely. We'll definitely meet again. I must properly thank him then. I recognize its feather pattern." The crowd was abuzz with discussion. "Then it can't blame anyone else. Are all praises for me. Dad will avenge you today." I secure the chicken coop, while also feeling deep reverence for the alchemy sect. Gripping the hen's wings, I head to the kitchen. Just one disciple could be so generous. Seeing I'm about to slaughter the chicken, Su Xianyo. The alchemy sect truly lives up to its reputation as Sanzhou continent's top power. His mouth is practically watering. He's 10 years old, right at the age of growing. "Eat quickly. Let me observe the medicinal effects. While at home, unless it's holidays or special occasions, he won't eat at all. Now they're even chattering away. Otherwise, there'd be no meat to eat. Watching from afar, I'm burning with anxiety. Where's Sangu? Dainyu? Go call your third brother for dinner, if he doesn't take it soon. When those elders and law enforcement officers, third son Su Xiaogo, see him, all hope will be lost. Who spends all day playing wildly outside? He never comes home unless he's starving. You actually treat some shady stuff as treasures. Before Su Xianyo could step out, a bunch of idiots. He saw his third brother sneaking back. Arms crossed, someone in the crowd said disdainfully, cradling a massive flower-shaped bun in his arms. You're putting on quite an act. Big brother, hold this for me. You weren't much slower than me when we were grabbing them. It's too heavy. Su Xianyo reached out to take it, puzzled. I was just luckier than you. What is this? I only got the last one. Where did you get this? Someone directly exposed this show-off's lie. Other families were hosting feasts. I've never seen such beautiful buns. I just wanted to take one to observe. I took it when nobody was looking. That person never said these spiritual herbs were yours. Su Xiaogo told the truth, his tone full of pride. That's right. Better consume it quickly. After understanding the situation, before someone comes to reclaim it, Su Xianyo immediately turned and shouted, Right. They can't make me vomit it back up after eating it. Third brother stole something again. Someone commented. Feng Jiaxin heard the shouting. Everyone immediately followed suit and echoed the sentiment. Stormed out of the room in anger. Thus dozens of people directly swallowed the pills in their hands. Upon seeing those colorful flowery buns, his face darkened. My eyes instantly lit up from afar. Grabbed the broom leaning against the wall. Observing intently the changes in these people. Preparing to enforce family discipline. Su Xiaogo sought his mother approaching fiercely. Soon after, an elder came before the crowd and announced. His legs trembled with fear, shouting with his mouth. The initiation ceremony begins now. Today is the third birthday celebration for fourth brother. Everyone follow me in taking the oath. Those flower buns were meant as gifts for him. From now on, you shall be disciples of our alchemy sect. After speaking, he turned and ran. But just then, something unexpected happened. His little legs churned rapidly. Why does it smell so bad? Given Jiajin's pregnant condition, did someone soil their pants? Couldn't catch up to 7-year-old Su Xiaogo. Everyone covered their noses and turned toward the source of the stench. But when Su Xiaogo turned around, he crashed straight into my arms. To my surprise, it turned out to be a well-behaved little sister. He only felt his collar tighten, as someone grabbed him by the neck. And this person was none other than Lu Yingying. What mischief has this brat done now? At this moment, her eyes were brimming with tears, feeling utterly embarrassed. I asked with a smile. He stole someone's flower buns. That deserves punishment. I don't know why it smells so awful. I shoved Su Xiaogo into Jiajin's hands. Lu Yingying said with a pitiful tone. Jiajin's broom handle came down on Su Xiaogo's bottom. While standing far away, a system voice activated in my mind, beating him until he howled in pain. Negative value from Lu Yingying plus 10. After just a few strikes, snot and tears were flying. Remaining negative value 10,000. See if this teaches you a lesson. Go face the wall in the main hall. I became extremely excited. Recite the 100-character classic 20 times. Finally accumulated 10,000 negative values. No food until you finish reciting. System. Su Xiaogo sniffled. Redeem 1 bronze treasure chest. While answering in a tearful voice. Congratulations, host, for spending 10,000. A moment later. Negative values to redeem 1 bronze treasure chest. Jiajin learned these flower buns belong to the wealthy Lu family hosting today's banquet. Emotion collection system. Negative emotion points can be exchanged for store items. She was about to return the item, but then she reconsidered. System. Returning the floral buns would definitely invite gossip behind my back. Open bronze treasure chest. Successfully opened. So he took a bag of copper coins from the bedroom and gave it to me. Congratulations, host has obtained a tier 1 body tempering pill formula. Go pay respects to the Lu family. When I saw it was a pill formula, my eyes immediately lit up. To offer birthday congratulations. I don't like taking advantage of others. This is exactly what I need most right now. Consider this gift money as payment for the floral buns. Because I had previously attempted to refine formulas provided by the alchemy sect. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, I saw the birthday banquet in full swing. I found the gift table, but all attempts ended in failure. Presented 50 copper coins as gift money. My alchemy techniques were simply recorded my name. Not suitable for the alchemy sect's formulas. Afterward, I didn't join the festivities and hurried home. I could only conclude that what I refined were true pills. After returning home, I saw the fourth son Su Xiaoyun crawling all over the floor, while what the sect refined were spiritual medicines. Su Xiaoxia followed him to prevent any bumps or falls. However, what I didn't know was, in this cultivation world, being an alchemist is the ultimate limit. Su Xiaoxia is the second daughter, 9 years old. There are no so-called pill refining masters. The 3-year-old Su Xiaoyun was at that age of throwing tantrums and rolling on the ground. That's why the alchemy sect could become a top-tier power. Daddy, Daddy. Elder Hua frowned upon seeing this and asked. When Su Xiaoyun saw me, he got up from the ground. What's happening down there? Why is it so chaotic? He opened his arms and wobbled toward me. A law enforcement disciple immediately stepped forward to report. Just as he was about to fall, I caught him swiftly. Elder Qi, holding him in my arms. Dozens of people developed different symptoms. Second Xia, go wash up. Dinner is almost ready. As if poison. There's stewed chicken. Stewed chicken. Who dares poison our alchemy sect's new disciples? The tired-looking Su Xiaoxia perked up at mention of stewed chicken. Her eyes regained their sparkle. Elder Hua spoke while going to investigate. She scampered off to wash up. Upon arriving, I immediately smelled an incredibly foul odor. Little Yun, father will take you to do something important. Straight through the heavenly spirit cap, I carried Su Xiaoyun into the eastern wing bedroom. Elder, I can't hold it anymore. A man had barely finished speaking when flames erupted from his mouth. Close the door. Though the treasure tree feeds on the bloodline energy of descendants, Elder Hua hurriedly used spiritual energy to protect those nearby. But there's one limitation. They must be at least 3 years old to provide bloodline energy. And this was only the beginning. Then someone began vomiting incessantly. Good child. Various symptoms began manifesting on them. I placed Su Xiaoyun on the bed, gently placed my right palm on his crown. Negative value plus 100 from Lu Yingying. Murmuring incantations. I, Su Fugui's fourth son Su Xiaoyun, today have reached 3 years of age. While from afar, I listened to the steadily increasing negative values. May you grow up safe and sound, with everything going smoothly, while simultaneously recording everything in my little notebook, free from illness and calamity in this life. As the words fell, this one makes you stink after taking it. A faint energy emerged from Su Xiaoyun's Baihui acupoint. This one makes you breathe fire, flowed into my body and disappeared. Well, this one is still the best. Then I saw the space within my body, capable of spitting fire. Let's call it fire-spitting pill from now on. After absorbing this energy, the treasure tree began to mutate. Chan Chong Sheng. Just then, Elder Hua's angry voice came through. The solitary green fruit at the top of the treasure tree started growing. Oh no, the elder has discovered us. It stopped growing when reaching fist size. I hurriedly put away my notebook and made a run for it. Vibrantly green and full of vitality. Unfortunately, with my current cultivation at body refinement 5th level, it has finally ripened. I was overjoyed. For this single fruit, I was quickly caught by Elder Hua. I've waited 7 years. You're using fellow disciples as test subjects again. As the fruit matured, information emerged in my mind. These are all newly enrolled disciples. Enlightenment fruit must be consumed near the treasure tree. How could you bear to do this? Elder Hua pinched my ear while scolding. May bestow techniques or secret arts through enlightenment. Don't be angry, Elder Hua. It's just that all the outer sect disciples are cunning like monkeys. The techniques and secret arts obtained depend on the treasure tree's current state. Wasn't there a single willing person? These newly enrolled junior brothers and sisters are easy to fool. Enlightenment spiritual fruit. From the information available, this thing can actually impart cultivation techniques and secret arts. They asked for it voluntarily. I never said I wanted them to test the medicine. For the current Su family, this is practically priceless. Elder Hua was left speechless with anger. I took a deep breath, but just as he was about to mete out some punishment, suppressing the urge to immediately enter my inner space, as if remembering something again, the impulse to consume the enlightenment spiritual fruit, ultimately still didn't voice the punishment. Having waited 7 years already, while mentally complaining, there's no need to rush this moment. No one knows what background this guy has. I carried Su Xiaoyun out of the bedroom. The sect master personally ordered that he couldn't be punished. In the center of the northern hall, the children eagerly gathered around the 8 immortals table, and even said he's the future hope of the sect, rubbing their little hands while waiting for the meal. Such an unreliable fellow. Su Xiaogo had just been whipped, wondering if the sect master's gone senile. His but hurt too much to sit. Enough, just don't let it happen again. Standing just like that, drooling uncontrollably. These disciples also gained some benefits. I was about to take my seat. Then I heard a woman's voice coming from the courtyard gate. But if there's a next time, the disciplinary hall will have to intervene. Turning my head, I saw Jiazhen and our neighbor Wang Qian entering. I immediately looked puzzled. I didn't expect there wouldn't even be any punishment this time. Husband, Sister Qian came for little Yun's birthday celebration. It seems these elixirs of mine are still quite useful, bringing along a large pork knuckle. Although they have some side effects on these junior brothers and sisters, I'll go to the kitchen to slice it first. I hurried forward to greet them, but their body tempering effects remain excellent. Sister Qian, please come in. We've just finished preparing and haven't started eating yet. So Elder Hua let me off so easily. I ushered Wang Qian into the main hall, having her take a seat. It seems I should continue my efforts in the future. Wang Qian didn't stand on ceremony. What are you ing about? After some modest refusal, she took her seat. Do you want to go to the confinement room right now or what? After some time, the meal concluded. The couple saw Wang Qian off. Elder Hua raised his hand to grab me again. The family members, busy all day, each retired to their rooms. I hastily made my escape. Elder Hua. The next day before dawn. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I quietly crawled out of bed. Negative energy from Elder Hua plus 100. I slipped out the door in the darkness. Judging by the sky, dawn wouldn't break for at least another hour. Elder Hua glared hatefully at my retreating figure. Only then did he turn to comfort these injured novice disciples. But I couldn't wait any longer. Grabbing a hoe and carrying a bamboo basket, when she told my story to these newly admitted disciples, he headed to his family's orchard. Seeing no one around, I slipped deep into the pear orchard. Everyone who heard it felt like they'd survived a disaster. I focused my consciousness into my inner space. But don't worry everyone, although your senior brother is somewhat mischievous, I suddenly vanished from my original spot, and enjoys experimenting with our alchemy. Inner space. By the 3-meter tall treasure tree. Even the medicine sect doesn't understand these alchemy techniques. I appeared out of thin air, but the pills he gives are all made from spiritual herbs. Let me witness the miraculous effects of this treasure tree. Although there are some side effects, I looked up at the enlightenment fruit atop the tree. They're definitely beneficial for the body, as long as you can accept these drawbacks. After climbing up the treasure tree in a few quick moves, in fact, these pills are far superior to the sect's spiritual medicines. Picked the enlightenment spirit fruit, landed on the ground with a thud. Elder Hua comforted the crowd, saying, according to the information in my mind, I sat cross-legged beside the treasure tree. At this moment, Luingying asked with a bitter expression, consumed the spirit fruit. I can't accept myself being this smelly. The enlightenment spirit fruit melted instantly upon entering the mouth. It won't stay like this forever, will it? Then transformed into a cooling sensation that shot straight into my mind. Don't worry. These side effects will disappear after some time. Then, a large amount of information suddenly appeared in my mind. It won't have any impact on the body. 5 elements stance technique, refining the 5 elements body. On the contrary, the medicinal effects within it, supplemented with 5 elements spiritual plants, will be of great help in the future. Transforming innate constitution. At this time, after returning to my residence, nurturing 5 elements spiritual roots, I eagerly began researching this 5 elements stance technique. It's a martial arts technique that even ordinary people can practice. The body tempering pill formula given by the system. I wanted to start refining real pills. Transforming innate constitution. Nurturing 5 elements spiritual roots. Those pills from before. I noticed the content in the technique summary, but these were all refined according to my own conjectures. My heart was filled with amazement. What I most wanted to refine was having spiritual roots. This is the threshold to step onto the path of immortal cultivation. Pills that can increase lifespan, as long as one lives long enough and endures patiently. This martial arts stance technique will surely make one invincible in the future. Can help people refine the 5 element spiritual roots. So I came again to the sect's alchemy room, the threshold that blocks countless people from the path of immortality. Unfortunately, I was stopped by guards before even entering. Yet one can cross it relying on a martial arts technique. Thinking of this, I want to enter to refine medicine. I couldn't wait and began practicing the stance technique in my inner space. I have contribution points. The guard pointed at a sign nearby and said, but after just a short while, the new regulation from the law enforcement hall, I couldn't persevere any longer. We're just following regulations. Currently I only know the external form of the stances. I glanced at the sign and was immediately infuriated, but not their essence. Apart from muscle soreness, I didn't feel any effects from the stance practice. The sign actually read, dogs in Shen Shangsheng are not allowed to enter. Need to think of a solution. Given the preciousness of the 5 elements stance technique. What do you mean by this? It's impossible for me to seek advice from martial artists while holding this cultivation technique, the guard said helplessly. Everyone knows about that incident when you blew up the entire alchemy room last time. At my age, learning martial arts would also seem inappropriate. This regulation is for safety reasons. Why not send Dinyo or Sango to learn martial arts instead? Haven't I already been punished? Given Su Shanyo and Su Shogo's age, why still won't you let me in? But you haven't compensated for the damages. It's the perfect age for them to learn martial arts. This is already the sect showing mercy. Still short on money. Martial arts training isn't cheap. You. I immediately raised a hand in anger. Then I exited my inner space. The guard thought I was about to attack, working from dawn until high noon. But I was just making corrections on the signboard. I returned home carrying a basket full of weeds. After this series of actions, I left angrily. My wife had already prepared the meal. Only after I left did the guard look at the sign curiously. After a simple meal, I said to my wife, the sign now clearly read, Chen Changsheng and dogs are not allowed to enter. I want to send Dinyo or Sango to learn martial arts. The modification still bears my domineering reply. Martial arts training. Jiajin knew there were over a dozen children in the village training under Du Hai. Special. Why should a dog be ranked before me? At this moment, I arrived at a secluded small courtyard. Wang Qian's husband. Little old man. High-level martial artist. See what good things I've brought you. All children training with him come from well-off families. An elderly man with white hair sat in the courtyard. Although my family isn't poor, but raising 4.5 grown children, bent over sweeping the courtyard with a broom, with another one in the womb. Our family situation makes it quite difficult to send children for martial training. Let me do it. Seeing this, I hurried forward to take the broom. Sending one for martial training would suffice. Began helping sweep the courtyard. Not both of them. I understand my wife's concerns. While complaining, I plan to have one child learn martial arts. I've told you these trivial matters should be left to me. Teach me the basic martial arts knowledge you've learned. You're practically a dying little old man. Just eat and drink leisurely every day. I'll practice the 5 elements stance technique. Then teach the children. The old man's eyes widened slightly. What do you mean by a little old man about to die? Jiajin heard the tone in my voice. It seemed a decision had been made. I'm perfectly healthy. The old man retorted indignantly, then nodded in agreement. But, who should we send? If not for my elixir extending your life by 10 months. This is a difficult problem, favoring neither side literally. Both palm and back of hand are flesh. Your grave would already have grass growing over it by now. Mother, I want to practice martial arts, I said mercilessly. Su Xiaogo had pricked up his ears while listening to his parents' discussion, then pointed to the liquor he brought. This is fine liquor I exchanged for 10 points. Upon learning the family would send either him or his elder brother for martial arts training. Hurry and taste it. The old man looked at the fine liquor I brought, immediately called out. Su Shanyo remained silent, but happily sat at the stone table in the courtyard to sip his drink. Yet his eyes also held longing for martial arts training. Watching me sweep the courtyard, the old man felt warmth in his heart. We'll decide after I return tonight. I stood up and walked toward the gate. The two men's acquaintance could be considered somewhat fateful. Went back to working in the fields. Su Shanyo picked up a small sickle, when his lifespan was originally about to end. Shouldered a small bamboo basket. Wishing to pass away peacefully in this small courtyard, followed my footsteps toward the fields. Coincidentally at this time I was being pursued by my martial brothers. Big ox, go weed the herb garden. Chased into his small courtyard. Old man, you're quite kind. Make sure not to mistake medicinal herbs for weeds. Don't worry, I won't make you work for free. The weeds in the herb garden grew scattered. Seeing you with no lifespan left, here sprouts a seedling. This life-extending pill is yours. There emerges a weed. Requires careful removal. Yet because of this matter, I later regretted it bitterly. Understood, father, Su Xiaoshang answered. Because this was the only life-extending pill. He stayed in the fields every day. The sole life-extending pill I obtained. Wouldn't mistake medicinal herbs for weeds. Such a large alchemy sect like yours. The two worked until sunset before returning home. Why can't they treat elders with kindness? After returning home, an elder like you actually has no one to care for you. Jiajin looked at the exhausted Su Shanyo and the well-behaved Su Xiaogo sitting quietly. You've devoted your entire life to the sect. An indescribable bitterness welled up in her heart. Even if there were no significant contributions, but at least you should be able to enjoy your twilight years, shouldn't you? During the day, Su Xiaogo had begged her several times. After tidying up the courtyard, I also sat down to share a drink with the old man, saying he wanted to practice martial arts, and didn't go out to play. Spent the afternoon silently copying the 100-character classic at home, while complaining about the sect, but the family situation, the old man said with a smile. could only afford to send one person to train in martial arts. There are so many elderly in our sect. Just being able to remain in the sect is already quite good. With a troubled expression, she looked at me and said softly, "Husband, at least we won't have to worry about survival. Have you made your decision? That does make sense. Let's draw lots. By the way, old man, I don't know who to choose either. Don't you want to live a few more years?" So she proposed drawing lots. The old man stroked his beard and said, "I'm not playing favorites. If I could live a few more years, I would certainly let all the children train in martial arts. Who wouldn't want that?" I asked, puzzled. Drawing lots is good. Drawing lots is fair. Then after all this time, whoever gets chosen is chosen. Why haven't you ever asked me for elixirs? Jajin muttered under her breath. I originally thought that after giving the old man extended lifespan for the first time, whether speaking to the child or comforting myself, he would definitely keep coming to me. She took a slender firewood stick from the kitchen, demanding life-extending elixirs, and broke it into 2 pieces. But the reality turned out completely different. 1 piece long, 1 piece short. Every time he came, I had prepared my explanations, holding both wood fragments in each hand. But the old man never once asked, extending them before the 2 children. I thought he had grown indifferent to life and death. You choose. Whoever picks the longer one. But now it seems that's not the case either. We'll go practice martial arts. The usually carefree Su Xiaogo, the old man said with a smile. What's the use of asking? Was now somewhat nervous. Could you possibly give me another of those elixirs? He looked at Su Xianyo. Big brother, you go first. Su Xianyo clutched his clothes hem. I answered very decisively, hesitating to make a move. Ha ha ha, you speak quite directly. Suddenly lifting his head said, so how could I not know this child of yours? Let the third brother practice martial arts. If you still had such elixirs in hand, no need for drawing lots. What? Jajin exclaimed in surprise. You would give it without me having to say more. You don't want to go? I said somewhat speechlessly. She thought Su Xianyo couldn't endure the hardship of martial arts training. Don't morally blackmail me. I have no morals. Su Xianyo shook his head. The old man said with a smile, if I go train in martial arts, there'd be no one to help father with work. Having even one of such precious pills is already great fortune. Jajin felt a pang in her heart. Big Ox is only 10 yet so sensible. At my age, I don't ask for much anymore. I felt deeply gratified. At least I got to know you, young one. Big Ox's temperament resembles mine, making me see the future of alchemy sect. Simple and honest, taciturn. You've got good judgment. Don't worry, just for those words of yours, and knowing how to care for others. Then let third dog go instead. I'll definitely ensure you live several more years. I made the final decision. Though obtaining a longevity pill is probabilistic, actually there are other benefits to sending Su Xiaogo for training. But I believe I'm surely that lucky one. Don't judge by Su Xiaogo's usual mischievousness. After all, even transmigration happened to me. Actually he's sharp-witted, and learns faster than others. Nothing that happens would seem strange. Early the next morning, Jajin arrived early at the Du residence with Sango. The old man said affirmatively. Don't look down on yourself just being a minor outer sect disciple now. They happened to meet Du Hai going out with his 2 sons, but you will surely become the future of the entire alchemy sect. Sister-in-law, what brings you, brother Du? TSK TSK TSK. I want my Sango to train in martial arts under you. No wonder I enjoy chatting with you, old man. Please come in quickly. That's music to my ears. Learning Jajin's purpose for coming. If only those people in the sect had. Du Hai welcomed Jajin and Su Xiaogo inside. Your kind of foresight. They came to the main hall. From your tone, it sounds like you've suffered grievances in the sect. Jajin respectfully presented a pouch of silver with both hands. The old man asked with a slight frown, getting straight to the point. Brother Du, the sect's alchemy chamber won't even let me enter now. I discussed this with Fugue at home yesterday. There's even a sign saying dogs and Chen Changsheng forbidden to enter. This is the teacher's gift. Du Hai reached out to receive it. What's worse, they placed dogs before me in the notice, without opening the pouch. Since you've already discussed it with Fugue, just tell me if you're angry or not. Then I'll accept your Sangu. I complained with glaring eyes and bristling beard. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice came from outside the door. The old man immediately looked speechless. It's Jajin who's come. You young people are indeed strange. Entering the main hall. You always care about things this old man would never think of. When Wang Qian learned Jajin was sending Su Xiaogo for martial arts training, she said with a laugh, but it doesn't matter. It seems you've thought it through, sister. Although the alchemy room won't be accessible to you, it's good for children to learn more skills, but I also have an alchemy room here, so you'll have another option in the future. You can use this one. After speaking, she looked at Du Hai. I only came because I knew you had an alchemy room, father of the child. Sister Jia Jin and I get along very well. The old man was immediately stunned. You should charge less. This child of yours speaks without any tact. Before Du Hai could respond, Jia Jin repeatedly waved her hands. I won't drag my feet either. No, that won't do. You drink first. We should pay what's appropriate. I'll go prepare the elixir first. Saying this, she eagerly entered the alchemy room. We're all the same. We mustn't break Big Brother Du's rules. At this moment, I made a startling discovery. Du Hai cleared his throat twice. The environment here is actually better than. He knew Jia Jin and Wang Qian were close. The outer disciples' alchemy rooms. But all the villagers are somehow related. Especially this pill furnace. One look tells you it's no ordinary object. This precedent cannot be set. Don't I know about the friendship between the Su family and ours? With such a pill furnace's assistance, it will surely double my alchemy success rate. No need for your instructions. I'll definitely look after Sango kid. Today I'll show my true capabilities. Thank you so much, Big Brother Du. But the next moment I froze completely. Haven't even served the master's tea yet. Marrow cleansing flour, dragon bone grass. Doggy, quickly bow to your master. First tier demon beast core. Jia Jin skipped over that topic. Comfort grass. Made Su Xiaogo bow and serve tea. I muttered these ingredients under my breath. Su Xiaogo knelt on the prayer mat. But I don't have any of them. Kowtowed in salute. With just the formula and energy. Presented tea with both hands. Yet completely forgot about the ingredient issue. He should have addressed Du Hai as master. Why did he come out so quickly? Du Hai was supposed to take the disciples out for morning stake practice. Is that alchemy furnace not working well? The old man saw me walking out dejectedly. It took some extra time. After accepting Su Xiaogo, he left with the 3 children, thinking the other party didn't like his alchemy furnace. I said helplessly, while Jia Jin wasn't in a hurry to leave the Du family. It's because I lack medicinal ingredients. But instead chatted with Wang Qian for quite a while before leaving. The old man asked in confusion. With so many medicinal ingredients in the sect, time passed. A month later, could you really not find what you needed? After having dinner with family, I'm just an outer sect disciple. I took Su Xiaogo alone to the backyard. Not some immortal second generation either. Where would I get so many sect contribution points? Asked him about his martial arts progress. I thought it was something serious. During this past month, I went to the fields every day before dawn. The old man shook his head with a wry smile. First practiced 5-element stake technique for half an hour in the inner space. Do you think sect contribution points are easy to earn? I said speechlessly. After practicing many times, if there are no contribution points, at least the stake technique movements are very precise. It would be too dangerous to search for medicinal herbs by myself. The only problem is my lack of fundamental martial arts knowledge. And to earn enough points, cannot coordinate with meridians, acupoints, and breathing. It would probably take several months of practice to master. And Sango didn't disappoint. He demonstrated the breathing technique he learned for me to see. Success isn't guaranteed either. After all, the failure rate of pill refinement is quite high. I seemed to grasp something. These contents aren't actually difficult, especially since this is my first time encountering an actual pill formula. Even a 7-year-old child could understand. I grasped it immediately with just a hint. Failure was inevitable. Unconsciously, half an hour had passed. I need to go work as manual labor for the sect to earn points. Understanding these fundamental martial arts principles. Here, take this. I'm confident I can now practice the elder produced a jade pendant from somewhere. 5-element stance practice without any obstacles. What is this? Sango, I asked somewhat puzzled. Today, father asked you these questions. Point token. Don't tell anyone. I was momentarily stunned. Why is your point token different from mine? I instructed. Su Xiaogo only realized belatedly. I looked at the white jade token in my hand. Master said the martial arts taught to us cannot be shared with outsiders. It bore the number 90. If discovered, one's martial arts would be abolished. Then I looked again at the yellow jade token given by the old man. In severe cases, one might even be killed. Astonishingly, it bore the number 2000. Weren't you secretly learning just now? Most importantly, it didn't have a name. I lightly tapped Su Xiaogo's head, meaning this type of jade token could be used by whoever possessed it. You're even guarding against your own father, kid. Don't worry. You've been in the sect for so long. I didn't observe your stance training, not learning your master's set of techniques. Don't you know that point tokens can be upgraded too? Du Hai's martial arts techniques? The old man asked with a smile. Named Bear Tiger Stance. I've indeed heard of it. It even includes matching martial arts moves, but I've never actually seen it. based on the complexity of his techniques. I recalled. It was explained when we received the point tokens. I deduced it was much inferior to the 5-element stance. There are 5 grades of jade tokens. Another pre-dawn hour. White, purple, yellow, red, and black. I came to the fields early. The corresponding permissions are also different. Entering the inner space to practice stake standing exercises. The lowest grade naturally is the white jade token in my hand. After completing all 5 stances, a quarter hour had passed. In the past, aside from exhaustion, could only use points to access some low-tier sect facilities. There wouldn't be any other sensation. But this time I finally noticed the difference. In exchange for some low-grade medicinal herbs, internal heat rising, particularly along the run and do meridians. While upgrading the white token to purple, several acupoints showed slight swelling sensations. Showed results. Not only requires spending sufficient points. Excited, he practiced the stake standing exercises several more times, but also costs an additional 1,000 points when upgrading. Until 2 hours later, I concluded my stance and stood steady. You actually have a yellow token. Exited the inner space. Several days later, still had 2,000 points remaining. My 5-element stake standing technique has become quite proficient. I was too shocked to speak, having already grasped its essence. Originally thought he was just a lonely old man. Today was household meal improvement day. Never imagined he was actually a hidden tycoon. Dinner included braised pork and a steamed grass carp. What's so strange about this? I've devoted my entire life to the sect. After finishing the meal, I could feel the food being rapidly digested in my stomach. Isn't it reasonable to have a yellow jade token, nourishing the body? The old man said with a smile. After resting for a while, thinking this was the lowest level item in my possession, I brought Su Xianyo to the backyard. It was also the jade token with the fewest points, and locked the backyard gate. Dainyu. I immediately felt puzzled. Today, father will teach you martial arts. Then why don't you use these points to exchange for life-extending elixirs? This is our family's secret. Don't tell anyone. The sect indeed has pills that can prolong a cultivator's lifespan. My expression became extremely serious. Looking into Su Xianyo's eyes, the old man shook his head and said, taking too many has no effect anymore. Martial arts. Su Xianyo wondered. So that's how it is. Since when does father know martial arts? The old man's explanation made much more sense to me. A stance technique manual father obtained by chance. I'll give you this jade token. Don't ask how I got it. Consider it payment for extending this old man's life. You just need to know. If this manual were to spread, deal. I didn't make any refusal. Our whole family would be in danger. He who refuses points is a fool. 5-element stance technique was memorized in my mind. But before leaving, I still said to the old man, I dare not write it down. Rest assured. Because this was currently his family's greatest secret. With these 2,000 points, I can surely extend your life by several years. Especially regarding how the 5-element stance technique could cultivate 5-element pseudo-spiritual roots. After I left, a figure appeared in the courtyard unnoticed. No one must know about this. Since you like this child so much, the path of immortal cultivation is long and arduous. Why not directly take him as your disciple? I must be extremely cautious. The visitor was dressed in white robes. Proceed gradually. His bearing clearly showed he was no ordinary person. As a farming family in the mountain village, the old man shook his head. It's unrealistic to suddenly become an immortal cultivation family. I know nothing about alchemy. Only through generations of collective effort. I can teach you. Can the family have a chance to grow and prosper? The white-robed middle-aged man drank by himself and said. The old man still shook his head. You're not qualified either. The white-robed man was momentarily stunned, looking at the other with suspicious eyes, as if the other was telling some ridiculous joke, as if sensing the other's astonishment. The old man spoke again. Alchemy and his pill refining are completely different paths. Your teaching would only hinder him. At most, the sect would gain another alchemy prodigy. The white-robed man immediately questioned. Isn't that quite good too? Better than him constantly causing trouble. What trouble? Has this kid made mistakes again? Several dozen newly enrolled disciples took his pills. You can imagine the consequences. Ha ha ha. The old man burst into laughter, clearly recalling that magnificent scene. Still laughing. This little fellow has now offended a royal princess. He'll suffer for it later. Since he's joined the alchemy sect, his outside status means nothing now. His words carried an air of domineering confidence. Very well. I'll have someone look after him. He has also become a new disciple today. Let her handle it. With this awareness, her future abilities won't be inferior to your son's. At this moment, I quickly arrived at the sect's medicinal storehouse, and directly sought out the manager here, Chan Chongsheng. What? Got some points again and want to exchange for materials to practice with. These are the medicinal herbs I want to exchange. Bothering senior brother Huang to fetch them for me. That can be arranged. But do you even have the points? Huang Lian felt some disdain in his heart. Everyone in the outer sect knows I'm the poorest one, because I never leave the sect to complete missions, and I don't know how to refine spiritual medicines. The only way to earn points is by doing odd jobs for the sect. Just bring them, senior brother. Whether I have points or not is my business, I said somewhat irritably. In the past, when I was poor and looked down upon by these people, it was one thing, but now I'm a man with 2,000 points. Negative value from Huang Lian plus 20. How many portions do you need? 20 portions of each for now. Hearing this, Huang Lian immediately frowned and asked, do you really have that many points? Just bring them. Negative value from Huang Lian plus 20. Listening to the system's constant notifications, the corners of my mouth lifted slightly. I particularly like people like Huang Lian who can't stand me. I need to verify whether you actually have that many points first. Huang Lian said sideways. There's no such rule in the sect. But Huang Lian simply felt in his heart that I was playing with him. If you don't actually have that many points, you're just making fun of me. The consequences would be very serious. In an instant, Huang Lian erupted with astonishing momentum. Wisps of spiritual energy burst forth from his body. Clearly, he had already reached the chi refining realm. I revealed a disdainful expression. Merely the chi refining realm. Once I learn alchemy, I'll be able to enter the chi refining realm in no time. Too much nonsense. Hurry up and fetch it. I directly took out a yellow jade token. On it was clearly written 2,000 points. Negative value from Huang Lian plus 50. You actually have 2,000 points. Huang Lian's pupils trembled violently. He's been in the outer sect for so long, and his total accumulation is probably only this much. You didn't steal someone else's point token, did you? I said speechlessly. Look carefully. This is a yellow jade token. Could someone who possesses a yellow jade token be stolen from by me? Only then did Huang Lian see clearly. The token in my hand wasn't the ordinary white color, but yellow. Huang Lian still wanted to say something, but I interrupted him. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Hurry up and get it for me. Huang Lian finally closed his mouth. He obediently went to fetch the medicinal herbs for me. But just at that moment, I saw a familiar face. Lu Yingying. This is the third floor of the sect's medicine hall. All these medicinal herbs can be exchanged using points. By Lu Yingying's side followed a man. With utmost respect, he was explaining everything about the medicine hall to her. Hearing this, I was instantly shocked. Lu Yingying was actually a princess. I had provoked someone I shouldn't have. Exchange 20 portions of dragon bone grass for me, I urgently said to the person in charge. Now all I wanted was to quickly leave this troublesome place. But heaven doesn't always grant wishes. Aren't you looking for dragon bone grass to refine spiritual medicine? Here it is. At this moment, the man brought Lu Yingying near my location. However, Lu Yingying didn't look at the dragon bone grass. Instead, she was staring straight at me. Negative value from Lu Yingying plus 10. Senior brother Chen Shangsheng. Ah ha ha. Isn't this my fate-connected junior sister? Who would have thought I'd see junior sister here? Our connection is truly destined. Chen Shangsheng. How dare you show your face before the princess? Before Lu Yingying could speak, the man beside her angrily spoke first. Senior brother, please remain calm. Fighting is not allowed in the sect's medicine hall. I hastily reminded as I saw the other party clenching his fist. At this moment, the disciple responsible for fetching herbs came out. Chen Shangsheng, you're quite lucky. There happened to be exactly 20 portions of dragon bone grass left. Had you arrived any later, you'd have had to wait until next week? I said with a smile. It seems I'm still quite fortunate. While speaking, I prepared to take out my jade token to deduct points for him, thinking to quickly grab the herbs and make my escape. With my current cultivation at tempering body 5th layer, I couldn't even defeat Lu Yingying. It was truly frustrating. We happen to need this dragon bone grass too, the man beside Lu Yingying said, directly snatching the dragon bone grass away. The person in charge immediately reminded. Wan Ping, herbs in the medicine hall follow the rule of first come, first served. Even as a marquise descendant, you can't break this rule. Wan Fu said calmly. Of course I know the sect's regulations, but I'm just not giving it to him. Negative value from Wan Han, plus 100. Hearing the system prompt, I genuinely didn't understand why Wan Han harbored such resentment toward me. Even Lu Yingying only gave me 10 negative points at a time, but this guy actually gave 100 at once. At this moment, Lu Yingying also reminded him, Wan Fu, don't break the sect's rules. Although she also needed this dragon bone grass, she could wait for some time. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on the sect because of these matters. Princess, rest assured, I won't break any rules. Then Wan Fu very arrogantly took out a purple jade token from his bosom. Because of your arrival, princess, I specifically saved up some points. Just yesterday, I've upgraded my own jade token to purple level. According to sect regulations, purple jade token holders have queue jumping privileges. So I'll take all of this dragon bone grass. The person in charge saw that the jade token was indeed purple, and couldn't help but frown. He didn't like Chen Changsheng, but he disliked people like Wan Han who abused their power even more. However, he ultimately turned to me and said, "Junior brother Chen Changsheng, this is indeed a purple jade token. According to sect regulations, Wan Han does have queue jumping privileges. How about you take 10 portions each of the dragon bone grass?" But just as I was about to nod, Wan Han angrily said, "Can't you understand human speech? I want all 20 portions of this dragon bone grass." He shouldn't get even a single portion. The manager reminded Wan Han, "Your fellow sect members don't go too far. After all, Chen Shangsheng asked for these dragon bone grasses first." However, Wan Fu just let out a mocking laugh. "So what if I go too far today? I want this brat to understand the consequences of offending the princess. Maybe we should let this go," Lu Yingying said from behind, not wanting to create an impression of bullying with authority so soon after joining the sect. But Wan Han shook his head. "Stay out of this matter. The sixth prince has given orders. We absolutely cannot let Chen Changsheng off easy. This isn't just for your sake, princess, but also for the royal family's dignity. Consider yourself lucky the sixth prince is in seclusion now, or this would be much worse," Wan Fu said coldly. "I know something about this sixth prince he mentioned. He's targeted me more than once or twice before." When Lu Yingying heard it was her sixth brother's intention, she didn't dare say anything more. "In that case, Chen Changsheng, you'll have to wait another week." The manager looked at me with pity as he spoke. "Although we're all fellow disciples in the sect, since Chen Changsheng has offended royalty, he certainly won't have an easy time hereafter." Yet I responded with a sinister smile. "So you like using privileges, huh? Who said you're the only one with privileges? Could you possibly produce a purple jade token? I even doubt whether you have enough points to exchange for 20 portions of dragon bone grass," Wan Han said with sarcastic tone. Yet I paid no attention to his provocation. Instead, I directly took out that yellow jade token and handed it to the person in charge. "This token of mine should be higher grade than his, right?" When the person in charge saw the yellow jade token, he was completely stunned. Tokens of this level he had only seen a handful of times. After all, for an outer sect member to possess a yellow jade token, one must either be an outer sect prodigy or have powerful backing. There were virtually no such individuals in the entire outer sect. Correct. This yellow jade token is higher grade than the purple one, and naturally grants greater authority. The person in charge nodded and said, "In that case, I'll accept these 20 portions of dragon bone grass." Wan Han frowned tightly. "How could you possibly have a yellow jade token? There must be something fishy about this. Maybe you forged it, you brat." However, the person in charge's words dealt him a heavy blow. As if I wouldn't be able to distinguish a fake sect token. This is a genuine yellow jade token. As for how Chen Changsheng obtained it, that's someone else's secret. Neither you nor I have the right to interfere. Alright, this farce should end now. Since Chen Changsheng possesses the yellow jade token, these 20 portions of dragon bone grass naturally belong to him. If you want dragon bone grass, you'll have to wait until next week. I looked at the dragon bone grass in my hand and the yellow jade token, feeling deeply grateful to the old man. If not for the yellow jade token he gave me, I truly wouldn't have been able to obtain this dragon bone grass. "Don't worry, old fellow. I'll definitely help you live several more years." With these thoughts in mind, I turned to glance at the frustrated Wan Han. There's always someone better beyond what you know. This is the alchemy sect, not the royal court. So you'd better restrain yourself when necessary. Having said that, I left the medicinal hall without looking back. On my way back, the system notification sounds kept chiming continuously. Negative value from Wan Fu, plus 100. Provoking Wan Fu is indeed effective. Watching the steadily increasing negative values, I grew exhilarated. At this rate, I believe I can open another treasure chest soon. Soon, I returned to the old man's dwelling place. "You're quite fast." The old man still looked half dead as usual. "Here's your points jade token back. I spent 1,400 of your points. Consider it a loan. I'll repay you when I have points." The old man was visibly stunned. This is a yellow jade token after all. Something countless outer sect disciples dream of obtaining. Since I already said it was a gift to you, there's no reason for you to return it. Don't try to act generous. This is something you exchanged with a lifetime service in the sect. You should keep it properly yourself. It'll surely be useful in the future. I directly placed the jade token on the stone table. "You're returning something so useful just like that. Don't you feel any regret?" the old man asked curiously. the item is indeed useful. But after all, it wasn't earned through my own efforts. Using it doesn't sit right with me. You're quite prideful, young man. Since you're returning it, it shows you're confident in earning your own way. The more the old man looked at Chen Changsheng, the more pleased he became. If only I had descendants. Otherwise I'd definitely make them marry Chen Changsheng. But if you urgently need points, you can come to me. These points are useless staying with me anyway. As for him, why would one need merit points to obtain sect items? But Chen Changsheng was unaware of all this. Rest assured, I can definitely extend your life by several years, I declared confidently. Then I stopped chatting with the old man, directly entering the alchemy chamber instead. This time, I've prepared everything. Success or failure hinges on this single attempt. The elder watched my retreating figure, finding himself secretly growing somewhat expectant, because Chen Changsheng promised him extra years of life. This wasn't the first or second time such claims were made, but if the young man truly had such certainty. Night fell quickly. The old man remained in the courtyard instead of retiring, awaiting news of Chen Changsheng's alchemical endeavor. Ha ha ha, success! Finally achieved. I emerged from the chamber laughing heartily, then excitedly raised the pill in my hand for the elder's inspection. What kind of pill is this? Though belonging to the alchemy sect, the elder found the pill in my hand completely unfamiliar. This is a genuine body tempering pill, and carries absolutely no side effects. Body tempering pill. The elder seemed puzzled. While no such pill existed in sect records, he nonetheless maintained firm belief in Chen Changsheng. After all, only he knew Chen Changsheng's background. To be able to produce life-extending elixirs even effective on him, they naturally didn't originate from the same school as the sect's alchemists. That's right. This is specially formulated for body tempering. The effects are truly remarkable. After saying this, I immediately consumed one pill. Then, in just a matter of seconds, my cultivation spontaneously broke through to the 6th level of body tempering. Ha ha ha. As expected, there are absolutely no side effects. Just like that, I achieved a breakthrough. Even though the old man beside me was widely experienced, even being part of the alchemy sect himself, where numerous spiritual medicines could assist body tempering cultivators in breakthroughs, such as body tempering liquid. But the body tempering liquid required daily absorption, for a full week to achieve a breakthrough. Yet this Chen Changsheng before him merely consumed a single body tempering pill, and instantly broke through. The superiority was completely beyond question. Ha ha ha. Of course. Having said that, I unhesitatingly took a second body tempering pill. You brat! What are you doing? Seeing me take a second pill so quickly, the old man clearly panicked. Because such cultivation-enhancing spiritual medicine can only be used once. If used consecutively, it not only fails to enhance strength, on the contrary, it will place burden on the body. He felt Chen Changsheng was simply being reckless. However, in the next moment, the old man was stunned, because in just this short time, my cultivation level advanced to body tempering 7th layer. Old man, are you perhaps underestimating the elixirs I refine? The old man asked doubtfully. How can you consume elixirs consecutively to break through 2 realms? I said proudly. Look at your provincial manner. The alchemy techniques from our sect, indeed cannot achieve such effects. No wonder someone who spent his whole life in the sect wouldn't know. This cultivation world isn't just about alchemy techniques. There's also pill refinement techniques. What I refine are genuine pills. You should leave the sect sometime to see this cultivation world properly. In my opinion, the old man was just an ordinary elder. It's perfectly normal he hasn't seen much of the world. The old man's face immediately darkened. He, being the guardian of alchemy sect, a top-tier force in Sangzhou continent, having lived for over 10,000 years, this was the first time someone called him ignorant. And most importantly, he couldn't even refute it, because he had genuinely never seen what the other party had concocted before. This was truly the first time witnessing such an extraordinary pill. Negative value from Bai Zhe plus 10. Bai Zhe. I only learned the old man's name after seeing the system's notification. It's a good name, quite domineering in appearance. Though this old fellow seems somewhat unworthy of it. You can actually refine this kind of pill. You definitely won't lack points anymore, the old man said with a smile. Here's one for you. I directly handed him one, though it's certainly useless to you. This happens to be the first batch of pills I've ever refined. Take one as a memento. The old man didn't refuse either. He was actually quite intrigued by this so-called pill. Alright, I need to continue refining pills now. Gotta process all these medicinal herbs. Having just broken through 2 minor realms consecutively, I no longer felt fatigued. Now I could refine pills continuously too. Breaking through the body tempering realm into chi refining realm as soon as possible is most important. When I entered the alchemy room again, the white-robed middle-aged man from daytime reappeared. So, didn't I tell you this kid is the future of our alchemy sect? Now you can believe it. Bai Zhe said with a smile. Indeed, but this child is not one to stay put, Bai Qi said with a bit of a headache. Remember, no matter what happens, Chen Shangxing's safety must be guaranteed because it concerns our sect's resurgence, Bai Zhe said with sharp eyes. Understood. But his method of completely relying on pills to improve his cultivation, his combat strength is definitely inferior to others. That's why he needs the sect's protection, Bai Zhe said. This child doesn't seem to have thought about the issue of combat strength at all. Then what is he cultivating for? Bai Qi asked, puzzled. I asked him, he only seeks longevity, which is why he chose to join our pill refining sect. Bai Qi. Longevity. No wonder he's named Chen Shangsheng, quite the lofty ideal indeed. Let him be. His combat strength may be lacking in the same realm, but with his ability, his cultivation growth rate in the future will be unmatched by his peers. If combat strength is lacking, then we'll suppress them with realm. Bai Qi. What he said is completely correct, but why does it sound so strange? And in the short time they were talking, the aura of Chen Shangsheng breaking through the 9th level of the body tempering realm was transmitted, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards the alchemy room. Clearly, this was a sign of breaking through to the chi refining realm. Heaven defying. The two only gave such a pertinent evaluation. The bottleneck that trapped others for several years, Chen Shangsheng solved in one morning. And this was just the pills that Chen Shangsheng could currently refine. Given time, neither of them dared to imagine how heaven-defying the pills refined by Chen Shangsheng would become. This child is about to break through to the chi refining realm. You should leave first, don't let him see you. As the sect master of the pill refining sect, all the disciples had seen Bai Qi's statue. So if Chen Shangsheng saw him, he would definitely recognize him at first glance. Senior, I still don't understand, since Chen Shangsheng concerns the future of our pill refining sect, then why hide it from him? Why not directly give him the highest standard of treatment? In this way, he would have more resources and naturally be able to improve faster. Bai Qi asked, puzzled. If you want the pill refining sect to be turned upside down, you can make him a holy son, Bai Zhe said faintly. Bai Qi. That seemed to be the case. As it is, Chen Shangsheng is just an outer disciple, and the commotion he has caused is already considerable. If he were to become a holy son, would the sect still have peaceful days? Moreover, there is a more important point. The current Chen Shangsheng firmly believes in the existence of pills, so he is constantly exploring this path. But if his status is elevated and he knows that there are no pills in the cultivation world, that he is completely pioneering a new path. Do you think he will still have this confidence? Bai Zhe said in a deep voice. Senior has considered everything thoroughly. So at least we need to wait until Chen Shangsheng has achieved something on this path before letting him know how powerful he is. It's not too late. At that time, his Tao heart will be firm, and even if it is an unknown path, he will have the confidence to walk it, so as not to ruin such a pill refining genius. Bai Qi nodded. Understood. All the sect needs to do now is to protect his safety and provide him with everything he needs. In that case, how about we not let him participate in the inner sect selection a month from now? After all, the demon beast forest is very dangerous. That won't do. The necessary procedures must still be followed. However, ensuring his safety while also allowing him to enter the inner sect will greatly improve his treatment. Understood. Then I will go and make arrangements first. At this moment, Chen Shangsheng, in the alchemy room, had no idea that he was being valued so highly. Nor did he know that he was the only alchemist in this world of cultivation. He only knew that his cultivation level, after consuming 6 body tempering pills, had forcibly soared from the 7th level of the body tempering realm to the chi refining realm. With such rapid advancement, Chen Shangsheng believed that no one in the outer sect could compare. So this is the chi refining realm. Feeling the strands of spiritual energy circulating within his body, he knew that he finally no longer needed the sect's fire seed. Instead, he could directly use his spiritual energy to transform into flames for alchemy. The speed and success rate would definitely increase again. Now, if I refine body tempering pills again, the success rate can reach at least 80%. Chen Shangsheng thought to himself. Such a high success rate meant that even refining grade 2 elixirs would have a certain probability of success. So, based on his guess, Chen Shangsheng felt that he should also be considered a grade 2 alchemist. Compared to the sect's grade 2 alchemists, he was definitely much stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the chi refining realm. Reward, 1 silver treasure chest. Just then, the system's voice sounded in Chen Shangsheng's mind. Ah, so, increasing cultivation can also earn treasure chests. Ding! As long as the host's cultivation breaks through a major realm, the system will reward you. Chen Shangsheng. You should have said so earlier. Chen Shangsheng was a little excited. This is only breaking through to the chi refining realm. The rewarded treasure chest is already of the silver level. That's something that requires 200,000 negative points to exchange for one. Since Chen Qianxing transmigrated, he has never opened a treasure chest of this level before. System, open this silver treasure chest for me, Chen Qianxing said somewhat excitedly. Ding! Silver treasure chest opened successfully. Acquired the ember-devouring sacred body. Acquired profound spirit fire codex. Acquired a tier 1 demonic beast purple flame wolf seed. Chapter 9, the silver treasure chest's generous rewards. Ha! Listening to the final reward, Chen Qianxing fell into thought. A silver treasure chest actually yielded something related to a tier 1 demonic beast. Was his luck really that bad? And if the last one was so poor, could the first two be good items? Ding! Host, don't let your imagination run wild. This last reward is completely a bonus item. It's also because your cultivation level is low. If the rewards were too high, you wouldn't be able to absorb them. The system seemed to have heard Chen Qianxing's thoughts and explained. Then I'll have to take a good look at the introductions of the first two. Chen Qianxing didn't believe his luck would be so bad, that the first silver treasure chest wouldn't yield anything good. After all, he had washed his hands before opening the treasure chest. Devouring wood Saint Physique can devour flames to enhance cultivation, can also devour spiritual wood to enhance cultivation, and strengthen the devouring wood Saint Physique. The more powerful the flames in spiritual wood, the greater the difficulty of devouring, but the greater the improvement as well. The devouring wood sacred body is divided into 5 stages: devouring wood mortal body, devouring wood spiritual body, devouring wood Tao body, devouring wood immortal body, devouring wood sacred body. Looking at the introduction of the devouring wood sacred body, Chen Qianxing fell into deep thought. In that case, it seems that I don't need to cultivate in the future, just keep taking pills. In addition, by constantly devouring fire seeds and spiritual wood, my cultivation can skyrocket. This is simply the cultivation physique that Chen Qianxing dreamed of. Otherwise, if he were to sit down and cultivate honestly, Chen Qianxing even doubted whether he could reach the nascent soul stage. Ding! The devouring wood sacred body also has an important ability. What is it? Chen Qianxing asked impatiently. The devouring wood sacred body can fully exert the medicinal effects of pills without any residue. Therefore, even if the host's spiritual energy is improved by pills, there will be no floating spiritual energy or a situation where the strength is not equal to opponents of the same rank. Furthermore, because of the devouring wood saint body, the spiritual energy will be even purer, and the combat power will far exceed opponents of the same realm. Hiss! Hearing this ability, Chen Qianxing couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. If there were distinctions in determining the level of combat power, combat experience and the cultivation techniques and martial skills occupied a large part. But even these two factors combined are not as great as the purity of spiritual energy. Because unless the cultivation technique levels between cultivators are too different, the amount of spiritual energy that can be accommodated is the same. And under the same amount, if the degree of purity is twice or even several times that of others, there is no need for fancy techniques, just directly break through with force. As the saying goes, one force breaks all laws. And there is a very important point. The higher the purity of spiritual energy, the better the foundation is laid. The higher the upper limit of future cultivation improvements. In this cycle, as long as Chen Qianxing can continuously improve his alchemy, then the cultivation base will naturally improve. At the same time, it also represents almost invincibility under the same realm. Even if his combat skills were sufficient, fighting beyond his level would be possible. Of course, this was not within Chen Qianxing's considerations. After all, he was a peace-loving person. How could he possibly think about fighting and killing? He only wanted to refine pills and achieve immortality. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. Such was the best outcome. However, Chen Qianxing restrained his excitement. Having such a good thing, it was essential to keep it a secret. He understood the principle that possessing a treasure invites trouble. Then what is this profound spirit fire codex? Chen Qianxing curiously looked at the introduction of the second reward. And with this one look, Chen Qianxing's already restless heart suddenly skipped another beat. Although this profound spirit fire codex was not a treasure that could enhance his strength, but it was the treasure he needed most right now. Profound spirit fire codex, after studying it, one can control any flame. Among them are countless fire control techniques, as well as many about flame martial skills. Chen Qianxing just casually looked at a few fire control techniques, and his heart was already filled with excitement. If he could learn even one, his alchemy would greatly improve. Naturally, the success rate of refining pills would also increase. Moreover, what surprised Chen Qianxing the most was that, while practicing these fire control methods, one could invisibly enhance their soul power. This was soul power, something that only increased with advancements in cultivation realm. He had never heard of anyone being able to directly cultivate soul power. Therefore, this Xianling fire cannon could be said to be the most precious treasure for alchemists, without equal. Even the dazzling devouring ember sacred body could not compare. At least, that's how it was in the eyes of alchemists. Naturally, Chen Qianxing felt the same. With these two things, why would I need to cultivate painstakingly? As long as I continuously improve my alchemy, consume pills, and devour fire seeds and spiritual wood, won't my cultivation level increase without even asking? Chen Shangsheng sighed inwardly, feeling that it was worth the wait for the system. This time, it had finally given him something truly good. System, check the data panel. Ding! Emotional collection system. Collects negative emotional value to exchange for mall items. Host, Chen Shangsheng. Cultivation, Qi refining stage, first level. Spiritual roots, innate fire and wood spiritual roots. Soul, mortal grade, early stage. Cultivation body, devouring wood mortal body. Remaining negative value, 3800. Remaining treasure chests, 0. Owned items, profound spirit fire codex, 1 first order demonic beast purple flame wolf fire seed. Looking at the newly added cultivation body entry on the data panel, Chen Shangsheng was very satisfied. Although it is currently only at the level of the devouring wood mortal body. But as the devoured fire seeds and spiritual woods increase in the future, it will inevitably be improved. Subsequently, Chen Shangsheng took out the first order demonic beast purple flame wolf fire seed from the system space. A thumb-sized purple flame danced in his palm. Even with spiritual energy protecting him, Chen Shangsheng felt a burning sensation. How exactly do I devour this thing? I can't just swallow it directly into my stomach, can I? Chen Shangsheng asked curiously. Ding! The first step in devouring a fire seed is to swallow the fire seed into your stomach and fuse it with your body. The system gave Chen Shangsheng an affirmative answer. Just hearing this answer, the corner of Chen Shangsheng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He could feel the burning just holding it in his hand. Wouldn't swallowing it burn his entire body away? System, is there no other way? Like absorbing spiritual energy? Chen Shangsheng asked tentatively. However, the system's answer directly shattered all his fantasies. Ding! No. Chen Shangsheng. Alright, fortune favors the bold. If I can't even devour the fire seed of a first-order demonic beast, how will I devour the so-called strange fire in the future? Chen Shangsheng gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and with a resolute heart put the flame in his hand into his mouth. Although he feared death, he also knew the cruelty of the cultivation world. If such a great opportunity was placed before him and he didn't dare to try, then there would be no possibility of pursuing immortality. The instant the fire seed entered his mouth, Chen Shangsheng felt as if his oral cavity was about to be burned away. Without time to think, he hurriedly mobilized the spiritual energy in his body to wrap the flame. Barely enough to withstand some of the heat. But at the moment it entered his throat, Chen Shangsheng couldn't help but cry out in pain. The fire seed in his throat was almost spat out. Fortunately, Chen Shangsheng had already made up his mind. He endured the pain and directly swallowed the fire seed into his stomach. In the courtyard, the moment Chen Shangsheng's miserable cry was heard, the old man heard it. He thought that Chen Shangsheng had encountered a problem while refining the pill. The old man hurriedly rushed into the alchemy room. The first thing he saw was Chen Shangsheng's painful face, and his naked body was already red, as if it had been scorched by flames. What is this child doing? The old man frowned. Then, he stood at a distance and investigated Chen Shangsheng's situation. In an instant, he understood what Chen Shangsheng was doing, devouring a fire seed. Many alchemists had indeed tried this kind of behavior, but those were all powerful alchemists and also powerful cultivators. Only those people could withstand the ferocity of the beast fire. Chen Shangsheng was just a small cultivator who had only broken through to the Qi refining realm, not to mention a tier 1 demon beast's fire seed. Even the ordinary fire seeds used by the sect could absolutely not be devoured. Otherwise, the consequences would inevitably be the burning of his 5 viscera, leaving him dead without a complete corpse. How could this child be so eager for quick success? The old man frowned, preparing to take action to save Chen Shangsheng. He didn't want to watch a genius fall just like that. However, just as he was preparing to forcefully expel the fire seed from Chen Shangsheng's body, Chen Shangsheng, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly roared, "Melt for me!" Then, Chen Shangsheng's aura began to become stable. His body also began to cool down. The old man standing outside the door stared wide-eyed at this scene. He was all too familiar with this. This was a sign that the fire seed had lost its resistance and was about to be completely fused. Where did this kid get such terrifying willpower? The old man was shocked in his heart. In his heart, Chen Shangsheng had always been a genius, but definitely not a genius with strong willpower. Now it seemed that his understanding of Chen Shangsheng was still too superficial. Thinking of all this, the old man silently distanced himself. Finally, he returned to the courtyard. Meanwhile, on Chen Shangsheng's side, just when he felt like his internal organs were about to be incinerated, he finally fused the fire seed into the unique chi vortex of the ember-devouring sacred body. At this moment, the fire seed was still pulsing with purple flames. However, Chen Shangsheng could no longer feel even a trace of burning. On the contrary, he felt a sense of closeness. Clearly, this seed of fire had been completely absorbed and was now under his control. "Appear!" Chen Shangsheng commanded. A cluster of purple flames appeared in the palm of his hand. Looking at the dancing purple flames, like a sprite, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen Chongqing's face. Using this flame for alchemy would surely lead to twice the result with half the effort. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the first fire seed. Reward, 1 comprehension card. Comprehension card. Chen Chongqing was surprised he hadn't expected this unexpected gain. Afterward, Chen Chongqing was even more excited after clearly understanding the effect of the comprehension card. This item was perfect for cultivating the profound spirit fire cannon. However, Chen Chongqing was not in a hurry to start learning it here, because he was already very tired that day. What he needed most now was rest. He would study the Xianling Fire Codex when he was full of energy. Wait, my cultivation. Chen Chongqing suddenly discovered something amazing. His cultivation was clearly only at the first level of the Qi refining realm before he devoured the fire seed, but now he was actually at the 4th level of the Qi refining realm. He had directly improved by 3 minor realms. Chapter 10, What? Chen Chongqing, you want to study elixirs again? Wah, this is simply a cultivation body tailored for me. Chen Chongqing had been transmigrated for so long. This was the first time he had been so excited. He had already envisioned a situation where he lived a carefree life while his cultivation continued to improve. What smells so bad? Just as Chen Chongqing was still immersed in happiness, a foul smell wafted into his nose. It was not until then that he noticed his current image. He was naked and his skin was covered with viscous filth. It was only at this moment that Chen Chongqing realized that while he was improving his cultivation, his body had also been improved, especially after the devouring Ember Saint physique absorbed the fire seed. The cleansing effect on his body was even more significant. The residual medicinal effects from the body tempering pills absorbed previously were all completely absorbed by his body at this moment. Afterward, Chen Chongqing casually cleaned his body and then walked out of the alchemy room. At this moment, the old man was still sitting in the courtyard, drinking alone. It was as if everything he had just seen had never happened. Looking at your vitality, the alchemy went very well, didn't it? The old man asked with a smile. Not bad, the success rate is still quite high. Your cultivation level. The old man was quite surprised to discover that Chen Chongqing's cultivation level had directly risen to the 4th level of the Qi refining realm. He was very surprised. Not bad, you're improving quite fast. Chen Chongqing said with a smile. I thought you were just a genius at alchemy, but now it seems that you are just as talented in cultivation. The old man said with a smile. You flatter me. However, a tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. I think you should understand this principle very well. The old man said in a deep voice. This is the medicine refining sect, it's very safe here. That's what you say, but it's better to be on the safe side. I'll give you this. As he spoke, the old man took out a jade pendant from his bosom. What's this? Looking at the exquisite carvings on the jade pendant, Chen Chongqing knew at a glance that it was extraordinary. This thing can help you conceal your cultivation, the old man explained. This was a treasure he had obtained during his travels. As long as you wear this jade pendant, even I won't be able to see the wearer's cultivation. Moreover, after my modification, this jade pendant has 3 defensive capabilities. In other words, it can at least guarantee that Chen Chongqing will not die after encountering 3 dangers. Of course, the old man didn't tell Chen Chongqing all of this, because in Chen Chongqing's eyes, he was just a dying old man. There's such a good thing. It must be expensive, right? Chen Chongqing felt a little guilty about accepting it directly. After all, this should be one of the few treasures the old man had on him. It's okay, just remember this old man's kindness. If you have any pills that can extend lifespan in the future, just give me one, the old man said with a smile. Deal. Chen Chongqing didn't say much. In his heart, he moved the schedule for refining the longevity pill forward again. With your current ability, you can participate in the inner sect selection a month from now. Inner sect assessment. No, I'm not going. Chen Chongqing shook his head directly upon hearing this, refusing. The old man looked bewildered. The first thought in the minds of all disciples the moment they become outer sect disciples is to become inner sect disciples. Why wasn't this Chen Chongqing following the routine? Why aren't you going? Do you know what kind of treatment you'll receive after entering the inner sect? The old man inquired. Of course, I know, but I also know that the inner sect assessment needs to be conducted in the Demon Beast Mountain range. You can't possibly not know how dangerous that place is, right? Chen Chongqing said seriously. Old man, I really don't know whether to say you're afraid of death or just being cautious. Both are correct. Because I'm afraid of death, I'm cautious. Chen Chongqing didn't blush at all when he said this. Other cultivators are afraid of being labeled as greedy for life and afraid of death. But Chen Chongqing wasn't afraid. Now he has the sacred body in hand, and the profound spirit fire codex. Moreover, he was a young cultivator with exceptionally high-level alchemy skills. Hiding in the safest sect to improve his cultivation was the most important thing. Chen Shangsheng had already decided that he would not leave the sect until he reached the tribulation transcension stage. One word, steady. Changsheng, although the inner sect assessment is in the Demon Beast Mountain range, there are sect elders accompanying you. There is some danger, but not much. The old man still wanted to persuade Chen Changsheng. After all, it was a pity for such an alchemic genius to remain in the outer sect. Don't lie to me. Which year does the inner sect assessment not result in deaths? Even if it's 1 in 1,000, what if that 1 in 1,000 is me? Chen Changsheng shook his head. He would never choose to participate in this inner sect assessment. The old man felt depressed. He really wanted to tell Chen Changsheng, even if all the outer sect disciples were to encounter misfortune, it would definitely not happen to him. But he was afraid that if he said this, Chen Changsheng would suspect something. Don't worry, old man, even if I stay in the outer sect, I can still practice alchemy and I can definitely get you more life-extending pills. That's not necessarily true. The old man shook his head. Why? Chen Changsheng asked curiously. There are only 2 ways for outer sect disciples to obtain spiritual herbs. One is to leave the sect to find or purchase them, which you definitely can't do. The second is to exchange for them from the sect. However, the highest level of spiritual herbs that outer sect disciples can exchange for are only 3rd-grade herbs, and this level of spiritual herbs is probably not enough for you to refine elixirs in the future. The old man explained. Ha! Only after the old man said this did Chen Changsheng recall that there seemed to be such a rule. These 3rd-grade spiritual herbs can at most refine 3rd-rank elixirs, and relatively low-end 3rd-rank elixirs at that. It would already be pretty good if they could support him in entering the Foundation establishment realm. What about after that? This made Chen Changsheng somewhat troubled. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Triggered a random task. Become an inner sect disciple. Reward, 1 silver treasure chest. Hiss. Chen Changsheng's eyes widened. He didn't expect another silver treasure chest. The last silver treasure chest yielded 2 good items. What about this one? It seems I really need to become an inner sect disciple. Chen Changsheng muttered. That's right, it's just an assessment. Don't worry, your cultivation is already at the 4th level of the Qi refining realm, so you still have a chance to complete the assessment. The old man saw that his persuasion was effective. A smile also appeared on his face. However, what he didn't know was that the reason Chen Changsheng changed his mind was not his persuasion, but the temptation of the system's silver treasure chest. No, this little strength is not enough at all. At least I have to complete Foundation establishment. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said, What are you thinking about, brat? The old man thought Chen Changsheng was talking in his sleep. 1 month to complete Foundation establishment from the 4th level of Qi refining realm. That's just a fantasy. I haven't heard of any genius completing such a feat. That's other people, not me, Chen Changsheng. Watch me take it down directly with Qi refining pills. Chen Changsheng said confidently. Okay, little old man, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to study Qi refining pills. After saying this, Chen Changsheng quickly left, leaving the old man with a strange expression, standing there in a daze. Researching new pills again, the departing sect leader of the medicine sect suddenly appeared in the courtyard. A bitter expression couldn't be concealed on his face. The outer sect is going to be restless again. Chapter 11, Exchanging Pills for Sect Points. Chen Changsheng had no idea that his one sentence about wanting to research pills would actually cause the sect leader of the pill refining sect to feel bitter. He only knew that since he had already decided to participate in the inner sect assessment, he absolutely had to improve his cultivation even faster in this 1 month. And as an alchemist, the way he could think of to improve his cultivation was naturally to refine Qi refining pills. However, the biggest problem now was that he didn't even have the recipe for the Qi refining pill. Sigh, so I have to research it myself again. I really don't want my fellow disciples to suffer. Although Chen Changsheng said so, the corners of his mouth, harder to suppress than an AK, still betrayed his truest thoughts. Success in research, everyone is happy. Failure in research, fellow disciples suffer and complain, and he gains a lot of negative points. He is still very happy. No matter how you think about it, it's not a loss. However, before I research the Qi refining pill, I'll still need a large number of spiritual herbs. Once again, he was stuck because of spiritual herbs. Chen Changsheng was starting to regret acting generously and returning the token to the old man. That's not right. I now have the truly good body tempering pill. Why should I be afraid of not having enough points? Chen Changsheng suddenly remembered that within the sect, one could exchange the pills they refined with the sect for points. As long as the success rate was high enough, this would be the fastest way to earn points. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng quickly ran towards the points exchange area. There were many people at the sect's points exchange area at this time. Most of them were there to hand over their tasks. Haha, this rank 2 demon beast is a treasure from head to toe. It will definitely be worth a lot of points when exchanged with the sect. That's right. The inner sect assessment is coming up soon, and these points will be enough for us to improve our cultivation. TCH, a bunch of brutes who only know how to fight. The points you can exchange for a rank 2 demon beast aren't even as much as I can get from a batch of spiritual medicine. Because of the upcoming inner sect assessment, there were many disciples recently doing tasks and coming to exchange for points. Everyone was orderly in their queuing. What Chen Changsheng saw most often was a group of alchemists looking down on the disciples doing outdoor missions. But even so, the latter didn't dare to say much, afraid of offending an alchemist with potential. The profession of alchemist is indeed a good one. Seeing this scene, Chen Changsheng thought to himself. Soon it was Chen Changsheng's turn in line. He directly took out his remaining 160 body tempering pills. According to the sect's rule that one portion of body tempering fluid can be exchanged for 20 points, his 160 body tempering pills could be exchanged for 3,600 points, although it was a bit of a loss for him. After all, the cost and effect of body tempering pills were far superior to the sect's body tempering fluid. However, there was no way for him, a small outer sect disciple, to change the sect's rules. What is this garbage? Take it away. What Chen Changsheng didn't expect was that he was willing to take a loss, but he actually got the cold shoulder. This outer sect disciple simply didn't recognize his body tempering pills. They only recognized the sect's body tempering fluid. You can try one. The effect will definitely be better than the sect's body tempering fluid, Chen Changsheng hurriedly explained. It would be tragic if he couldn't exchange them. What makes you think I'd try it? Who would dare to eat your, Chen Changsheng's, pills? I know exactly what they're like. You. Chen Changsheng was speechless. Had his reputation really become this bad? It seemed he could only try with other disciples. As if seeing through his thoughts, this disciple kindly reminded him, don't even think about trying with others. You should know who you've offended. These people have all been warned by Lu Pei. No matter what you bring, they won't acknowledge it. Lu Pei. Chen Changsheng recalled. He shouldn't have offended this person. But soon, he thought of Lu Yingying. It seemed this Lu Pei was Lu Yingying's older brother. This guy, even Lu Yingying herself doesn't hold a grudge, yet he's making things difficult for me everywhere. Chen Changsheng felt somewhat dejected. What's going on here? Because Chen Changsheng lingered and refused to leave, the people behind him quickly became unhappy. And the noise also attracted the attention of the person in charge here. Elder Phone, this disciple is using some kind of pill he researched to exchange for points. He won't leave if we don't exchange them for him, the disciple hurriedly explained. Who dares to cause trouble here? Elder Phone was visibly displeased. He turned his head to look at Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng, Elder Feng asked in surprise. Does Elder Feng still recognize this disciple? Elder Feng. How could he not recognize him? How many people in the outer sect didn't recognize him? Moreover, anyone who didn't recognize him would probably be out of luck soon. Come with me. Elder Feng did not make things difficult for Chen Changsheng. Instead, he let Chen Changsheng enter the room. This made the surrounding disciples puzzled. This Elder Feng was famous for his volatile temper. If a disciple dared to act like that, they would have been taught a lesson long ago. Yet, not only was Chen Changsheng not taught a lesson, but he was actually led inside. For a moment, everyone suspected that the pills in Chen Changsheng's hands might really be good stuff. Elder Phone, you are a 5th grade alchemist, you can definitely identify my pills. I'm not lying, they are definitely much better than the sect's body tempering fluid. After entering a room inside, Chen Changsheng took out his body tempering pill again and explained. He really needed someone with discerning eyes right now. And this Elder Phone was a good choice. Elder Phone looked at the pill placed on the table by Chen Changsheng with some helplessness. He shook his head inwardly. I don't know why the sect leader would order us to receive this kid well when we see him, and also make me pay attention to the pills Chen Changsheng takes out. But now he's taking out some body tempering pill that I've never seen before. Isn't this just trying to cause trouble? Elder Phone was puzzled in his heart. But since the sect leader has ordered it, he didn't dare not obey. But he had already thought it through in his heart. Regardless of whether the sect leader ordered it or not, as long as the pills Chen Changsheng took out had no effect, then even if the sect leader gave an order, he would not exchange any points for Chen Changsheng. So Elder Phone picked up the body tempering pill on the table. The words he was about to say to dismiss Chen Changsheng instantly caught in his throat. Then, his eyes widened. He examined the body tempering pill in his hand again and again. May I take one? Elder Phone swallowed hard. Of course, Elder Phone, please feel free to take it. I can guarantee that this time, the pill will definitely not have any side effects, Chen Changsheng affirmed. He was only afraid that Elder Phone wouldn't understand the capabilities of this body tempering pill. He was overjoyed that the other party wanted to take one. Chapter 12, Paving a Safe Path for Chen Changsheng. Elder Phone swallowed the body tempering pill. He carefully felt the effects of the body tempering pill. Although he was already at the golden core stage, this pill was useless to him. However, as a pharmacist, he was most aware of its medicinal effects. His Changsheng, how did you refine this pill? After understanding the effects of the body tempering pill, Elder Feng's address to Chen Changsheng became more affectionate. Hey Elder Feng, after researching for so long, there should be some gains, right? This body tempering pill is one of them. Chen Changsheng scratched the back of his head and said, good, good, good. Elder Feng said good 3 times in a row. However, the words of praise he wanted to say next came to an abrupt halt, because he suddenly remembered the sect leader's instructions. No matter how amazing Chen Changsheng's pills were, he shouldn't be too excited. He couldn't let Chen Changsheng notice anything unusual. At that time, he didn't know why the sect leader would give this instruction. Now he understood. But he was also a little confused. With such a genius, why did the sect leader want him to hide it? Wouldn't it be better to cultivate him? But these were not things he could decide. Your pill does have the effect of body tempering, and it is much stronger than the sect's body tempering liquid. I think you know that as well. Elder Feng said. Of course, and the same cultivator can take multiple of my pills without any side effects. It's just that if you take too many, the medicinal effect will naturally be reduced. Chen Changsheng said truthfully. Other cultivators don't have his wood devouring saint body, so the effect of the medicine will definitely not be as good as it is for him. That's for sure. Elder Feng was not surprised. Tell me, how many points do you want to exchange for your pills? Elder Feng inquired. This if possible, I would like to exchange one for 30 points, 10 points more than the body tempering liquid exchanged by the sect. Chen Changsheng said tentatively, fearing that Elder Feng would find it inappropriate. He hurriedly explained. After all, the medicinal materials needed for my body tempering pill cost much more than the sect's body tempering liquid. That's natural. Like this, I will exchange one such body tempering pill for 50 points for you. Elder Feng said directly. In his heart, 40 points would have been very reasonable. However, the sect leader of the pill forging sect had also reminded him it would be best to give Chen Changsheng the best treatment, so he added 10 points to his initial thought. With the sect leader backing him, he was not afraid of anyone blaming him. Really? Chen Changsheng was overjoyed when he heard that one body tempering pill could be exchanged for 50 points. This was much higher than he had expected. Of course, if you have no objections, I can exchange them for you now. No, 50 points, you can't go back on your word. Chen Changsheng hastily agreed. He was afraid that Elder Feng would regret it. Soon, the exchange procedures were completed, and Chen Changsheng's points tally also increased by 8,000 points. Changsheng, if you have any more pills of this kind that you want to exchange for points in the future, just come directly to me. You don't need to pay attention to the disciples outside. Elder Feng reminded him. Okay, thank you, Elder Feng. Watching Chen Changsheng leave, Elder Feng immediately went to find the sect leader. He didn't dare to distribute these 160 pills. The sect leader needed to personally handle it. Soon, Elder Feng found the sect leader. Sect leader, these are the pills that Chen Changsheng came to exchange today. I've verified them. The medicinal effects are pure and without impurities, many times stronger than the body tempering fluid refined by anyone in the sect. But after saying this, Elder Feng didn't see any surprise on Bai Chi's face. Sect leader, did you already know? Elder Feng asked doubtfully. Of course. Otherwise, why would we have asked you to treat this child more favorably? Bai Chi said faintly. Rest assured, sect leader, I exchanged this body tempering pill for 50 sect points for Chen Changsheng. Yes, not bad. Bai Chi nodded, agreeing with Elder Feng's approach. I just don't understand why sect leader doesn't want Chen Changsheng to know how powerful his pills are. Could it be that you want to exploit Chen Changsheng? It's no wonder Elder Feng thought so. After all, the pills refined by Chen Changsheng are simply not comparable to those of the sect. Bai Chi frowned. As the leader of this sect, would I be so petty? There's a reason for not letting him know. Don't worry, he will naturally know when the time is right. What needs to be done now is to help him secretly. Elder Feng nodded upon hearing this, and asked no more questions. Then what should be done with these pills? Elder Feng asked the purpose of his trip. Take half to the auction house for auction. It's time to give the surrounding forces a little shock. Give the rest to the sect disciples to purchase. If Chen Changsheng has these pills in the future, arrange them in the same way. Bai Chi directly determined the destination of the body tempering pills. Understood. Then I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Does the sect leader have any further instructions? Have the law enforcement hall elder and the Dao protector elder come to me. Yes. After Elder Feng left, Bai Chi gently stroked his forehead. Chen Changsheng had indeed given him a surprise. However, he also knew that Chen Changsheng would definitely give him a fright next, because the latter was about to start researching pills again. Therefore, he needed to inform the law enforcement hall elder in advance. Soon, the two elders arrived, and the order received by the law enforcement hall elder was very simple. That was to be as lenient as possible towards Chen Changsheng. Although he was a little puzzled, the law enforcement hall elder still chose to do so. After only the Dao protector elder and Bai Chi remained. Bai Chi then said, Elder Wei, lead the Outer Sect Dao Protector team to the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Ah. Elder Wei was a little puzzled, not understanding what he was supposed to do. None of them in the Dao Protector team knew how to refine elixirs. They were all cultivation geniuses, and their task was naturally to protect these alchemists. What was he supposed to do in the Demon Beast Mountain Range now? Searching for medicinal herbs was not their task. Lead some men to sweep through the Monster Beast Mountain Range and clear a safe path. Furthermore, plant the spiritual herbs needed for the inner sect assessment along this path. At the very least, ensure that this path is safe for the inner sect assessment a month from now. Ha! The more Bai Qi spoke, the more confused Elder Wei became. What was this about? Why did it sound so strange? Sect leader, I have indeed heard that he entered the outer sect, but with her strength, there seems to be no need for this, right? Elder Wei understood that this was to create a green channel for a disciple in the inner sect assessment a month later. This had never happened before. Just do as you're told. It's not prepared for E. Bai Qi didn't want to say more. He himself felt ashamed to do such a thing. Understood. Then I will go and clear a suitable path. Chapter 13, 270 Body Tempering Pills. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, went to the pharmacy to exchange for 30 portions of body tempering pill ingredients as soon as he obtained 8,000 points. In total, it cost 2,100 points. Of course, Chen Changsheng not only exchanged for the medicinal herbs needed for the body tempering pill, he also exchanged for many medicinal herbs that he thought were needed to refine the Qi refining pill. Moreover, he also saw a fire seed of a first-order demonic beast, the Blaze Fire Rabbit, at the exchange point. He didn't know if it was because of the previous incident or because the sect leader had given an order. This time, Chen Changsheng exchanged for spirit herbs very smoothly. In total, it cost nearly 7,000 points. Looking at the point token with only 1,000 points left, Chen Changsheng still felt a little heartache. You can't catch a wolf without parting with your child. I will definitely be able to research this Qi refining pill. Chen Changsheng thought this way on the road to the pill refining room. Soon, Chen Changsheng arrived at the pill refining room. The sign at the entrance prohibiting him from entering was also nowhere to be seen at this time. Hehe, senior brothers, the time for my punishment is over, right? Chen Changsheng asked, looking at the two disciples guarding the gate with a smile. The time is up, you can continue to refine pills in the pill refining room from now on. One of them replied. But I still need to remind you, don't cause any more trouble in the alchemy room, or the consequence may be that you won't be able to refine elixirs in the alchemy room for the rest of your life. Got it. Chen Changsheng was overjoyed. He just came to try his luck. He didn't expect that he could really continue refining elixirs in the alchemy room. It also saves him from constantly bothering the dying old man. After all, he was bound to cause a lot of commotion while researching Qi refining pills. He didn't want to bring trouble to the old man. The sect's alchemy room had many rooms. When Chen Changsheng entered, he saw that many rooms were already occupied. There were many more disciples coming to refine elixirs than when he came before. Obviously, everyone was preparing for the upcoming inner sect assessment. Chen Changsheng kept walking inside. The further he went, the higher the level of the alchemy rooms. Of course, the more points it would cost. However, for the current Chen Changsheng, as long as he wanted to obtain points, it was a matter of minutes. So Chen Changsheng didn't mistreat himself. He directly chose the best alchemy room. Tiskit costs 30 points for 1 hour and 360 points for 1 day. This alchemy room must be very high-end. Chen Changsheng didn't feel any heartache. He took out his points card and swiped it on the door of the room for a full day. Not bad, these points are still enough to use for a few days. Chen Changsheng looked at the remaining 600 points on the points card and smiled to himself. Walking into the alchemy room, what came into view was a fiery red pill furnace. And next to the exploding pill furnace, there were many kinds of fire, as well as some food and fruits. No wonder the fee here is more expensive. It turns out the service is so good. Chen Changsheng smiled. The alchemy room he entered before only had one pill furnace. There wasn't even a place to lie down and rest. But here, there was even a beautiful bed placed. If you are tired from refining pills, you can rest at any time. The sect really thinks well. Who would be willing to spend 30 points an hour to sleep here? But as soon as he said this, he sensed the difference in the room. The spiritual energy here was much richer than outside. It seems the sect has set up a spirit gathering array here. As expected of the number one sect, even the outer sect has such grand measures. Chen Changsheng was now beginning to wonder just how many good things the inner sect had. Never mind, I should refine the body tempering pills first. Chen Changsheng took out all the spiritual herbs he had prepared. This time, he planned to refine the ingredients for 30 portions of body tempering pills first, because he was afraid of some unexpected accidents happening when he researched the Qi refining pills. After preparing the spiritual herbs, Chen Changsheng began to refine the body tempering pills. This time, he didn't use the sect-provided fire seed again, even though the fire seed provided in this room was more advanced. but compared to the fire seed he had already refined, it was still a bit lacking. Up here! Purple flames churned in Chen Shangsheng's hand, then he threw it directly under the pill furnace. Chen Shangsheng didn't act rashly just because he had refined pills many times. Instead, he first took out a spiritual herb and threw it into the pill furnace. Then, his soul force surged forth, controlling the purple flame to refine the spiritual herbs. The next second, a plume of black smoke emerged from the pill furnace. Damn it, it's burnt already. Chen Shangsheng was quite surprised. He had operated in this way every time before, but he didn't expect that this time he would directly burn the spiritual herbs to a crisp. This indicated that the temperature of the flame was too high. The soul force still needed to suppress the flame's temperature. Although this purple flame is only from a rank 1 demonic beast, it seems to be much stronger than the fire seed given by the sect. Chen Shangsheng said to himself. He had already intentionally increased his soul force to lower the temperature, but such a result still occurred. That could only mean that this purple flame was more powerful than he had imagined. Subsequently, after an hour of trial and error, Chen Shangsheng became familiar with the purple flame, which he was using for the first time. And after becoming familiar, Chen Shangsheng was no longer cautious. He directly threw a whole portion of body-tempering pill spiritual herbs into the pill furnace, controlling the flame to release different temperatures for different medicinal materials. Although this consumed even more soul force, but the efficiency is also higher. Soon, the first batch of spiritual herbs was completely refined. Finally, there was the step of forming the pills. Chen Shangsheng had experienced this step many times. This time, there were no accidents either. 10 body-tempering pills emitted a charming fragrance under the protection of his soul force. TSK. As expected, after my strength has improved, the quality of the pills I refine is also better. Looking at the 10 body-tempering pills in his hand, Chen Shangsheng said with emotion. He had a feeling that with his current strength, if he had a pill formula, he might even have the opportunity to refine tier 3 pills. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that he needed to have a pill formula. After that, Chen Shangsheng repeatedly refined the spiritual herbs. Then, he formed the pills. A day quickly passed, and Chen Shangsheng's last batch of pills was also about to be completed. Inside the alchemy room, Chen Shangsheng rubbed his hands, watching the body-tempering pills take shape in the pill furnace. If this last batch is successful, then I will have harvested 270 body-tempering pills this time. This success rate has already reached 90%. Chen Shangsheng himself couldn't believe it after the breakthrough. The success rate of his refining body-tempering pills had actually increased so much. There must be a reason related to the beast fire. It seems I need to find more of this kind of beast fire in the future, or even more powerful strange fire. It can not only improve my cultivation but also increase the success rate of refining pills. Chen Shangsheng thought to himself. However, he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. He still needed to wait until his strength improved before planning it slowly. The most important thing for him now was to refine qi refining pills, to improve his cultivation and successfully enter the inner sect. Chapter 14 Auctioning Body Tempering Pills. Qi refining pills. With the experience of the body tempering pills, I am much more confident this time. Chen Shangsheng looked at the large pile of spiritual herbs piled in front of him and muttered to himself. Chen Shangsheng had learned a lot in the process of refining pills. He also found out why he had never been able to develop perfect pills. A very important reason was that he only knew how to stack the attributes of spiritual herbs. But he had forgotten that many spiritual medicines require auxiliary ingredients. As for the qi refining pill, Chen Shangsheng believed that the most important ingredient was definitely the qi refining grass. As for the complementary spiritual medicines, these would require repeated experiments. However, Chen Shangsheng was not in a hurry to study the qi refining pill at this time. Instead, he took out the Xianling Fire Codex. He wanted to learn the first method of controlling fire. This would also greatly increase the chances of a successful study. What he didn't know was that the outside world was already in quite an uproar because of the body tempering pill he had refined. At the Li family in Medicine City. Are you sure the news is true? The head of the Li family asked anxiously as he looked at the person below the hall. Patriarch, it is absolutely true. This news was personally transmitted by the medicine refining sect. They will auction the so-called body tempering pill at the auction house in one day. Good. If it really has this effect, my Li family's younger generation will have a few more geniuses. And many large families received the news at the same time as the Li family in Medicine City. Even the royal family of the imperial capital had heard about it. Inside the medicine refining sect, Wan Fu guarded outside a courtyard. Seeing a fat teenager walking out from the courtyard, he quickly bowed. Congratulations, Sixth Prince, on successfully establishing your foundation. Lu Pei nodded faintly. The sect's foundation establishment spiritual medicine is indeed effective. The success rate is much higher than that of those guest elders refined by our royal family. Lu Pei nodded, sensing his foundation establishment realm cultivation. Indeed, with a 30% success rate, the sixth prince only tried 3 times before successfully establishing his foundation. He can be called the chosen one. Wan Fu hurriedly complimented. Ha ha ha, well said. Lu Pei was clearly pleased with such flattery. Sixth prince, now that you have emerged from seclusion, I need to report some matters to you. Wan Fu directly recounted the matter of how he had tried to make things difficult for Chen Changsheng but was instead humiliated. Oh, an outer sect disciple actually has a yellow jade token. Could this Chen Changsheng also have a background? The sixth prince asked doubtfully. Impossible. If he really had a background, he wouldn't have failed to enter the qi refining realm after a year in the sect. Wan Fu directly denied. It seems he's latched onto some elder. I think Elder Hua is most likely. Humph. This Chen Changsheng has disgraced the royal family's reputation and even has designs on Elder Hua. It seems he doesn't want to live. When Lu Pei heard about Elder Hua, his hostility towards Chen Changsheng became noticeably more intense. Are we going to find Chen Changsheng now? Wan Fu asked. After being humiliated by Chen Changsheng last time, he had always held a grudge. He was just waiting for Lu Pei to finish his closed-door cultivation so they could deal with him. No rush. He is just a piece of trash who isn't even at the qi refining stage. It won't be too late to deal with him after we take care of the main matter. Lu Pei was not in a hurry. Main matter. Yes, I received a letter from the royal family stating that a divine medicine called body tempering pill will appear at today's Medicine City auction. Its effects are countless times stronger than the sect's body tempering fluid. My father ordered me to win the auction for the pill at all costs. Oh, there's such a powerful pill. Wouldn't that mean that there are forces that can already threaten the sect? Wan Fu asked. That's not something you should be asking. If I'm not mistaken, this pill was researched and developed by the sect. It's just that I'm still an outer sect disciple and can't access it. This is likely the sect's biggest secret, one that even inner sect disciples don't know. Lu Pei said. This medicine refining sect is quite cautious, actually holding something back. Wan Fu said disdainfully. So what? Now that it's being put up for auction, this secret will naturally be revealed. Lu Pei also said disdainfully. Let us go to the auction house. Medicine City. Medicine Sect Auction House. An auction house capable of holding tens of thousands of people at the same time. Today, it was already overflowing with people. Even the roads outside the auction house were completely blocked. My heavens, why are there so many people today? Wan Fu was shocked by the scene. Did you think that only our royal family received the news? Look at the Li family over there. They are also a notable family of alchemists in Medicine City. And the Chen family over there, and the Wang family. Lu Pei said, pointing to the crowd in the distance. It seems the competition will be fierce today. Let's go. Fortunately, our royal family has a VIP seat in this auction house. Lu Pei was equally shocked by the scene before him. Not long after Lu Pei entered the royal family's VIP seating area, the auction began. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Let me introduce myself. My name is Baichuani and I will be hosting this auction for everyone. Her words immediately caused a stir below. Not just because of her beauty. Most importantly, she was the top auctioneer in this auction house. As long as she was hosting the auction, that meant there were bound to be good things this time. Alright, enough with the small talk. Next up is our first item for auction, the fire seed of a rank 4 red flame tiger. Starting bid, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hiss. The sound of gasps filled the venue. Although everyone knew there would be good things, no one expected the first item to be so expensive. But no one thought it was not worth it. In fact, in less than 2 minutes, the price had already been called up to 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. A voice called out from the VIP seats upstairs. Everyone looked over. After seeing clearly that it was the royal family's VIP section, everyone chose not to bid anymore. After all, the price was already very high, and offending the royal family on top of that was not worth it. Congratulations to box number 6 for winning today's first auction item. The auction continued. Soon, someone entered Lu Pei's box carrying a tray. And what was placed on it was naturally the seed of the 4th-tier demonic beast, the Scarlet Flame Tiger. Lu Pei didn't delay. He gave the other party 50,000 low-grade spirit stones from his Qiankuan bag. And the following treasures emerged one after another. There were 5th-grade spiritual medicines refined by the medicine sect. There were also the cores of demonic beasts. There were even 1,000-year-old 6th-grade spiritual medicines. The competition was also quite fierce. And Lu Pei had not bid again since he had bid for the seed, because he wanted to use his spirit stones to bid for the final item. Soon, the auction was about to come to an end. From Baichuani's mouth also came the auction item that everyone wanted to hear the most. Next up for auction is the second to last item in our auction. 20 tempering body pills. The moment they heard tempering body pills, everyone in the VIP seats perked up. They had come specifically for this item. Master Bai, could you reveal which elder of your sect concocted this pill? Chapter 15, auctioned at a sky-high price. The Lee family patriarch from box number 10 stepped forward to inquire. Regarding his question, Bai Chuani simply smiled. Patriarchally, this information is not part of today's auction items. I must decline to answer. However, since Patriarchally has raised this question, I believe everyone else is also curious. Although I cannot tell you the identity of the person who concocted this pill, I can tell you that this person is from our medicine refining sect. Furthermore, the effects of the tempering body pill are not exaggerated in the slightest. Not only can it allow a body tempering realm cultivator to immediately break through a small realm, but the same cultivator can also take it multiple times. As for the effects of multiple uses, that varies from person to person. All I can say is that someone in the sect took this body tempering pill and broke through from the 4th level of body tempering to the chi refining realm in one day. And the total number of body tempering pills taken did not exceed 10. Hiss. Bai Chuani's words once again made everyone gasp. Although everyone already knew how powerful this new body tempering pill was before coming, but no one thought it would be so powerful, elevating a cultivator at the 4th level of body tempering to the chi refining realm in one day. Such a terrifying pill. Even they, from families of alchemists, were hearing about it for the first time. And with the alchemy sect's testimony, no one present would have the slightest doubt. The alchemy sect would definitely not do anything to ruin their reputation. Alright, the starting price for these 20 body tempering pills is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing this price, everyone was very excited. Such pills, with a starting price of only 1,000 spirit stones for 20. What these people didn't know was that 1,000 spirit stones far exceeded the cost of the spiritual herbs needed to refine the body tempering pills. 2,000, 5,000. Many people were bidding. Although most of the people present were above the body tempering realm, this elixir was no longer useful to them, but it was still very useful to the disciples and their families. One body tempering pill could save a disciple half a year or even a year of cultivation time. For them, these spirit stones were worth spending. However, the bidding voices soon became fewer, because in just 1 minute, the price had risen from 1,000 spirit stones to 10,000 spirit stones. After another 2 minutes, the people in the VIP seats made their move. The price also soared all the way to 50,000 spirit stones. 6th Prince, although this body tempering pill is powerful, it's only 20 pills. Spending 50,000 spirit stones to buy it is not worth it. Wan Fu reminded Lu Pei after he called out the price. What do you know? This is not just about 20 body tempering pills. Lu Pei reprimanded. Then what is it? Wan Fu looked puzzled. Isn't this just 20 body tempering pills? It can only allow body tempering realm cultivators to immediately break through a small realm. Spending 50,000 spiritual stones to buy it is not cost effective at all. Humph. A waste with no foresight. Lu Pei cursed. Then he explained. Although 20 of these body tempering pills are not worth this price, what about 100, 10,000? As long as we acquire these 20 body tempering pills, we can take them back for the royal family to study. Do you know how much benefit it can bring to our royal family once we successfully obtain the pill formula? And do you think 50,000 spiritual stones will be enough to successfully acquire them? Lu Pei said disdainfully. Sure enough, the next second, the price Lu Pei called out was surpassed again. Humph. The neighboring countries are also here to join in the fun. It seems they are going to spend a lot this time. Lu Pei was a little helpless. Body tempering pills may be of general use to sects, but it is different for those countries with armies. Mass production of chi refining realm soldiers. This is the improvement of military strength. And these 20 body tempering pills were finally auctioned off by Lu Pei for the price of 80,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Damn it, if it weren't for these people interfering, I could have gotten it for 50,000 spiritual stones. I'll remember this grudge, Lu Pei said with some frustration. In another private room, the Yen Nation people also cast resentful glances towards Lu Pei's side. But before the two could spark any conflict, Bai Chuani's next words stunned them both. Next up is the finale of our auction tonight. 40 tempering body pills. Who? As soon as these words came out, the whole place erupted in an uproar. No one expected the medicine sect to play such a trick, but everyone was too busy to criticize anything. They started bidding one after another. In the end, Yen Nation won it with a price of 150,000 spiritual stones. Damn! I wasn't prepared well enough this time. I didn't bring enough spiritual stones. Otherwise, even if I couldn't win the final tempering body pills, I could have disgusted these Yen Nation people, Lu Pei said in annoyance. Originally, he thought he was the first to bid for the tempering body pills. He had seized the opportunity, but he didn't expect the medicine sect to have held back a move. Let's go. As long as we can get more body tempering pills, this investment will definitely be worth it. Lu Pei left the auction house with Wan Fu. The others naturally dispersed as well. However, none of the major alchemist families returned to their clans. Instead, they all found Bai Chuani by coincidence. Master Bai, please reveal how many body tempering pills there are, the Li family head asked. His attitude toward Bai Chuani was extremely polite. Several family heads, I am also working for the sect. This time, the sect only gave 80 body tempering pills, Bai Chuani said helplessly. And his words instantly attracted the attention of several people. Master Bai means 80 pills, but there were only 60 pills at the auction. Then where are the other 20 pills? Several people heard the loophole in Bai Chuani's words. They hurriedly asked. These 20 pills are for the next auction. Bai Chuani didn't hide it and said straightforwardly. What else are we auctioning? Master Bai, name a price, and the 5 of us will divide them equally. Yes, if the royal family produces body tempering pills when the next auction starts, the price will be greatly reduced. Several people spoke at once. All wanted to get a share of the pie with these body tempering pills. That's right, in that case, I'll sell you these 20 body tempering pills for 100,000 spirit stones so you don't have to participate in the next auction, Bai Chuani said as if she had been persuaded. Several people felt that this price was a bit too high. After all, Lu Pei only spent 80,000 spirit stones for his 20 pills. If you think it's too expensive, it doesn't matter, just come and bid next time. Bai Chuani saw through their thoughts. She said indifferently. No, 100,000 it is. We'll buy them. Watching the 5 people leave with the body tempering pills in their hands, smiling, Bai Chuani also looked at the spirit stones on the ground with a smile. Go study them, see who can figure it out. Bai Chuani shook her head and smiled. Everything today was actually within her calculations. She just didn't expect the price of these body tempering pills to be so high. It's a pity that this price will only be for the first time. After they find out that they can't refine it, the tempering body pill will return to its normal price. If only I could get more of these tempering body pills. Chapter 16 Comprehension Card. Comprehension increased tenfold. Bai Chuani also wanted to know who exactly refined this tempering body pill. She could have a business talk with the other party. It's a pity that the people from the sect didn't reveal it. They only said to sell it casually. Except for the people of the sect, no one can copy it. Even if the other party knew the method of refining, it is also impossible to refine the same effect as this tempering body pill. Inside the pill refining sect, when he learned that 80 tempering body pills were finally exchanged for 330,000 low-grade spirit stones, even Bai Chi, the sect master, was very shocked. However, he could also understand why this first batch of tempering body pills could have such great value. These people are like him back then, thinking that after obtaining the tempering body pill, they would be able to replicate it with their rich alchemy experience. You kid don't have martial ethics. That guy Changxing has lost a lot this time. The old man appeared before Bai Chi. He had heard about the results of the body tempering pill auction and came to Bai Chi. You say that, but I didn't know it would turn out this way, Bai Chi said frankly. As things stood, it really did seem like he was taking advantage of Chen Changsheng. Is it really right for you to take advantage of such a child? The old man frowned. But wasn't it you who told me to conceal it? If I hadn't concealed it, I could have naturally given these spirit stones directly to that little guy Changsheng, Bai Chi said helplessly. Ahem, although I told you to conceal it, I didn't tell you to take advantage of a little guy, did I? The old man coughed twice and said, This sir, why don't you just say it directly? How do you want to handle it? I believe you must have already thought it through before coming here, Bai Chi said helplessly. He could tell that the other party had already made up his mind before coming. Well, I see you're still quite sensible. Giving these spirit stones directly to Changsheng is definitely not an option. So, we can use other methods to make amends, the old man said with a smile. Such as, isn't the inner sect assessment about to begin? You can just leave some opportunities along the path that Chen Changxing takes, Bai Chi. Well, not only do I have to clear away the dangers in the assessment for Chen Changsheng, I also have to secretly provide him with opportunities. What kind of opportunities would be suitable? I see that little Changsheng hasn't had his own alchemy furnace. This would be very suitable. Of course, he is also very interested in all kinds of rare flames. If possible, let's arrange both. I think the sect's myriad beast cauldron would be very good, the old man said with a smile. Bai Chi, myriad beast cauldron. You really dare to ask for it? I can't bear to use that cauldron myself, and you want to give it to him. Bai Chi was completely speechless. The myriad beast cauldron can be said to be the treasure of their sect. He himself is usually reluctant to use it. What? If you use the myriad beast cauldron, you can refine body tempering pills, Bai Zhe said lightly. Bai Chi, killing and judging the heart. Alright, I'll listen to you, old man, but these hundreds of thousands of spirit stones are not enough at all. Don't worry, Changsheng will create many more useful pills in the future. Just secretly enjoy it. That child has been inside the alchemy room for 2 days and hasn't come out yet. It seems his research on pills is going smoothly, Bai Zhe said with a smile. It's just 2 days, how can you tell it's going smoothly? Bai Chi asked doubtfully. For alchemists, immersing themselves in the study of a prescription, not to mention 2 days, even 2 months would be normal. Because in the past 2 days, there hasn't been any commotion in the alchemy room. Doesn't that indicate that his research is going smoothly? Bai Zhe countered. This, Bai Qi was speechless for a moment. Chen Shangsheng researching pills, and there hasn't been any major commotion for 2 days. That could indeed be considered a success. At least he hasn't caused any trouble for the sect again. Meanwhile, inside the alchemy room, Chen Shangsheng had no idea that his body tempering pill could be auctioned for such a high price. Even less did he know that the sect valued him so highly just for refining the body tempering pill. He was actually trying to secretly send me an opportunity. He only knew that he had stayed in this alchemy room for 2 days. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of the qi refining pill yet. That's right, I still have a comprehension card I can use. Chen Shangsheng suddenly remembered that he had obtained a comprehension card after devouring the first seed of fire. Subsequently, Chen Shangsheng began to read the introduction of the comprehension card. Comprehension card can increase the host's comprehension by 10 times for 3 days. After seeing the introduction of this comprehension card, Chen Shangsheng was shocked once again. Increased by 10 times. With his comprehension increased by 10 times, he thought that it was very likely that he could refine a real qi refining pill in 3 days. However, he originally intended to use this comprehension card when he practiced the profound spirit fire cannon. 3 days was enough for him to learn one of the flame control methods on it. For a time, Chen Shangsheng was caught in a dilemma. To hell with it, not knowing how to control flames is just not having a special combat method. Anyway, the power of this first order beast fire is also average. The qi refining pill is still more important. Improving cultivation is the same as improving lifespan. In the end, Chen Shangsheng was still drawn in by the prospect of increased longevity. As for the profound spirit fire codex, it was once again left to gather dust in his system space. But before that, I need to exchange for some more points in spiritual medicines. Chen Shangsheng quickly arrived at the place to exchange points. The one receiving him was still Elder Foam. This exchange was also exceptionally smooth. Before leaving, Chen Shangsheng asked a question. Elder Foam, I heard that the sect auctioned off a very powerful medicinal pill at the auction house a few days ago. Hearing this, Elder Foam felt a moment of nervousness. Of course, he knew that the auction item was the body tempering pill. But without the sect leader's approval, Chen Shangsheng couldn't be allowed to know about it yet. How did you find out? Many disciples up and down the sect are talking about it. I heard it on the way here. Well, Elder Foam, if the sect has any good stuff, remember to think of me. I have a lot of points now, and I'd like to exchange for some of that pill. If there are any pills that can increase lifespan, be sure to let me know. Chen Shangsheng held up the jade token displaying his 14,000 points. Elder Foam, do you even need to exchange for anything? Wouldn't it be better for you to refine it yourself? Of course, Elder Foam could only think about these things in his heart. Outwardly, he said, don't worry, if there's anything good next time, I'll definitely have the sect keep it for you. Alright. Chapter 17, Shangsheng, that simple child. Chen Shangsheng left. Immediately afterward, Elder Foam went to find sect leader Bai Qi. Judging from the current situation, there was no way to hide the fact that Chen Shangsheng was refining body tempering pills. Don't worry, this matter has been arranged properly. It doesn't matter if Shangsheng knows that what was sold was the body tempering pill. Bai Qi said calmly. If they wanted Chen Shangsheng to focus on researching pills, they couldn't just keep things from him. Moreover, this kind of thing would eventually spread within the sect. It was impossible to keep it a secret forever. How does the sect leader plan to handle it? Elder Foam asked curiously. Although we know that only Chen Shangsheng can refine this pill, he himself doesn't know it. Understood. Just announce to the public that many people in our sect can refine this medicinal pill. Shangsheng is a simple child and won't overthink things. Elder Foam understood instantly. So, it doesn't matter if we inform him. After these 270 body tempering pills are auctioned off, the price of this body tempering pill will return to normal. Understood. Chen Shangsheng returned to the alchemy room. As for any new treasures appearing in the sect, he was just asking casually. As an outer disciple, even if there were really good things, he could only watch with envy. He didn't have the financial strength to obtain them. Use comprehension card. After preparing everything, Chen Shangsheng chose to use the comprehension card without hesitation. As long as the qi refining pill is successful, his realm will be able to be rapidly improved again. While he was researching the qi refining pill, an uninvited guest also arrived at the alchemy room. Sixth Prince, I've already inquired. That Chen Shangsheng is in this alchemy room, Wan Fu respectfully said, following behind Lu Pei. This bastard can actually enter the alchemy room. What is the Hall of Law Enforcement doing? Lu Pei said unhappily. Sixth Prince, this is the sect. Keep your voice down. We can't denounce the Hall of Law Enforcement. Wan Fu hurriedly reminded him. Although the royal family is powerful, they still have to give face to the alchemy sect. It is said that the Hall of Law Enforcement ordered that everyone be treated equally. They said that it is normal for some problems to occur during alchemy. Giving a little lesson is enough, we can't dampen the disciples' interest in alchemy. Wan Fu explained. After he said this, Lu Pei was able to understand. Let's go, let's settle the score with this kid. Lu Pei entered the alchemy room and searched all the way, until finally stopped outside Chen Changqing's alchemy room. This kid is really extravagant, staying in the most expensive alchemy room for so many days. Perhaps he knew that Sixth Prince, you were coming to make trouble for him, so he spent points to find such a safe place. Wan Fu said with contempt. Well, since he's out of points, he can't hide anyway. We'll just refine medicine here and wait for him. Lu Pei wasn't arrogant enough to force his way into the refining room. The consequences were more than a prince like him could bear. Might as well try refining the body tempering pill. With your talent, Sixth Prince, refining a body tempering pill is simply a matter of reaching out and grabbing it. Wan Fu flattered from the side. After I refine the body tempering pill, you'll be the first to try it. Wan Fu. He flattered for so long, only to become a test subject. If he had known this would happen, he would have kept his mouth shut. Lu Pei directly entered the refining room next to Chen Changqing to begin researching the body tempering pill. If he knew that this body tempering pill was refined by Chen Changqing, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to lie and wait for Chen Changqing here. On Chen Changqing's side, after using the comprehension card, he looked back at the time he refined the qi refining pill and discovered many problems. So it turns out that when I was refining it before, even the spiritual energy provided to the qi refining pill wasn't enough. No wonder I kept failing. In that case, let us start with 10 portions of this qi refining grass. Also, 10 portions of this tier 2 demon beast core, and 10 portions of this qi condensation grass as well. Now that I have enough spiritual energy, I need some auxiliary medicinal ingredients. Then I must have 1 portion of this spirit calming grass, which can neutralize the violent spiritual energy in the beast core. But simply neutralizing it is definitely not enough. I also need to release this spiritual energy. Then I must have 10 portions of that qi dispersing mushroom. Xin Bei muttered as he added the medicinal ingredients. This time, with 10 times the comprehension ability, Chen Changqing felt that he had everything under control. If I succeed in refining the qi refining pill, I don't even know how I'm going to spend all the points. First, give me 1,000 spiritual stones, and some protective items as well. I'll go stroll around the medicine city later. I heard there are many exotic beauties there. Getting 2 to be my medicine servants wouldn't be bad. Chen Changqing paid attention to the changes in the flame's temperature. At the same time, he was also imagining the joy of his success in his heart. But he didn't notice that with the refinement of the qi condensation grass, the spiritual energy within the room was being absorbed into the medicine furnace. Even the spiritual energy outside the room was constantly being drawn in. The speed at which these rank 2 spiritual medicines are refined is just too slow. It's been several hours, and they're still in the refining stage. Chen Changqing stopped the refining process after complaining a couple of times, because continuous, high-intensity refining was an extreme test of both his spiritual energy and soul power. He was currently incapable of refining and merging all of them at once. Rest for an hour. Chen Changqing immediately sat down to meditate. However, he did not completely rest during this period. Instead, he took out the Profound Spirit Fire Codex and began to study the fire control methods within. Vermilion Bird Fire Control Art. Sounds like something high level. I'll learn this one first. Chen Changqing didn't waste a single moment of the comprehension card's time. No sooner said than done. However, after this research, a night had passed. It wasn't until he had some slight inspiration that Chen Changqing opened his eyes. Damn, has so much time passed? Chen Changqing, who had been immersed in the fire control art, was very surprised to find that a night had already passed. It seems that after the improvement of comprehension, I was too immersed and ignored the passage of time. Chen Changqing was not very surprised either. After all, this amount of time is nothing to cultivators. Some powerful cultivators simply meditate, and perhaps a year will pass. Let us test the results. Purple flames emerged in Chen Changqing's hand. He began to control the flames using the Vermilion Bird Fire Control art he had comprehended. Soon, the flames in Chen Changqing's hand transformed into a vivid vermilion bird. Not bad. If it goes a step further, this vermilion bird can even cry out, and its power will be even stronger. But as it is now, this is just a prototype. I'm afraid there are not many qi refining cultivators who can withstand it. Chen Changqing said with emotion. He only learned the simplest aspect of the Vermilion Bird Fire Control art. Controlling fire to create shapes. Its combat power can be described as soaring. I must find someone to try it out on. Chen Changqing pondered in his heart. The fiery vermilion bird in his hand also dissipated. Okay, next is the step of forming the pill. Qi refining pill, it must be successful in one go. After speaking, Chen Changqing began to fuse the refined medicinal liquid. And after learning the rudimentary vermilion bird fire control technique, Chen Shangxing discovered that his control over flames had become even more sensitive. Refining pills became even easier. It seems that practicing this profound spirit fire canon truly has the effect of enhancing soul power. After sensing the more relaxed state compared to before, Chen Shangxing knew then that he was not only more familiar with the manipulation of flames, even his soul power had been improved during this night. Since that's the case, Qi refining pill, take shape for me. Chapter 18, Changxing's pill refining, guaranteed to cause problems. Chen Changsheng, with a surge of energy, directly aimed to form the pill. And having had multiple experiences, this time, nothing unexpected happened. Under the perfect control of the flames, the prototype of the Qi refining pill slowly took shape. Not bad, not bad, this Qi refining pill is very good. It can not only unleash the spiritual energy in the spiritual medicine, it can also absorb the spiritual energy in the surrounding air. Isn't this a doubled Qi refining pill? Chen Shangxing did not doubt for a moment that he had concocted something strange again. A tenfold increase in comprehension ability is no joke. As his pill formed, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered more and more. He felt quite good about it here. But the disciples in the surrounding rooms were suffering terribly. What's going on? Why did my flame go out? My foundation establishment pill that was about to be completed. This is the spiritual medicine I exchanged for after accumulating half a year's worth of points. It was about to succeed, so why did the flame go out? Disciples with the same experience as this disciple emerged one after another. Almost all the disciples in the entire alchemy room had their flames extinguished due to insufficient spiritual energy in the air. Who exactly ruined my body tempering pill? Lu Pei rushed out of the room and asked loudly. The anger on his face subsided somewhat after seeing many other disciples around him with the same experience. Could it be that there's a problem with the alchemy room? Wan Fu said in confusion. Impossible, the sex alchemy room has never had any problems. Who said that? Didn't an explosion happen once before? That time, all the Qi refining liquid I had refined was destroyed in that explosion. Listening to everyone's words, the fat on Lu Pei's body couldn't help but jiggle twice. Because he discovered that everyone had come out, but Chen Changxing's figure was nowhere to be seen. Coupled with the fact that the last accident in the alchemy room was because of Chen Changxing, he couldn't help but look towards the room where Chen Changxing was. Sure enough, he found that all the spiritual energy hadn't disappeared, but had entered Chen Changxing's room. That bastard Chen Changxing. This guy is the one causing trouble. Lu Pei's words directly pointed everyone's spearhead at the room where Chen Changxing was. It's that guy again. Last time, he ruined a furnace of Qi refining liquid for me, and this time he ruined my foundation establishment liquid. Why is this guy still allowed to enter the alchemy room? Compensate me for my Qi refining liquid. Compensate me for my foundation establishment liquid. What are yours worth? I was refining body tempering pills. They were about to become pills, but now they're all ruined. Lu Pei said angrily. Of course, he was also lying. He had already refined the body tempering pill 10 times. Each time the pill formed, the furnace would explode. Not a single success. But now that this incident has occurred, he could always shift the blame to Chen Changxing. Meanwhile, Chen Changxing in his room had reached the most critical step in forming the pill. As long as no mistakes occurred, his Qi refining pill would be considered a success. Could this success be a little too smooth? I always feel like something is not quite right. Chen Changxing looked at the already formed pill furnace emitting the fragrance of pills and fell into contemplation. According to his conjecture, even with 10 times the comprehension ability, it shouldn't be so easy to refine the Qi refining pill. This success was too smooth. It seems that I still can't take this Qi refining pill myself. I need to find someone to try it. Chen Changxing made up his mind. It's better to leave this kind of uncertain thing to others. Negative value from Wan Fu 200. Negative value from Lu Pei 200. Negative value from Sun Wu 200. Just as the Qi refining pill was successfully completed, Chen Changxing suddenly noticed a prompt on the system interface. Surprisingly, dozens of people had generated negative value towards him at that moment. Moreover, it was continuous. In just this short while, his originally small remaining negative value skyrocketed at that moment, directly exceeding 10,000 negative value. That is to say, as long as he is willing, he could now open a bronze treasure chest. Damn, these are all my benefactors, Chen Changxing said with a smile. However, he was not in a hurry to exchange for the bronze treasure chest, because he still hadn't figured out why these benefactors had such a strong resentment towards him. I haven't done anything to offend anyone these past 2 days, have I? Chen Changxing thought about it but couldn't figure out when he had offended these people. Regardless, running away is the best policy. Chen Changxing didn't plan to stay here any longer. Just then, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by the shouts of Lu Pei and the others. Chen Changxing, get out here. Why say so much, just break down the door. Lu Pei was the most arrogant. His foundation establishment stage cultivation instantly erupted. Prince Lu Pei has already reached the foundation establishment stage. It seems he is determined to win this inner sect assessment. Chen Xiangsheng has provoked someone he shouldn't have this time. After sensing Lu Pei's strength, the crowd's words were filled with flattery. Even many cultivators at the 9th level of qi refining were the same, because only those who have broken through know how difficult it is. Even with the help of the sect's foundation establishment liquid, the success rate is only 1 in 10. Once you fail, it is lucky to recover from the injury in a few months. Some unlucky ones even experience a direct regression in their cultivation, wasting years of hard work for nothing. Bang! The room door was directly and violently destroyed by Lu Pei. However, the words of condemnation that everyone had on their lips failed to come out immediately. A refreshing fragrance of pills intoxicated everyone. All words of condemnation were thrown to the back of their minds. Chen Xiangsheng, what kind of pills have you refined? Wan Fu looked at the pill furnace in front of Chen Xiangsheng and asked with ill intentions. That one sentence immediately drew everyone's gaze towards the medicine furnace. There, 10 white and green mottled pills lay quietly, and the intoxicating fragrance that captivated everyone was emanating from them. What if I told you these aren't pills? Would you believe it? Chen Xiangsheng said with a strange look in his eyes. Who are you trying to fool? Everyone here is an alchemist, even a tier 3 alchemist. Do you think we can't tell these are pills? Wan Fu said in annoyance. Your pills do resemble the body tempering pills that appeared before, Lu Pei said, squinting. In the past, he wouldn't have even accepted pills made by Chen Xiangsheng as a gift. But after the appearance of the body tempering pills, he became interested in pills that exceeded his understanding. Even if Chen Xiangsheng was the one who made them, there might be an unexpected, pleasant surprise. Chen Xiangsheng, because you absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy when you were refining pills, causing all of us to fail, you must compensate us, Lu Pei said, taking the lead. Ha! Chen Xiangsheng was somewhat puzzled. However, now he also understood why so many people suddenly had negative emotions toward him. So, another accident happened while he was refining pills. This gave Chen Xiangsheng a very bad premonition. Looking at the 10 qi refining pills in the pill furnace, his heart also pounded a little. Chapter 19, The Abundant Spiritual Qi of the Qi Refining Pill. Alright, ISNT, there are ready-made compensation right here. That's right, we are all fellow disciples. Dividing this batch of pills among us will be your compensation. It wasn't just Lu Pei who had his eye on Chen Xiangsheng's batch of pills. Everyone wanted a share of the pie. Chen Xiangsheng didn't look angry at all when he heard these words. On the contrary, he looked puzzled. Hadn't his reputation in the outer sect already become infamous? No one was willing to consume the pills he refined. No one was even willing to eat them even if he begged them to. Why is it that everyone is coming automatically before he even started begging? But no matter the reason, this was exactly what Chen Xiangsheng wanted. Because he always felt that this time, the qi refining pill had been refined too smoothly. Even during the refining process, there were no accidents. This was like a young bride in her wedding sedan for the very first time. No way, these pills were refined by me with great difficulty. You guys failed at refining medicine yourselves, is that my fault? Although it was exactly what he wanted. Chen Xiangsheng had to see the act through to the end. Otherwise, these people might not want them. Moreover, there was an even more important point. Negative points from Wan Fu plus 100. Negative points from Lu Pei plus 100. Sure enough, after a short while, the negative points increased by another 2,000, getting closer and closer to 20,000. As long as I have 20,000 negative points, I can open a silver treasure chest. Chen Xiangsheng thought to himself. It's not up to you to say it's not allowed. All of us can testify that it was because you absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy that we failed in refining medicine. Even if we take this matter to the elders, you will have to compensate us, Lu Pei said coldly. Chen Xiangsheng, I haven't settled the matter with you regarding damaging the reputation of the royal family and bullying my imperial sister. You better be sensible and hand over these pills. TCH, always talking about the royal family. You need to figure out where you are right now. This isn't your royal family's territory. Chen Xiangsheng retorted sarcastically. In your royal family's territory, people give way to you. But here, you even have to call me senior brother. Is that how you talk to your senior brother? Although the two of them entered the medicine sect at the same time, Chen Xiangsheng was now 18 years old, 1 year older than Lu Pei. There was nothing wrong with calling himself senior brother. Humph, senior brother. Very well. Senior brother, if you are unwilling to give them up yourself, I don't mind taking them from you. With that, Lu Pei's initial foundation establishment realm power was undoubtedly revealed. Wait a moment. Chen Xiangsheng raised his hand to interrupt Lu Pei's spellcasting. Alright, since you've both said so, I'll admit my mistake. Consider these things as compensation for you. But don't blame me for not reminding you, these aren't good pills. Chen Xiangsheng would not use his qi refining cultivation to fight a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he had learned the basics of the vermilion bird fire control technique, he would be able to fight Lu Pei, who had just entered the foundation establishment stage. However, Chen Shangsheng would not be so foolish as to expose his trump cards for such a trivial matter. Just 10 uncertain qi refining pills. If they really were qi refining pills, he would just give them away. He had plenty of spiritual herbs on hand and he could have as many as he wanted. If they weren't qi refining pills, then he could just use these people to eliminate a wrong answer. Humph. Stop trying to scare us. Do you think that by saying that, we won't dare to take these pills? Lu Pei said disdainfully. He only felt that Chen Shangsheng was playing some petty tricks. Then please, go ahead. Chen Shangsheng spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Mine. Why are you guys fighting me for it? I was the one who was hurt twice. I must have one of these pills. In an instant, the group that had been working together just a moment ago began to fight over each other. And Chen Shangsheng walked directly out of the room. He just quietly watched. He had no intention of leaving. He had to see what would happen after these people took the pills. In the end, the ownership of the 10 pills naturally went to the 10 strongest people. The rest, although they did not receive the pills, also received compensation from the others. It was a happy ending for everyone. It is worth mentioning, however, that Lu Pei and Wan Fu actually each received a qi refining pill. The reason for this was naturally Lu Pei's great strength. The spiritual energy of this pill is far more concentrated than any medicinal liquid I have ever seen. This must be a pill that can improve one's strength, Lu Pei said as he sniffed it near his nose. Then he looked at Wan Fu. You take it first and see. Although he said he was confident in the pills Chen Shangsheng had refined this time, his actions were not foolish. He let Wan Fu try it first. This was also why Lu Pei wanted to take 2 pills for himself. Wan Fu hesitated for a moment. Although he had seen body tempering pills before, he felt that these pills were somewhat similar to body tempering pills. But this was a pill refined by Chen Shangsheng. Who knew if there would be any problems after taking it? Forget it, I'll just eat it. Anyway, although the pills refined by Chen Shangsheng are strange, they won't kill anyone. Moreover, this pill has such rich spiritual energy. Even if it has no other effects, it will definitely help with the improvement of cultivation. Wan Fu thought to himself. With a resolute heart, he swallowed the qi refining pill in his hand. In an instant, Wan Fu felt spiritual energy like a sea wave churning within his body. He quickly sat down to meditate and absorb the spiritual energy. What rich spiritual energy! This is a good thing. I feel that my realm has loosened. Breaking through. Only a few minutes had passed. Wan Fu broke through from the 6th level of qi refining to the 7th level of qi refining. Such an astonishing speed directly shocked everyone present. They knew that this pill was definitely a good thing. However, I didn't expect it to allow a qi refining cultivator to break through in just a few minutes. Some people couldn't restrain themselves and chose to swallow the pills in their hands, because they had already noticed the fiery gazes around them. Such a good thing is not safe to hold in your hands. The safest thing is to take it now. However, there were also 5 people who did not move. They wanted to find a good place to take the pill. Ha ha ha, I've broken through too. The 4 who took the pills shouted excitedly almost at the same time a few minutes later. Oh, it really succeeded this time. Chen Shangsheng was also a little excited to see such a scene. But the next second, Wan Fu's scream came to everyone's ears. No, I feel like I'm going to explode. There's still a lot of spiritual energy I can't absorb. I can't absorb it anymore. The spiritual energy is too vast. After saying these words, Wan Fu vomited blood the next second. Unconscious. Chapter 20, deservedly so, Dantian crippled. What's going on? Lu Pei frowned. Then 4 more screams rang out. Following this, the 4 of them fell into a deep, unresponsive coma. After Lu Pei had examined them thoroughly, his brow furrowed deeply. These people's dantian had been completely ruptured. They're finished. Lu Pei looked at the pill, his hand trembling. If he had consumed this pill just now, his fate would likely be the same as theirs. Chen Shangsheng, what have you done? Lu Pei questioned him sharply. Hey, don't speak carelessly. I've been standing here without moving. Chen Shangsheng spread his hands, indicating that this had nothing to do with him. They all ended up like this after eating your pill. I told you, this isn't a pill, but you didn't believe me. Chen Shangsheng spread his hands, looking helpless. He, too, was feeling somewhat fearful now. If these people hadn't snatched the pill away, he would likely have been the first to try the pill. Because he really couldn't find anyone else, he would have had to try it himself. Looking at the current state of these people, Chen Shangsheng believed that if he had taken it, the final result wouldn't have been much better than theirs. If he couldn't cultivate, then his alchemy would be useless. His dream of immortality would be shattered. Chen Shangsheng, just you wait. I will definitely report this matter to the law enforcement hall. Just wait to be expelled from the sect. Lu Pei said furiously. The other 4 had the same thought. Looking at the pills in their hands, they didn't know what to do. Who cares about you? You forced me to give them to you. Chen Shangsheng said nonchalantly. He believed that the sect was fair. He considered this bullying. At worst, he would be confined. He was used to it anyway. If you don't want the rest, give them back to me, Chen Shangsheng said to them. Although this qi refining pill was not completely successful, it did indeed improve the strength of these people. As long as he improved it further, Chen Shangsheng believed he would soon be successful. Pa! This thing has harmed so many people. You still want it back to harm more people. I would rather destroy it than give it back to you, Lu Pei said righteously. Then he looked at the other four. What? Don't tell me you still want to keep them and try them. No, here, take them all. The others hurriedly waved their hands. Then they gave all 4 pills to Lu Pei. Humph! Lu Pei snorted coldly. Then he directly threw 5 pills into the room. A ray of spiritual energy shot out from his hand. The target was naturally those 5 pills. If he couldn't get them, he would destroy them. Bang! Just as the spiritual energy touched the pills, an explosion suddenly rang out. Chen Shangsheng, who had been prepared, moved away from the room in a few flashes. However, the rest of the people were not so lucky. The moment the elixir exploded, a large amount of spiritual energy rushed towards everyone. Even Lu Pei, with his foundation establishment stage cultivation, was instantly seriously injured in the face of this spiritual energy impact. The rest of the people fainted on the spot. Rumble! The spiritual energy that no one could stop instantly broke through the walls of the room. Then, pieces of the alchemy room began to collapse. Among the disciples present, Chen Shangsheng, who was prepared, quickly escaped. The rest, after being injured, were almost buried by the rubble. Cough cough. What the hell was that? Scary. Chen Shangsheng felt a sense of surviving a catastrophe after coming out. Turning his head to look at the completely collapsed alchemy room, his face showed some astonishment. The last time he caused an explosion in the alchemy room, but the power was only enough to destroy a room. But this time, it was just 5 pills. In an instant, the alchemy room was turned into ruins. Better sneak away, Chen Shangsheng thought in his heart. Turning his head, he wanted to slip away. However, the pair of eyes staring at him made him nowhere to escape. 2 senior brothers, if I said this time it has nothing to do with me, would you believe it? Chen Shangsheng looked at the 2 fierce-looking guards in front of him, and asked unconfidently. What do you think? Chen Shangsheng. That means you don't believe me. Chen Shangsheng didn't struggle. Anyway, this time it really didn't have much to do with him. The people from the law enforcement hall arrived quickly. After seeing the collapsed alchemy room, everyone looked at Chen Shangsheng with strange eyes. Such powerful destructive force. It's likely only a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage could create it. How did Chen Shangsheng, a body-tempering cultivator, create it? They couldn't tell that Chen Shangsheng was already at the qi refining stage, but even if they knew, they would still be puzzled. Guards, take Chen Shangsheng to the law enforcement hall's confinement room. Although this attempt to refine qi refining pills failed, there was an unexpected gain. Chen Shangsheng was currently in the confinement room, pondering. The qi refining pill wasn't successful, but the pill's lethality was enough to rival a foundation establishment cultivator. It can completely be used as a great killing weapon. Killing foundation establishment cultivators would be easy. If it weren't for the lack of an alchemy furnace here, he would definitely refine a few more batches. Moreover, he already knew where his mistake in refining qi refining pills lay. That was focusing only on increasing the quantity and purity of spiritual energy, without considering whether a qi refining cultivator could withstand it. He only needs to modify the pill formula accordingly and he can succeed. What Chen Shangsheng didn't know was that, while he was in confinement, the outside world was already in an uproar because of him. Inside the council hall, many elders and Bai Qi were among them. Elder Xing of the law enforcement hall, Elder Wei of the guardian team, Elder Hua of the alchemy hall, and Elder Feng who manages daily affairs. These elders could be considered to hold considerable power in the sect. Of course, there were many other elders in the sect. However, most of them were idle. They only liked to concoct pills or cultivate themselves. They rarely interfered with the operation of the sect. However, each of them was a top-notch existence in terms of strength. Sect leader, this matter must be taken seriously. This Chen Shangsheng has already violated the sect rules. In my opinion, Chen Shangsheng should be expelled from the sect immediately so that we can give an explanation. Elder Xing, who was in charge of the law enforcement hall, valued the sect rules the most. Now Chen Shangsheng had violated the rules many times. He had also caused the destruction of a fellow disciple's dantian. It was already an unforgivable crime. In my opinion, what Elder Xing said is not wrong. Elder Wei also echoed. Bai Qi was silent. Of course, he knew the seriousness of the matter this time. He also had a headache. If it were just the destruction of the sect's alchemy room, it would only be a loss of some spirit stones. But injuring disciples is another matter entirely. It's not as serious as you make it out to be. I've already looked into it. But Chen Changsheng encountered some problems while refining pills, which led to the destruction of the pills refined by the other disciples. So, a group of disciples went to argue with him and took a fancy to the pills Chen Changsheng had refined. Even though Chen Changsheng had warned them, saying that these were not pills, they still consumed them, which led to the destruction of their dantian. As for the destruction of the alchemy room, it has nothing to do with Chen Changsheng. It was Lu Pei who wanted to destroy the pills that caused this consequence. Chen Changsheng can also be considered one of the victims. Elder Hua frowned. That's right, Chen Changsheng is a good child. We can't wrong him. I say the ones who should be punished are these disciples and Lu Pei. Their dantian being destroyed is also their own fault. Elder Feng also chimed in. Among the people present, only he and Bai Qi knew that Chen Changsheng was the one who had refined the body tempering pill. Moreover, he was the only one capable of refining it. Therefore, he knew what Chen Changsheng meant to the sect. Chapter 21, The Beginning of Favoritism. Oh, is there such a thing? Bai Qi, who was originally a little headache, instantly no longer felt troubled after hearing this news. If the facts were really like this, then things would be much simpler. Yes, sect master. Moreover, the pills refined by Chen Changsheng did indeed allow these disciples to improve by a small realm in a short period of time. It's just that there was too much spiritual energy afterward, and these disciples couldn't withstand it, so their dantian were burst open. Hiss. When they heard this news, everyone present took a breath of cold air. The sect's qi refining liquid could not achieve the effect of improving the cultivation of a qi refining realm cultivator in a short period of time. Yet, Chen Changsheng's refining actually accomplished it. Alright, don't publicize this matter too much. Those disciples brought it upon themselves. The sect will give them some compensation. If you are willing to try staying in the sect to spend the rest of your life, you may. As for Chen Changsheng, although he is also a victim of this incident, it was ultimately caused by the pills he refined. Just confine him for 7 days. Bai Qi directly decided on the outcome of this matter. Elder Xing still wanted to say something. However, he was stopped by Elder Wei next to him. It wasn't until after they left that Elder Xing looked at Elder Wei with a face full of doubt. Why did you stop me just now? Chen Changsheng only gets 7 days of confinement. Isn't the punishment too light? Alright, I know you take the rules seriously, but I believe you can also see that the sect leader is very lenient towards this disciple, Chen Changsheng. Moreover, there is something you may not know. What is it? Elder Wei told Elder Xing the task that Bai Qi had entrusted to him. What? Cheating in the inner sect assessment. Is this still our sect leader? Elder Xing looked incredulous. Before, I thought it was for the sect leader's daughter, but now it seems it's very likely for this Chen Changsheng. Elder Wei also said somewhat helplessly. Why would the sect leader do this? Elder Xing was puzzled. He happened to see Elder Feng preparing to leave. He quickly called out to him. Elder Feng, do you know something? Elder Feng, who had been stopped, simply smiled. Come on, just tell us what you know. You usually don't get involved in these kinds of things, but this time you're even speaking up for that Chen Changsheng. You must know something. Alright, Elder Xing, you will naturally know when it is time for you to know. There must always be uninformed people to play along, so the play is real. Elder Feng did not tell them. If all the elders in the sect greeted Chen Changsheng with smiling faces, with Chen Changsheng's wit, he would soon discover the problem. However, I still need to remind you that although Chen Changsheng is to be confined for the next 7 days, but if he has any needs, you had better satisfy them, especially regarding alchemy. Elder Feng felt that Chen Changsheng was about to refine some extraordinary pills. What? Still let him concoct pills? Then what is the point of confining him? Elder Xing huffed, blowing his beard and glaring. Isn't this just to have an explanation? Alright, I've said all I need to say. Elder Xing, please put more effort into it. Damn it, what a headache. Elder Xing grumbled. Then he went to handle the matter. Meanwhile, Lu Pei and the others had already gathered together. Each of them had injuries. However, what everyone cared about now was not their injuries, but how to deal with Chen Changsheng, especially those whose dantian had been crippled. Sixth Prince, you must stand up for us in this matter. Don't worry, everyone, I still have a voice in the sect. Moreover, my elder brother is an inner disciple. Chen Changsheng is such a menace to his fellow disciples, we must not let him stay in the sect. Lu Pei already had a grudge against Chen Changsheng. Now he could also use this opportunity to gather some support. Elder Xing is here, Elder Xing is here. Elder, you must stand up for us. Elder Xing, where is Chen Changsheng? Please hand over Chen Changsheng. Please, Elder, expel Chen Changsheng from the sect. Enough. Elder Xing frowned and interrupted everyone. I have already understood the details of what happened. You brought it upon yourselves. Considering your pitiful state after having your dantians destroyed, the sect will allow you to remain. Of course, if you wish to leave, the sect will not stop you. As for you, Lu Pei, you will be responsible for all the losses in the alchemy room. Elder Xing's words stunned everyone. Why was the outcome completely different from what they had expected? Elder Xing, what about Chen Changsheng? Lu Pei asked. Chen Shangshang was also a victim, but he was also at fault, so he will be punished with 7 days of confinement. What? Lu Pei was surprised. Such a serious matter. And the result is only 7 days of confinement. Elder Xing, you are protecting Chen Changsheng. My royal family member had his dantian destroyed by him, and I was also seriously injured. I'm afraid my royal family cannot accept this outcome. Lu Pei said bluntly. Lu Pei, this is the alchemy sect, not your royal family. If you have any objections, have your father come and demand an explanation. Of course, provided he dares to come. Elder Xing didn't buy Lu Pei's nonsense. In the eyes of others, the royal family is an existence that is too high to reach. However, even the royal family had to show respect to the alchemy sect. This is the result, unchangeable. After speaking, Elder Xing left. What kind of background does this Chen Changsheng have? Lu Pei frowned and thought. He didn't think an ordinary disciple would make the sect make this decision. Perhaps I should learn more about this Chen Changsheng first. Lu Pei, although a wastrel, wasn't a complete fool. Chen Changsheng, your result is out. 7 days of confinement. This time, you can be considered to have suffered an undeserved calamity, so if you have any requests, you can make them. I will try my best to satisfy you. Elder Xing still kept Elder Feng's reminder in mind. Elder Xing is indeed the most righteous elder. This attitude of enforcing the law impartially makes this disciple very respectful. Chen Changsheng originally thought he would need to expend some effort in persuasion. Unexpectedly, the other party directly investigated the matter clearly. If possible, I need a pill refining furnace as well as the medicinal herbs in my room. Chen Changsheng wanted to seize the time to refine qi refining pills. After all, the comprehension card's time is only 1 day left. If he couldn't use this opportunity to refine it, he feared it would take a lot of time again. All right. Elder Xing did not refuse. He just didn't expect Chen Changsheng to be so persistent about refining pills. Even at this time, all he was thinking about was refining pills. Then thank you, Elder Xing. Chapter 22, Challenging the Door. Is this a Qiankuan bag? Looking at the fist-sized bag that Elder Xing handed him, Chen Changsheng asked curiously. This Qiankuan bag is considered the sect's compensation to you. After all, 7 days of confinement in this pitch-black place will still cause psychological stress. Oh Elder, you speak like this, making the sect worry. Confinement is nothing, I'm already used to it, and I can still refine pills. This is already more than perfect. Chen Changsheng said with a smile. However, please also stop this spirit expulsion formation. If I can't sense spiritual energy, I can't refine pills. Darkness is nothing to cultivators. After all, which alchemist doesn't know how to use fire? Therefore, the sect's confinement room isolates spiritual energy. This is what makes cultivators feel the most terrified. Here, one is just like an ordinary person. Rest assured. Elder Xing didn't say much. He directly stopped the formation from running. After feeling the spiritual energy again, Chen Changsheng no longer hesitated. He took out the medicinal herbs he needed from the Qiankuan bag. This Qiankuan bag is truly a good thing, Chen Changsheng exclaimed. Such a Qiankuan bag requires thousands of spirit stones. It is simply not something he can afford. The sect giving him one has solved many of his problems. This child is indeed very hardworking. I can somewhat understand the sect leader's actions, Elder Xing said with emotion as he watched Chen Changsheng quickly immerse himself in alchemy. Only such an alchemist, with an extreme desire for alchemy, will have sufficient achievements in the future. In the confinement room, Chen Changsheng almost forgot the passage of time. The 7th day quickly arrived. The matter of the alchemy room explosion has been widely spread these past few days. However, today it was replaced by another matter. The Medicine Valley has come to challenge us. Almost all the outer sect disciples have gone to watch the excitement. Elder Hua, long time no see. On the outer sect plaza, a middle-aged man was dressed in ornate alchemist robes. The bright, dazzling 6-cauldron furnace embroidery on his shoulder told everyone that he was a 6th-grade alchemist. Yao Feng, your Medicine Valley is far from my medicine sect. What brings you here with your people this time? Elder Hua's beautiful face showed some displeasure, because she had already guessed the other party's intention. Elder Hua, don't be so cold. Back then, we almost became Dao companions. After so long, can't you at least give me a smile? Yao Feng said with a smile. The surrounding disciples exclaimed in surprise, as if they had heard some shocking gossip. Don't use the past to disgust me. Elder Hua clearly loathed Yao Feng in front of her. Still so stubborn, Yao Feng said lightly. Today, I brought my disciples here because I wanted to have a friendly exchange. I heard that your medicine refining sect has created a pill called the body tempering pill, which can quickly improve the cultivation of body tempering realm cultivators. Coincidentally, my good-for-nothing disciple also likes to do research, and he has developed a new qi refining fluid. It can instantly improve the cultivation of qi refining realm cultivators. Compared to your medicine refining sect's qi refining fluid, it's much stronger. At this point, everyone understood. This Yao Feng was here to provoke them. to challenge the medicine refining sect's position in the art of alchemy. Yao Feng, I know that your medicine valley has always wanted to surpass our medicine refining sect, but you have the nerve to use such deceptive and underhanded methods. Elder Hua said disdainfully. Being proficient in the art of alchemy, she naturally knew how difficult it was to refine an elixir that could instantly improve the cultivation of qi refining realm cultivators. The sect had researched for so many years but had gained nothing. How could it be refined by that young man who looked no more than 20 years old behind Yao Feng? Whether it's true or not, wouldn't you know once you try it? Yao Feng said calmly. Seemed quite confident in himself. Or are you saying your medicine refining sect simply doesn't dare accept the challenge? If that's the case, I might as well head down the mountain now. However, before I came, I already informed the surrounding forces of my purpose. I'm just afraid it will affect your sect's reputation. Yao Feng said with a smile. Everyone knew this was a blatant scheme. They had no choice but to accept the challenge. Very well, since you wish to challenge, my medicine refining sect naturally has no fear. Elder Hua could only accept the challenge. As the #1 medicine refining sect, such challenges are encountered every year. She was already used to it. However, the medicine refining sect had never lost once. Outer sect disciples, who was willing to step forward and give it a try? Me. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of people responded to the call. It was just refining qi refining liquid. A second-grade alchemist would be sufficient. Among the outer sect disciples present, there were quite a few who could refine it. There were even quite a few who could refine top-grade second-grade spiritual liquids like Foundation Establishment liquid. One of them was Liu Pei. Although he was usually arrogant, he still had a sense of belonging to the pill refinement sect. Now that someone had come to challenge them, as the outer sect's pride, it was natural for him to come forward and accept the challenge. Yao Ming, pick one. Yao Feng said to the young man beside him. TCH, is there even a need to choose? Let's all refine pills together, it's all the same no matter who comes up. I can't be bothered to wait for you to refine pills one by one, Yao Ming said with disdain, completely disregarding everyone present. That's right, the result will be the same anyway. Yao Feng also nodded in agreement. Then, he looked towards Elder Hua. Refining just like that is indeed a bit bland, there should always be a little something at stake, right? What would you like to bet? Elder Hua understood what he meant. She directly accepted the bet. Having come from the same sect, she wasn't worried about Yao Ming having anything unexpected up his sleeve. I have a piece of innate spiritual wood here, which can be considered among the rank of 6th grade spiritual herbs. If you win, this will belong to the victor. If you lose, I only want the body tempering pills recipe. A piece of azure spiritual wood appeared in Yao Feng's hand. Even Elder Hua was slightly moved upon seeing it. Although 6th grade spiritual herbs are precious, their scarcity is completely incomparable to this innate spiritual wood. However, what the other party wanted was the body tempering pill formula. She had no way to make a decision on this matter, because until now, even she had not come into contact with the body tempering pill formula. What? Are you afraid to accept this challenge? What is there to be afraid of? Elder Feng also appeared at this time. He directly accepted the challenge. Elder Feng, what are you doing? Elder Hua asked in confusion. Don't worry, the sect leader has already said that no matter what bet they want to make, we can accept it. Elder Feng said calmly. Moreover, he was one of the few in the sect who knew that only Chen Changxing could refine the body tempering pill. However, Yao Feng, I must remind you that not everyone can refine the body tempering pill. Even if I give you the pill formula, you won't be able to refine it. I don't need you to worry about that. If your pill refining sect has talented people, so does my medicine valley, Yao Feng said disdainfully. Himself, a 6th grade alchemist. With a recipe, a mere rank 1 pill is nothing. How could I possibly fail to concoct it? Just make sure the recipe you provide is correct. Let's talk after your disciple wins. Elder Feng mocked. Then we shall wait and see. Yao Ming, show them what you've got. Yes, master. Yao Ming clasped his hands in respect, then took out a medicine furnace from his Qiankuan bag. Nearly 10 kinds of rank 2 spiritual herbs were taken out. Everyone, let's begin. I don't like waiting. I hope your success rate will be high. After saying that, Yao Feng ignored the angry gazes of the pill refinement sect disciples. He began his own pill refinement. Chapter 23, Pill Recipe Comparison. When everything was ready, a purple flame appeared in Yao Ming's palm. Is that a rank 3 demonic beast's beast fire? This Yao Feng is only at the foundation establishment stage, yet he dares to absorb a rank 3 demonic beast's beast fire. He does have some talent. Humph. He just relied on someone else to forcibly absorb it. Its effect is not even as good as my rank 1 demonic beast's flame. Hearing the crowd's comments, the disciples in the arena who also possessed beast flames were very indignant, especially Liu Pei. He also possessed a demonic beast's beast flame, although it was only from a rank 1 demonic beast. But this was something he absorbed himself, without anyone's help. This was already more than enough for a foundation establishment cultivator. After all, not all foundation establishment cultivators could achieve this. That's right, flames are just an aid. Alchemy still relies on comprehension. Everyone was also very displeased with Yao Ming's flaunting appearance. I hope we can still see you acting so arrogant later. Yao Ming just retorted with a cold sneer and began refining qi refining liquid. The others also refused to fall behind, and began to start refining. Instantly, a scene of hundreds of alchemists refining medicine simultaneously appeared in the square. The scene could be considered a rare sight. A disciple from Medicine Valley dares to challenge the status of our pill refining sect. Today, I'll let you see the difference between Medicine Valley and the pill refining sect. Lu Pei tossed a spiritual herb into the furnace and began refining it. But in the time it took him to turn his head, he saw a shocking scene. Yao Ming was actually refining 3 kinds of spiritual herbs simultaneously. You should know, he could already be considered a leader among grade 2 alchemists, but he only dared to refine 2 different spiritual herbs at the same time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control the purity after the spiritual herbs were refined. The efficacy of the qi refining liquid would naturally be greatly reduced. Such an amateur display, I'd like to see how you ensure the purity of the refinement. Lu Pei was unwilling to be outdone. He tossed another spiritual herb into the pill furnace. But when the fragrance of medicine drifted out of Yao Ming's pill furnace, Lu Pei couldn't help but frown. The fragrance of the medicine proved that the purity of Yao Ming's refinement was not low. It might even be higher than his own. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, after an hour had passed, Yao Ming directly put away his pill furnace. He had refined the most spiritual herbs, and now he was the first to complete the qi refining liquid. I thought there would be some difficulty, but now it seems that's all there is to it. Elder Hua, is this the level of all the disciples in your refining medicine sect? If it's really just like this, I'll be very disappointed. I came all this way, only to compare myself with a group of trash. Yao Ming said to Elder Hua after putting the qi refining liquid he had concocted into a jade bottle. His appearance was as arrogant as could be. Humph, don't be so smug. We're comparing the efficacy of the qi refining liquid this time, not who can concoct it the fastest. Lu Pei also completed the concoction after Yao Ming. After hearing the other party's ridicule, he coldly responded, "Of course, I also know the prescriptions of your refining medicine sect, but that's all there is to them." Yao Ming crossed his arms and said indifferently, "I hope you still have this much confidence later." Lu Pei didn't say much. Until another quarter of an hour had passed. Everyone had completed their concoctions. Now that everyone has finished concocting, the next step is to test the efficacy of the medicine. Yao Feng, will you do the testing? Elder Hua said to Yao Feng. No need to compete. I trust Elder Hua in this regard. You can just examine it. Yao Feng had no intention of making a move. He didn't believe that the medicine sect would engage in such acts of favoritism. Good. Then I will personally examine them. Elder Hua didn't say much. He began to examine the qi refining liquid concocted by the various disciples. Not bad, this qi refining liquid has reached a purity of 70%. Continuous consumption for 10 days should allow a qi refining realm cultivator to break through a level. Yours is also good, 60% purity, 80% purity, 50% purity. Elder Hua's footsteps finally stopped in front of Lu Pei. After examining the qi refining liquid concocted by Lu Pei, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Very good. 100%. This has already reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist. Elder Hua said affirmatively to Lu Pei. Looking at the other party, although he usually liked to borrow the reputation of the royal family, he indeed had the strength. Yao Feng, I think the outcome is already decided. Elder Hua said, smiling as he looked at Yao Feng. Oh, does Elder Hua mean you are admitting defeat? Yao Feng feigned confusion. Lu Pei has refined the purest qi refining liquid, it is impossible to surpass. Isn't it obvious who wins and who loses? Elder Hua said calmly. Elder Hua, you haven't even seen my qi refining liquid, so how do you know that Lu Pei's refinement is definitely better than mine? Yao Ming said composedly. Seeing that the other party was still so calm at this time, Elder Hua frowned. She also had a bad feeling, but couldn't figure out what it would be. She could only walk up to Yao Ming and pick up the qi refining liquid he had refined. But with this one observation, Elder Hua's face instantly turned ugly. It seems that Elder Hua is still very discerning. Even the purest qi refining liquid from your pill refinement sect requires 7 days to break through. But my Medicine Valley's qi refining liquid only takes 1 day. A victorious smile appeared on Yao Ming's face. Looking around at everyone. You say 1 day is 1 day. Who would believe it? The pill refinement sect doesn't even have such a prescription. How could your Medicine Valley have it? Lu Pei said in disbelief. But Yao Ming did not get angry because of this. Instead, he looked at Lu Pei with a smile. Whether it is or not, I believe Elder Hua knows best now. Elder Hua, why don't you say something? Everyone looked at Elder Hua, until she uttered a word with a slight tremor in her voice. It is. Everyone deflated like a punctured ball when they heard this yes. How is that possible? Elder Feng stepped forward and snatched the chi refining liquid from Elder Hua's hand. However, after observing it, he also fell silent. Because the chi refining liquid in his hand was indeed more powerful than their sex chi refining liquid. Yao Feng, you came prepared this time. Elder Hua frowned as she looked at Yao Feng. She knew that this must be a new prescription developed by Medicine Valley. A prescription powerful enough to surpass that of their pill refining sect. The other party was here today to make a name for Medicine Valley. At the same time, they were also here to challenge their pill refining sect's reputation as the #1 sect in pill refining. No one would come all this way to slap themselves in the face. Yao Feng said with a smile, if you are not convinced, your inner disciples of the pill refinement sect can also come to compete. As long as they can refine a stronger chi refining liquid. But I think no one would dare to challenge. Yao Feng said indifferently. Because this is no longer a question of pill refining ability. Even if the pill refinement sect master personally takes action, the effect is only slightly better than Lu Pei's. But it can't be done like Yao Ming. This is a problem with the prescription. The other party's prescription is stronger. Chapter 24 6th Grade Primordial Spiritual Wood. Chen Shangsheng. Chen Shangsheng. You come with me. Chen Shangsheng, who had just left the confinement room, heard an anxious voice calling him. Looking up, it was an old acquaintance. It was the crybaby Lu Yingying. What are you doing? Let go, you snot-nosed kid. Chen Shangsheng was dragged away by Lu Yingying before he could react. Someone is challenging our pill sect, and everyone has lost. Lu Yingying recounted the story of Yao Gu coming to challenge. What are you afraid of? There are taller people to hold up the sky if it falls. We VE lost everything. There is no one taller to hold up the sky. Now it's up to you. Don't you usually like to research strange and bizarre pills? Moreover, the last pill you refined could instantly increase the cultivation of chi refining cultivators. If you refine it, wouldn't that be better than them? Anyway, the people from their Medicine Valley don't know that the pills you refine have such big side effects. As long as they see the efficacy, that's enough. Hearing Lu Yingying's words, Chen Shangsheng didn't know what to say. Who told you to come find me? It couldn't be Elder Hua, could it? Chen Shangsheng asked curiously. He wanted to know who could come up with such a damaging trick. My brother. Ha! This answer surprised Chen Shangsheng greatly. Don't worry, my sixth brother is just someone who cares about face. He's not a bad person. He said that as long as you help the sect get through this crisis, he won't bother you anymore in the future. Lu Yingying explained. This answer did surprise Chen Shangsheng somewhat. He originally thought that Lu Pei was just an arrogant playboy, but he didn't expect that he still had a strong sense of belonging to the sect. I'm just going to give it a try. I can't guarantee whether it will be successful or not. If they want me to test the medicine, I won't do it. Chen Shangsheng said frankly. Don't worry, even the elders of your medicine refining sect can't understand it, so how could they understand it? Lu Yingying comforted him. Soon, Chen Shangsheng arrived at the square under the leadership of Lu Yingying. But as soon as he appeared, the system prompt appeared. Negative value from Wanfu 100. Negative value from Lu Pei 100. From. Obviously, Lu Pei and the others were very unhappy to see him looking so energetic. This didn't look like he had been in confinement for 7 days at all. It was obvious that he had been resting for 7 days. Elder Hua, since your medicine refining sect is not going to send anyone to refine anymore, isn't it time for you to fulfill the bet? Or is your medicine refining sect trying to go back on its word? After Chen Shangsheng arrived at the plaza, he saw a young man arrogantly standing opposite all the disciples. His words were also very arrogant. This must be that Yao Ming, right? Chen Shangsheng inquired. Yes, it's him. The chi refining fluid he concocted surpassed all of ours. Then let the inner disciples come. Chen Shangsheng said indifferently. If only it were that simple. The problem is that the sex chi refining liquid formula can only be this good. There's no way to surpass it. Lu Yingying explained. Is that so? Chen Shangsheng understood and had no intention of taking action. Yao Ming, you are indeed very powerful, but there is always someone better out there. Elder Hua frowned slightly. However, after seeing Chen Shangsheng appear, her mood improved a lot. Is that so? Then I would like to see who else in your medicine sect can surpass me. Yao Ming spread his hands and laughed. He simply did not regard the chi refining liquid formula of the medicine sect as important. No one's arrival would make a difference. Chen Shangsheng, now that you're here, let them see what you can do. Elder Hua's words made everyone look at Chen Shangsheng. What? I didn't say I was going to take action yet. Chen Shangsheng pointed at himself, explaining. See that 6th grade innate spiritual wood. If you win, it's yours. Elder Hua knew that Chen Shangsheng wouldn't act without seeing tangible benefits. What? 6th grade innate spiritual wood. Chen Shangsheng's eyes lit up when he heard this. Others who obtained this kind of spiritual wood could only use it to refine medicine or craft some special items. But he was different, he could directly refine and absorb it, thereby increasing his cultivation. In that case, I might be interested. Of course, I'm not doing it for the sake of the spiritual wood, but because I can't stand someone insulting our sect like this, Chen Changsheng said righteously. Another ignorant fool. Yao Ming's face was full of disdain after seeing that Chen Changsheng had actually accepted the challenge, especially after seeing that Chen Changsheng's outer disciple robes didn't even have the insignia of a pharmacist's rank. This also meant that Chen Changsheng wasn't even a first-grade pharmacist. Someone without even a rank dares to come out and accept the challenge. It seems that the medicine refining sect really has no one left. Yao Feng also noticed this. Looking at Elder Hua, he spoke mockingly. These are not issues you need to concern yourselves with. Great is just an empty name. What use is it? Chen Changsheng calmly retorted, and no longer looked at their expressions. He took out the spiritual herbs for refining qi refining pills from his Qiankuan bag. Who has a pill furnace? Lend me one. Chen Changsheng was somewhat embarrassed to discover that he didn't actually have a pill furnace. Normally, he used the ordinary pill furnaces provided by the sect. He hadn't prepared a suitable pill furnace for himself yet. After all, if the pill furnace wasn't good, his pill refining would be very taxing on the furnace. Ah, are you really here to be funny? A pharmacist doesn't even have a pill furnace. How can you even call yourself a pharmacist? Yao Ming ruthlessly mocked. If you don't have one, I could lend you my third-grade alchemy furnace. I'm just afraid you wouldn't know how to use such a high-level furnace, Yao Ming said with a smile, pointing to the alchemy furnace in front of him. His words were full of mockery. You need to think this through. My alchemy consumes a lot of furnaces. If I borrow yours and break it, I won't compensate you. Chen Changsheng wasn't angry, but instead looked at Yao Ming with a smile. The latter felt a little unnerved by this expression. Humph. It's just refining a rank 2 qi refining elixir. How much power could it have? Even if it explodes the furnace, my rank 3 furnace can withstand it, Yao Ming said coldly. Then I'll use your furnace. However, furnaces of this grade tend to break with the slightest accident, so don't say I didn't warn you. Use it. I won't ask you for compensation even if it breaks, Yao Ming said impatiently. Furnace explosions weren't something he hadn't experienced before. But alchemists of this level couldn't create elixirs that would damage a rank 3 furnace. He had absolute confidence. Then let's begin. Remember, I'll only demonstrate once. How much you learn depends on yourselves, Chen Changsheng said confidently. Everyone, why is he acting like this? Isn't this the kind of thing high-level alchemists say to their juniors? It wasn't until Chen Changsheng refined 7 spiritual herbs simultaneously that everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 25, Grade 2 Qi Refining Pill. This fake. A qi refining cultivator, a grade 2 alchemist, how is it possible that he can refine so many herbs at the same time? Even Yao Feng and Elder Hua and the others were very surprised after seeing Chen Changsheng's actions. Wait a minute. What did you say his cultivation is? Qi refining realm. Wasn't Chen Changsheng just a body tempering cultivator a few days ago? He broke through so quickly. Everyone didn't notice until this moment that Chen Changsheng's cultivation had actually reached the qi refining realm. Of course, this was revealed by Chen Changsheng himself. After all, he has the jade pendant given by Bai Zhe. As long as he doesn't reveal it, no one present can know his cultivation level. I suddenly feel that Chen Changsheng can really win. The most important thing in refining spiritual herbs is to control the heat, so simultaneous refinement requires more attention to the different temperatures at different positions of the flame. As long as the soul force is sufficient, any amount of medicinal materials can be refined at the same time. While refining the spiritual herbs, Chen Changsheng even had time to talk. It was just that no one present could understand what he was saying, because they all relied on spiritual energy to control the heat when refining pills. What was soul power? They had never used it at all. Stop talking about your useless stuff, just use it yourself. Controlling the flame temperature uses spiritual energy, Elder Feng said from the side. Although he also didn't understand what Chen Changsheng was talking about, he knew that this must be why only Chen Changsheng could refine the body tempering pill. Chen Changsheng, unaware, was revealing this secret in front of so many people. What if someone really understood? Yao Feng watched Chen Changsheng refine the spiritual herbs from the side. He was surprised to discover that the purity of the spiritual herbs refined by Chen Changsheng was far higher than that of a second-grade alchemist. Even he, a 6th-grade alchemist, couldn't guarantee that he could do better than Chen Changsheng if he were to refine them himself. This gave Yao Feng a very bad feeling. If such a refined medicinal liquid were used, even without any changes to the prescription, its effects would certainly be several times better. It could very likely surpass the qi refining liquid concocted by Yao Ming. However, after seeing Chen Changsheng's next move, Yao Feng's hanging heart was finally put at ease. Chen Changsheng actually casually fused all the medicinal liquids together. This kind of operation would only turn the originally refined medicinal liquid into a pile of waste in an instant. What a useless trash who doesn't know how to make medicine. What a scare. Yao Ming also saw Chen Changxing's operation. It was completely different from the correct method of refining medicine. Even like this, he's still thinking of forcibly forming a pill to show off. Yao Feng frowned. Pills that are formed are at least rank 4 or higher. Almost everything below that is medicinal liquid because it can better retain the essence of the spiritual herbs. On the contrary, forming pills would cause the ingredients in the spiritual herbs to be lost. It wouldn't have any effect. So when he saw that Chen Changxing actually wanted to turn a rank 2 qi refining liquid into a pill, all his previous worries instantly disappeared. The medicine refining sect is doomed to lose. Crap, this vermilion bird fire control technique is a bit too powerful. Chen Changxing originally wanted to show off a little when forming the pill. He directly used the vermilion bird fire control technique to form the pill more quickly. But he didn't expect the vermilion bird fire control technique to be a bit stronger than Chen Changxing himself had imagined. The instantly increased temperature allowed the qi refining pill to form faster. The loss of medicinal liquid essence was controlled to a minimum, improving the quality of the qi refining pill. But one thing was unavoidable. That was the exploding of the furnace. Bang! A loud noise pulled everyone's thoughts back. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing sounds came from the smoke of the exploding furnace. Chen Changxing waved his hand to drive away the smoke in front of him, while walking out and appearing in everyone's sight. Well, as expected, I destroy pill furnaces when refining pills. Even a rank 3 pill furnace can't withstand it. Chen Changxing looked at the mess behind him and shook his head helplessly. My medicine furnace. Yao Ming disregarded the smoke and rushed forward, heartbroken as he embraced the battered medicine furnace. His eyes glared at Chen Changxing with fury. Negative points from Yao Ming 500. However, before he could erupt, Yao Feng stepped forward to stop him. Since we've already made a promise, we must keep it. But Yao Ming was clearly still unconvinced. Don't worry, I have a way to compensate you. Yao Feng reassured him. This finally calmed Yao Ming down. After recalling the real purpose of their visit, he no longer cared about a mere rank 3 furnace. Since the furnace has already exploded, I see no need to continue the competition. This round, your medicine refining sect has lost, Yao Feng said, smiling as he looked at Elder Hua. I believe your medicine refining sect will definitely honor your promise. Elder Hua's expression was a bit unpleasant. It wasn't that she didn't want to keep her promise, but she didn't have the body tempering pill formula either. She could only look towards Elder Feng. Noticing her gaze, Elder Feng returned a look, reassuring her to relax. Who said that an explosion in the furnace necessarily means failure? Can't you smell the fragrance of the pills in the air? Elder Feng said with a smile. It was only then that everyone's attention returned from the explosion in the furnace. They noticed the unusually rich fragrance of pills in the air. Alright, Changshang, now that you've refined them, let the people of Yaogu see them. It'll broaden their horizons. No problem. Chen Changsheng wasn't hiding anything at this point. He directly raised the qi refining pill in his hand. All the surrounding fragrance of pills emanated from the 3 qi refining pills in his hand. Yao Feng, with such a fragrance, I don't need to say it, you should know that the effect of this pill is stronger, right? Elder Hua could finally relax at this moment. He looked at Yao Feng with satisfaction. I don't believe it. Yao Ming roared. Negative value from Yao Ming 300. Don't mind if I test the medicinal properties. Yao Feng said as well. Test it as you like. Elder Hua said indifferently. Anyway, there was no way to find any problems with the pills refined by Qin Changxing through testing. Unless ingested, the problems would remain unknown. Yao Feng accepted the pill from Chen Changsheng. He carefully inspected it. His expression grew increasingly grim, because even he couldn't detect any issues. As for the medicinal properties, they were undoubtedly several times stronger than those refined by Yao Ming. How did you do it? Yao Feng asked, looking at Chen Changsheng. Even a 6th grade pharmacist like him couldn't achieve this. Yet, this young, even unranked pharmacist before him had done it. Isn't this just a matter of having hands? As long as they want to, many people in our medicine refining sect can do it. Chen Changsheng spoke very naturally, because this was genuinely what he thought. It was just a 2nd grade qi refining pill. Was there a need to be so surprised? The sect had too many pharmacists far surpassing the 2nd grade. But his words made Yao Feng feel as if he had a bone stuck in his throat. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Negative points from Yao Feng 300. I, Yao Feng, have never seen this kind of pill before and cannot determine its quality. Therefore, I need someone to test the medicine, to prove whether this medicinal pill is real or fake. Chapter 26, The Honorable Lu Yingying. I need someone to prove whether this medicinal pill is real or fake. As Yao Feng's words fell, the faces of the medicine refining sect's members were not very pleasant, because those who knew the truth understood. Although the medicinal pills refined by Chen Changsheng were indeed useful, The side effects were also very significant. It could directly destroy the dantian. Who would dare to try it? Moreover, once the side effects of this medicinal pill were known, the medicine refining sect would also lose this competition. What? Could it be that this medicinal pill only looks useful but is actually useless? Although Yao Feng didn't understand this qi refining pill, the more he didn't understand, the more cautious he became. Who will test the medicine? Elder Hua looked at everyone in the arena, except for Chen Changsheng, who had refined this medicinal pill. Although she didn't know that the body tempering pill was refined by Chen Changsheng, she had always been very optimistic about Chen Changsheng. Naturally, she didn't want Chen Changsheng to have his cultivation ruined. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tolerated Chen Changsheng's mischief in the outer sect for a whole year. But the gazes of those who saw her couldn't help but turn away. No one wanted to become a sacrifice. Since no one is willing to test the medicine, then let the person who refined this pill test it. Surely you wouldn't dare not try the pills you refined yourself, would you? If that's really the case, then this competition can be considered a win for our Medicine Valley. At the same time, I will also announce that the pills refined by your own medicine refining sector not even dare to be tried by yourselves. Yao Feng also saw that the atmosphere in the arena was not right, so he added insult to injury. It's not that I don't dare, it's just that I'm afraid you'll covet the pill formula in my hand after I try it. Chen Changsheng said disdainfully. If you don't try it, how can you convince me? Yao Feng didn't take the bait at all. He even faintly guessed that there was indeed a problem with this pill. Alright, then I'll make you lose convincingly. As he said that, Chen Changsheng was about to swallow the qi refining pill. Just as the pill was about to enter his mouth, a slender, jade-like hand snatched the pill from his hand. It was agreed, if there is to be a medicine test, then I will do it, Lu Yingying said with a determined look in her eyes. At this moment, she looked at the qi refining pill in her hand, ready. She would consume it, break through her cultivation, and then find a way to leave. She wouldn't allow Yao Feng and the others to see that her cultivation had been crippled. That way, her dantian being destroyed wouldn't be in vain. However, she felt very unwilling in her heart. Even if the royal family managed to repair her dantian afterward, the foundation would inevitably be affected. Her cultivation path might not have much further to go. However, although she struggled inwardly, she ultimately swallowed the qi refining pill decisively. She had to do what she promised. She was the one who asked Chen Changsheng to refine it. Furthermore, she had made a promise. She had to bear the consequences herself. Hey! Before Chen Changsheng could react, Lu Yingying had already consumed the qi refining pill. Lu Pei rushed forward anxiously. Sister, what are you doing? Lu Pei frowned tightly. I promised, don't worry, I'll be fine. Lu Pei looked at Chen Changsheng, still wanting to say something. In the end, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. He was the one who told Chen Changsheng to come in the first place. Had he known Lu Yingying would consume it, he would have let other members of the royal family test the medicine first. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's just a pity about my qi refining pill. I only had 3 in total. Chen Changsheng, however, remained calm. Because he had already successfully refined the qi refining pill during his confinement. He had created the qi refining pill's recipe himself. Everyone watched Lu Yingying with bated breath. At this moment, Lu Yingying already felt a massive amount of spiritual energy erupting within her body. She hastily sat down cross-legged and began to absorb it. In just a few minutes, the aura of Lu Yingying's breakthrough emanated. Hiss! Qi refining 6th level directly breaking through to qi refining 7th level in just a few minutes. Just as the rumors said, she really broke through. The disciples of the alchemy sect around had all heard of the qi refining pill that Chen Changsheng had refined. They all knew that while it could be said that the pills Chen Changsheng refined had great side effects, it could definitely not be said that the pills Chen Changsheng refined were bad. As long as one could withstand the side effects of the pills, the most effective would undoubtedly be the pills refined by Chen Changsheng. It was just that everyone knew the side effect of the qi refining pills refined by Chen Changsheng was the destruction of the dantian. Therefore, no one dared to use them. How about it? Now you know the difference, right? Lu Yingying didn't wait for the spiritual energy within her to stabilize before standing up, because she deeply knew what would happen next, so she needed to leave here quickly. However, she was stopped by Chen Changsheng, who stepped forward and pressed her down. There is still a lot of spiritual energy in your body. If nothing unexpected happens, it can allow you to break through 3 realms in succession. So now is not the time for you to stop cultivating so as to avoid any mishaps, Chen Changsheng said earnestly while looking at Lu Yingying. Although this little girl loved to cry, her courage was commendable. Moreover, she was loyal. She was worth befriending. But Lu Yingying wanted to say that she would not be able to control the spiritual energy later. Her dantian would be burst open. However, after seeing Yao Feng not far away, she ultimately didn't say it. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Just meditate and absorb the energy. Lu Yingying raised her eyes to look at Chen Changsheng. Although she knew what would happen after taking the qi refining pill, But for some reason, at this moment, Chen Qiansheng gave her a very calm feeling, which also made her feel at ease, and gave her more confidence in her heart. Then I'm really going to sit down, Lu Wengying asked tentatively. Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any accidents, Chen Qiansheng assured. But what he said was okay for Lu Wengying, but it was a bit harsh to hear in the ears of others. With you here, no accidents. How dare you say that? Everyone knows that with you here, there are only accidents. How could he have the nerve to say such a thing? But now that there were outsiders present, everyone was embarrassed to contradict Chen Qiansheng. After all, Chen Qiansheng was trying to earn face for the alchemy sect now. Really, there won't be any accidents? Lu Pei asked with concern. Don't worry, I told you before that wasn't a pill. This time, it really is a qi refining pill. Guaranteed no problems, Chen Qiansheng said confidently. As expected, after Lu Wengying resumed her cross-legged position and began to control the spiritual energy within her body, she discovered that the spiritual energy was exceptionally obedient. It seemed that something was suppressing the violent nature of the spiritual energy, allowing her to have enough ability to slowly absorb the spiritual energy within it. 10 minutes later, the situation that everyone had been worried about, Lu Wengying's dantian being burst by the spiritual energy, did not occur. What followed was the aura of Lu Wengying's cultivation breaking through again. From the 7th level of qi refining, she broke through to the 8th level of qi refining. This time, it can't be real, right? Can she really directly improve 3 levels of cultivation? I hate it. Why didn't I volunteer when they were testing the medicine just now? Who isn't? This is an opportunity to improve 3 minor realms for nothing, and it's just lost like that. After all the disciples of the alchemy sect saw that Lu Wengying was fine, they all began to regret it. However, there is no regret medicine in this world for them to take. On the other hand, Lu Pei had no regrets. All he felt was joy that Lu Wengying was safe and sound. As expected, after a while, Lu Wengying's cultivation really broke through to the 9th level of the qi refining realm, and she was full of energy. There was no sign of any side effects. Chapter 27, Remnants of a Strange Fire Map. Did she really break through? Elder Feng, do you know something? Elder Hua turned his head and asked Elder Feng with a somewhat dazed expression. But at this time, Elder Feng also looked confused. He knew that Chen Qiansheng could refine body-tempering pills, but he didn't know when Chen Qiansheng could refine such heaven-defying things as qi-refining pills. The last time, he only knew that the pills Chen Qiansheng refined had caused quite a stir again. If I said that I actually don't know either, would you believe it? Elder Feng looked at Elder Hua with a bewildered expression, but he finally understood why the sect was so concerned about a young man. Judging by your appearance, it seems you don't know anything either. Elder Hua did not deny what Elder Feng said. Alright, now is not the time to worry about this. After Elder Feng finished speaking, he looked at the equally stunned Yao Feng and the other. Yao Feng, is there anything left to say now? The qi refining liquid that you researched with the strength of your entire sect seems to be nothing more than this. Any random outer disciple from my pill refining sect is enough to crush you. Yao Feng's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. Of course, he knew that these words were spoken to disgust him. Any random outer disciple. It would be strange if this Chen Qiansheng could be compared to any random outer disciple. If that were the case, the pill refining sect would have already unified the continent. In this round, my Medicine Valley is willing to admit defeat. Although Yao Feng didn't want to accept it. But at this time, reality was already in front of him. He couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. This 6th grade innate spirit wood is all yours. As he spoke, Yao Feng threw the innate spirit wood to Chen Qiansheng. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Why make it so troublesome? Chen Qiansheng happily looked at the innate spirit wood in his hand. Negative points from Yao Ming plus 500. Negative points from Yao Feng plus 500. Looking at the constantly ringing system prompts, Chen Qiansheng felt that these two were his benefactors. The negative points they provided were simply endless. I wonder how much my cultivation would increase if I devoured this innate spiritual wood, Chen Qiansheng thought to himself. However, his expectations were not actually that high. After all, compared to devouring spiritual wood and devouring flames, the increase in cultivation would definitely not be comparable. However, one great advantage was that it could make the flames he devoured even more powerful. Alright, you can go down the mountain now. I think the news of this competition will spread quickly. With the competition over, Elder Hua directly issued an order to leave. Elder Hua, don't be in such a hurry. I already said this is just the first competition, Yao Feng said with a smile. What do you mean? Elder Hua frowned. An ominous feeling surged in his heart once again. We too come from the same master. I think you haven't forgotten what our master said when he passed away. Yao Feng's words caused an uproar. No one had expected that Elder Hua and Yao Feng were actually from the same master. No wonder when they first met, the two of them acted like they were very familiar with each other. You want the map? Elder Hua's eyes widened. When our master passed away, each of us received half of the incomplete map. He told us that whoever's alchemy surpassed the other would receive the other half of the map. Today, I've come to reclaim the half that belongs to me, Yao Feng said with a smile. It was at this moment that Elder Hua understood why the other party had conceded so readily in the first round. So, this was where he was waiting. Yao Feng, you and I are both 6th grade alchemists. How do you plan to win against me? Elder Hua said calmly. That incomplete map was of great importance. She would absolutely not hand it over to Yao Feng. Although we are both 6th grade alchemists, the effects of the elixirs we concoct are also different. We concede defeat, just like with this chi refining liquid. However, this time I've also brought a new foundation establishment pill formula. This contest is between you and me, Yao Feng said with a smile, and the bet will naturally be that half of the incomplete map. Of course, if you are unwilling to accept and still want to see who becomes a rank 7 alchemist first, I think these incomplete maps will forever remain half with each of us. After all, our talents are almost equal and it's impossible to tell who is superior. The day you become a rank 7 alchemist, I will surely be a rank 7 alchemist as well. Looking at Yao Feng's confident demeanor, Elder Hua clenched his fist tightly. Elder Hua, calm down. The incomplete map you possess is of great importance, Elder Feng advised from the side. But if we don't accept, wouldn't it spread that my pill refining sect is afraid? Elder Hua said unhappily. Don't worry, that kid Chen Shangsheng has already won one match. Even if it spreads, it won't affect the sect in any way. On the contrary, judging by his appearance, he clearly came prepared. If we agree, we will likely lose, Elder Feng said cautiously. Two elders, what incomplete map are you talking about that you care so much about? Just as the two were exchanging glances, an abrupt voice interrupted their exchange. Chen Shangsheng. Both of them looked at Chen Shangsheng in surprise. When did you get here? I was already behind you guys. I heard everything you said, Chen Shangsheng said with a cheeky grin. So what's this incomplete map? It sounds important. Chen Shangsheng pressed, unwilling to let it go. That incomplete map was acquired by my master by chance. What's recorded on it is the location of a certain flame. I've heard it's incredibly powerful, something countless alchemists are desperate for. Elder Hua ultimately revealed the truth. A strange fire. As soon as he heard it, Chen Shangsheng instantly understood what they were talking about. What else could it be besides a strange fire? That's right, so this matter is of great importance and it's impossible to hand it over to Yao Feng. Elder Feng nodded. This kind of treasure, for them alchemists, even if they can't obtain it themselves, they definitely don't want others to get it. If things continue like this, according to Yao Feng, this incomplete map will never be useful. Isn't that a waste of a good thing? Chen Shangsheng said anxiously. If he could devour this strange fire himself, the improvement would be unimaginable. It's at least better than falling into Yao Feng's hands, Elder Feng affirmed. Isn't it just a foundation establishment pill? If Elder Hua isn't confident, you can let me go. I have confidence, Chen Shangsheng said confidently. You? Elder Hua was somewhat disbelieving. It's just a foundation establishment pill. Although it can be considered a grade 3 pill, it's actually just at the peak of grade 2. It's easy for me to refine. Chen Shangsheng patted his chest and said, judging from the purity of your spiritual herb refinement, you can indeed bring out more of the foundation establishment pill's efficacy. However, this Yao Feng is clearly prepared. Perhaps he has researched a new foundation establishment pill recipe. Elder Hua hesitated. Can what he makes even be considered a foundation establishment pill? It's just his alchemic technique that allows him to form the pill. It's completely different from real alchemy. Chen Shangsheng thought to himself. Doesn't Elder Hua want the incomplete map in Yao Feng's hands? Chen Shangsheng provoked. Of course I want it. This Yao Feng disguised himself well before Master passed away, but his behavior afterward has been despicable. He doesn't deserve to be Master's disciple at all, Elder Hua said indignantly. That's right then. Instead of dragging this on and being unable to resolve it, why not gamble once now? If we don't agree this time, Yao Feng will definitely not let it go and will surely come to provoke us often. It's fine if we don't accept the challenge once, but if we don't accept it every time, where will my pill refining sect's prestige be in the eyes of outsiders? Chen Shangsheng then looked at Elder Feng to the side and provoked him. Alright, you little rascal, don't try to provoke me. This incomplete map belongs to Elder Hua personally, and the sect will not force Elder Hua to accept the challenge for the sake of face, Elder Feng said in an annoyed tone. Fight! Chapter 28 Foundation Establishment Pill Formula. Fight! Just as Chen Shangsheng wanted to persuade her further, Elder Hua's firm and powerful voice rang out. She also knew that if things continued like this strange fire would definitely never see the light of day, because she had no confidence in defeating Yao Feng. Neither did the other party. Instead of this, it would be better to listen to the little guy in front of her once. After all, in her opinion, Chen Shangsheng seemed to be someone who could create miracles. Okay. Ha ha ha, since you said it, it's too late to go back on your word. Yao Feng burst out laughing upon hearing Elder Hua's words. Since I agreed, why would I go back on my word? Do you think you're guaranteed to win? Elder Hua said disdainfully. Won't we know if we try? Yao Feng said confidently. Now that we've agreed to the challenge, let's not delay. Let's start the competition now. Yao Feng couldn't wait any longer. His main goal this time wasn't to challenge the sect, but rather, the incomplete map in Elder Hua's possession. He was just afraid that she wouldn't agree. Wait, Elder Hua interrupted. What is it? Are you really thinking of going back on your word? Yao Feng asked, frowning. Of course not. Our master said back then that we could either settle the matter ourselves or our disciples could settle it for us. So, the one who will fight is not me, but my disciple, Chen Changsheng. Elder Hua said, looking at Chen Changsheng. As long as they are disciples of the sect, they can all be considered her disciples. Don't get confused. This is a challenge between the two of us. If you want a challenge between disciples, wait for the next time. Yao Feng frowned. If it were before, Yao Ming would have confidence in a contest with Chen Changsheng. But now, that's not so certain. Don't misunderstand, I mean my disciple Chen Changsheng will compete with you in refining foundation establishment pills. Elder Hua said calmly. Put. Hearing this, Yao Feng almost burst out laughing, thinking that Hua Rui must be crazy, letting an alchemist who isn't even at the 3rd rank compete with a 6th rank alchemist like himself. What's the difference between this and actively admitting defeat? Yao Feng said with a smile. Whether it's actively admitting defeat or not is none of your concern. Elder Hua said indifferently. Ah, me. You want me to go? Chen Changsheng asked, pointing at himself blankly. If not you, then who else? Didn't you just say it would be easy for you to refine? Elder Hua said unhappily. If I said I've never refined a foundation establishment pill before and I don't even have the recipe for it, what would Elder Hua think? Chen Changsheng asked tentatively. I was saying it would be easy for me to refine. So, Elder Hua, if you were to refine it, it would definitely be even easier. There is no reason not to accept the challenge. Elder Hua. If that's really the case, I believe you won't see tomorrow's sun. Elder Hua said with a smile. But there was something a little eerie in that smile. Negative points from Elder Hua 100. Negative points from Elder Feng 100. Haha, this is the disciple you led on the stage. He doesn't even have the recipe for the foundation establishment pill. What are you going to compete with? You might as well just admit defeat. Yao Feng mocked. Go ahead, since you dare to say it, you must be confident. This pill furnace is for you to refine pills. As he said that, Elder Hua took out a pill furnace from his storage ring and handed it to Chen Changsheng. Although Chen Changsheng wanted to refuse after seeing Elder Hua's appearance, he still chose to shut up. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Changsheng came to the center with the pill furnace. Yao Feng also took out his own pill furnace and placed it down. Boy, I let you win by luck just now, but this time it won't happen. It's still not too late to admit defeat now. Yao Feng said with a smile. TCH, so much talk. Chen Changsheng said impatiently. Good. Since that's the case, then let me show you the difference between us. Yao Feng was too lazy to waste words. He directly started the refining process. For him, refining foundation establishment pills was a piece of cake. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, because he had never refined foundation establishment pills before. Moreover, he didn't even know the recipe for the foundation establishment pill. System, is there any way to obtain the recipe for the foundation establishment pill? At this time, Chen Changsheng could only place his hopes on the system. Ding, spending 30,000 negative points will grant you a designated rank 2 pill recipe. The system's response was also very straightforward. 30,000. Chen Changsheng was directly shocked by this number. 30,000 negative points could open a bronze treasure chest and a silver treasure chest. However, Chen Changsheng didn't dare to gamble right now. What if he couldn't obtain the foundation establishment pill recipe? That would be the end. The item that came out of the first silver treasure chest was indeed good, but it was clearly due to a newbie bonus. It was impossible for it to be that good every time. Alright, exchange it. Ding, insufficient negative point balance. The system's emotionless voice, which sounded like mockery, sent Chen Changsheng into an ice cave. Upon this inspection, Chen Changsheng realized his negative point balance was only 28,000 points. In other words, he was still 2,000 negative points short of exchanging for the designated foundation establishment pill formula. There is no other way. Since that is the case, I have no choice. A plan formed in Chen Changsheng's mind. Then, he directly lay down and began to snore loudly. Ha! Everyone around was originally looking at Chen Changsheng with anticipation, wanting to see if the foundation establishment pill he refined would also be very powerful. But then, what's going on? Sleeping at such an important moment. Elder Hua trusted him so much, how could he do this? Could it be that he really doesn't know how to refine the foundation establishment pill, so he simply gave up and went to sleep? Even Elder Hua and Elder Feng couldn't understand Chen Changxing's actions. Could he be tired? Elder Hua wondered. Impossible. This kid is full of energy as long as he's refining pills. How could he be tired after refining the qi refining pill once? Elder Feng directly denied this point. Just watching Yao Feng's foundation establishment pill about to be completed, Chen Changxing still showed no intention of getting up to refine pills. Everyone was getting anxious. Chen Changsheng, who hadn't really fallen asleep, finally saw the system's notification. Negative value from Lu Yingying 50. Negative value from Lu Pei 50. People were constantly losing patience. The goodwill they had towards Chen Changsheng for refining the qi refining pill before slowly disappeared. Negative values finally began to appear. Even Elder Hua and Elder Feng showed negative values at the moment Yao Feng completed his pill. Negative value from Elder Hua 100. Negative value from Elder Feng 100. Almost, just a little bit more, Chen Changxing thought, looking at the negative value balance. But just as he thought that, the fragrance of pills wafted from Yao Feng's side. Although it was only a rank 2 spiritual medicine, the foundation establishment pill that Yao Feng refined this time had something in common with the qi refining pill that Chen Changsheng had refined. It possessed pill fragrance. And most importantly, the foundation establishment spiritual medicine that Yao Feng refined was no longer a spiritual liquid, but a foundation establishment pill. It had become a pill. Elder Hua looked at the foundation establishment pill in Yao Feng's hand with surprise. You were actually able to turn the foundation establishment liquid into a pill. If qi refining liquid can be made into pills, why can't foundation establishment liquid? Yao Feng looked at the foundation establishment pill in his hand triumphantly. If it weren't because he could make a pill, how would he dare to make such a bet? That incomplete map was of great importance. It could affect a pharmacist's entire life. Chapter 29. Just to annoy people. As long as you take my foundation establishment pill, you have a 30% chance of successfully completing foundation establishment. I don't know how much higher that is compared to your sect's 10% success rate with foundation establishment liquid. So, whatever you kid refines is not to be feared. Yao Feng proudly displayed the foundation establishment pill in his hand. Then he looked in Chen Changxing's direction, wanting to see what Chen Changsheng had refined. But with this one look, Yao Feng's whole person was not well, because Chen Changsheng was still lying motionless, seeming to have fallen asleep. Bastard! Yao Feng cursed under his breath. This opponent clearly didn't take him seriously. He was actually sleeping during the competition. Boy, are you trying to stall for time? Don't forget, the competition has a time limit. Half of the hour has already passed. Stalling is useless. Negative value from Yao Feng 500. Yao Feng held a great resentment towards Chen Changxing for ruining his plans. If it hadn't been for the other party's intervention, he could have obtained not only the incomplete map this time, but also the body tempering pills recipe. A two birds with one stone opportunity ruined by Chen Changsheng. Finally, enough. After seeing Yao Feng provide 500 negative value, the balance finally broke through the 30,000 mark. Chen Changsheng, who had been feigning sleep, opened his eyes at this moment. System, exchange for the foundation establishment pill recipe. Ding! Spending 30,000 negative value successfully exchanged for the specified recipe, foundation establishment pill recipe. At the moment of successful exchange, Chen Changxing's mind instantly gained a recipe for refining the foundation establishment pill, and even many details on refining it. Finally, I can sense the complete pill formula once again. Chen Changsheng sighed inwardly. The pill formula was completely different from the sect's medicinal formula. Although the sect's medicinal formula would also provide some details that needed attention during the refining process, those were all verbal and not profound. The pill formula provided by the system, on the other hand, was perceived through the soul. Naturally, those details were also engraved into the depths of Chen Changxing's soul at this moment. So even if it was his first time refining this foundation establishment pill, having these, for Chen Changsheng, who had already researched and refined qi refining pills himself, the success rate would definitely not be low. Elder Hua, I have a list of spiritual herbs here. Please prepare 2 copies for me. Chen Changxing directly wrote down a list of the spiritual herbs needed for the foundation establishment pill and handed it to Elder Hua. Elder Feng also leaned in to take a look. This look left him dumbfounded, because there were a full 11 spiritual herbs on it. Moreover, half of them were still grade 3 spiritual herbs. This was hardly refining a grade 2 foundation establishment pill. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was refining a grade 3 pill. Are you sure these are the ones? Elder Feng asked tentatively. Of course, not a single one is missing. I have everything in my spatial ring, but are you sure this is for refining foundation establishment pills? You wouldn't be thinking of refining a grade 3 foundation establishment pill, would you? How could that be? This foundation establishment pill is at most a top grade among grade 2 pills. It can't be considered a grade 3 pill, Chen Xiangsheng stated truthfully. With his current abilities, even if he had a recipe for grade 3 pills, his success rate would definitely not be high, unless his strength increased to the foundation establishment realm, and while increasing his soul power, his control over flames became more precise. Only then would it be possible. Alright, I believe you. Here are 3 portions. If it's not enough, there's more. Elder Feng didn't say much more. He directly took out 3 complete portions of spiritual herbs from his spatial ring. It wasn't that he didn't have any extra, but there was only half an hour. If he failed all 3 times, there wouldn't be any time to continue refining. And you can temporarily use this pill furnace as well. Elder Feng casually took out a fiery red pill furnace again. The 4 small pill furnace imprints on it indicated that this was a grade 4 pill furnace. Yao Ming's eyes on the side were shining when he saw the pill furnace. That was a 4th grade pill furnace. It was much better than his 3rd grade one. Elder, if this furnace explodes, I'm not paying for it. Chen Xiangsheng was worried that the previous situation would occur again, so he gave Elder Feng a heads up in advance. Blow it up if you want. Anyway, this pill furnace is for you. It's also a reward for your participation in the battle, Elder Feng said with a smile. Chen Xiangsheng didn't cherish other people's things. He didn't believe that Chen Xiangsheng wouldn't even cherish his own things. Sure enough, after Chen Xiangsheng heard that the pill furnace was directly given to him, his attitude towards the pill furnace was different. It was the first time he owned his own pill furnace, and it was still a 4th grade pill furnace. Of course, Chen Xiangsheng would cherish it. The feeling of handling it gently was completely different from how he treated other people's pill furnaces before. This made Yao Ming angry and furious, but he couldn't vent it out. So what if he has a 6th grade pill furnace? He will never surpass Master's Foundation Establishment pill. Yao Ming snorted coldly and said, causing many disciples of the pill refining sect around him to cast hateful glances. On the contrary, Chen Xiangsheng remained expressionless. After sitting cross-legged, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to alchemy. This well-formed posture added a bit of confidence to Elder Hua's heart, and Chen Xiangsheng naturally did not disappoint everyone, although it was his first time refining pills. But in the stage of refining spiritual herbs, Chen Xiangsheng's movements were still flowing smoothly. It seemed that refining 3rd grade spiritual herbs was a simple matter for him. The flame used by this kid is just that of a first-order monster. How can he refine 3rd grade spiritual herbs so quickly? Elder Feng asked curiously, looking at the purple flame in Chen Xiangsheng's hand. Although beast fire is powerful, it is still only first-order beast fire. It is only slightly more powerful than the flame condensed by Qi refining stage cultivators using their spiritual energy. It is not even as powerful as the flame condensed by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators using their spiritual energy. But the purple flames in Chen Xiangsheng's hands were clearly far more powerful than ordinary first-order flames. 3rd grade spiritual herbs. Even if a Foundation Establishment cultivator were to refine them, it would take at least a quarter of an hour to refine a single herb. But Chen Xiangsheng only took less than 10 minutes. Moreover, he could refine several 3rd grade spiritual herbs at the same time, reducing the time for refining pills to the limit. Perhaps it's not because of the first-order beast fire. Elder Hua shook her head and said. This time, she observed very carefully, and discovered that Chen Xiangsheng's fire control was not simple. Even she couldn't quite see through it. It was clearly not any kind of fire control technique from within the sect. This kid really has a lot of secrets. After being reminded, Elder Feng also noticed this point. Yao Feng was equally shocked by Chen Xiangsheng's speed. This was just a small Qi refining stage cultivator. His speed was not much slower than his own. More importantly, Yao Feng discovered that even with the 3rd grade spiritual herbs Chen Xiangsheng refined, the purity after extraction was still extremely high, giving a faint feeling of surpassing his own. This kid cannot be allowed to live. Chapter 30 Chen Xiangsheng's Pursuit of Perfection. Yao Feng didn't believe Chen Xiangsheng could concoct a Foundation Establishment pill that surpassed his own. However, judging from the talent Chen Xiangsheng was currently displaying, if he were allowed to develop in this way, he would certainly become a great asset to the pill refining sect. Ultimately, all will become stumbling blocks for their Medicine Valley in the battle to become the #1 alchemy sect. So, if there's an opportunity, Yao Feng wouldn't mind if the alchemy sect lost a genius. And just as he was thinking these things, Chen Xiangsheng had already completed the extraction of all the spiritual herbs. Next is the most important process of fusion into a pill. Chen Xiangsheng was completely focused. He had never refined a Foundation Establishment pill before. Even with the experience provided on many pill formulas for this first time, he was still cautious and careful. But no matter how careful he was, the first attempt at refining inevitably encountered some errors. At the most critical moment of pill formation, Chen Xiangsheng failed to control the temperature of the flames properly. It was almost destroyed. Fortunately, Chen Changsheng, having had the experience once before, did not panic. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. This time, he exerted the vermilion bird fire control technique to its fullest. He completely suppressed the temperature of the flames. However, in the end, there was still no way to avoid some flaws appearing in the pill. Huff! What a fragrant pill aroma! It feels even more fragrant than the pills refined by Yaofeng. It's not even in the same league, okay. When I smell this, I feel refreshed. I feel like I can break through just by smelling the pill aroma. It's not that exaggerated, but it does indeed crush the pills refined by Yaofeng. Yaofeng, who was standing to the side, heard these people's discussions and his face was very unsightly. But in terms of pill aroma, he really had no way to refute it. Because this was indeed the truth. Pill aroma doesn't represent everything. Efficacy is the foundation of determining a pill's quality, Yaofeng said coldly. He clearly made some mistakes when forming the pill at the end, which will inevitably affect the efficacy of the foundation establishment pill. What are you going to use to compare with my perfect foundation establishment pill? Yaofeng was a 6th grade alchemist. Of course, he discovered Chen Changsheng's mistake the moment it happened. He didn't believe that a foundation establishment pill with flaws could be compared to the foundation establishment pill he refined. TCH, just being stubborn. Elder Hua said disdainfully. Even if it has flaws, I believe the pill Changsheng refined is better than yours. Elder Feng also said. Then let us have a competition. Yaofeng was equally unwilling to admit defeat. Everyone's eyes turned to Chen Changsheng, who was standing in front of the alchemy furnace, wanting to see what the person who refined the pill would say. But Chen Changsheng's first sentence made the people of the medicine refining sect frown. He is right, this foundation establishment pill does have significant flaws. After all, it's my first time refining it, so I'm still a bit unfamiliar, Chen Changsheng said calmly. However, his next words made everyone in the medicine refining sect ecstatic. This foundation establishment pill only has an 80% probability of allowing a chi refining peak cultivator to successfully establish their foundation. Still far from good enough. After all, if the foundation establishment fails, the cultivation base will likely regress and stagnate. Everyone, what did I just hear? Is he even speaking human language? 80%. If I didn't hear wrong, Chen Changsheng said an 80% success rate, right? Such a niche language, I've never heard of it. Although it feels a bit like bragging, being able to say these words so calmly already surpasses everyone present. The crowd discussed animatedly. Everyone expressed great incomprehension towards what Chen Changsheng had said. Even Elder Hua was somewhat aghast. Changsheng, did you just say the success rate is 80%? Is this true? I don't know, probably about that much, since it's a flawed pill. But don't worry, Elder, Chen Changsheng, would never offer a pill that I know has flaws. Chen Changsheng said firmly. If he didn't know it had flaws, Chen Changsheng would naturally give it to others to consume, especially the pills he researched himself, because only after taking them would he know where the flaws are. And this foundation establishment pill already has a complete recipe. If there are flaws, Chen Changsheng naturally wouldn't give it to others to take. This concerns his reputation. Hehe, all you do is boast. What does it mean to not take it out for a test? Is it because you know you can't compare to the pills I refined, so you don't dare? Yaofeng said with a sneer. He simply didn't believe Chen Changsheng's so-called 80% success rate. In this entire cultivation world, he had never heard of a foundation establishment pill with such a high success rate. Even if the alchemy sect master came, it wouldn't be possible. Not to mention that he was just a small outer sect disciple. I really don't plan to take this pill out for a competition. Saying that, Chen Changsheng threw the foundation establishment pill in his hand on the ground. He crushed it into powder with one foot. Hiss. Everyone gasped when they saw this scene. A foundation establishment pill was just destroyed like that. And it was a foundation establishment pill that was claimed to have an 80% probability of success. Everyone's heart tightened. An inexplicable sense of loss. Many alchemy sect disciples who were at the critical juncture of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm had bloodshot eyes. They wanted to condemn Chen Changsheng for this waste of natural resources. However, Yaofeng's words brought everyone back to their senses. It seems it is indeed a completely useless pill, not even daring to let me verify it. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, if this foundation establishment pill was really as powerful as Chen Changsheng said, the competition had already been won. There was no need for Chen Changsheng to destroy it at all. Thinking like this, there was only one result. This foundation establishment pill that Chen Changsheng refined was not as he described. Even Elder Hua and the other who deeply trusted Chen Changsheng had this thought in their hearts. You're overthinking it. I just saw that there was still enough time to refine another one. What I pursue is perfection. What I want is a foundation establishment pill that is 100% capable of completing foundation establishment, Chen Changsheng said calmly. Since when? Chen Changsheng was no longer the Chen Changsheng who liked to swindle and bluff. He had become a true alchemist with his own integrity. To do the best, one must demand the best of oneself. Bragging, Yao Feng said disdainfully. Not to mention whether Chen Changsheng could refine such a heaven-defying foundation establishment pill. Now, there was not enough time left for another attempt. However, Chen Changsheng paid no attention to the others. He directly began his refinement. This time, he simultaneously put all 11 spiritual herbs into the alchemy furnace. Such an operation left everyone dumbfounded. Has Chen Changsheng gone mad? Even if there isn't enough time, you can't waste the spiritual herbs like this. There's no hope left anyway, so stop struggling. That's right, you've already lost. Why humiliate yourself further? Chapter 31 Foundation Establishment Pill Success. Lu Yingying tests the medicine. When everyone saw Chen Changsheng refining 11 spiritual herbs at once, it was no longer shock, but the belief that Chen Changsheng was overestimating himself. Even Elder Hua frowned slightly. Simultaneously refining 11 spiritual herbs was something only a 6th grade alchemist could do, because all 6th grade alchemists were necessarily also nascent soul stage cultivators. Their control over spiritual energy had reached a state of effortless ease. And most importantly, the nascent soul formed by nascent soul cultivators. This is also of great help to alchemists in refining pills. This is why becoming a 6th grade alchemist is considered a qualitative leap. But Chen Changsheng is just a qi refining stage cultivator. How could he possibly compare to a nascent soul stage cultivator? Even if he has many secrets, he shouldn't have such abilities. However, what no one expected was that Chen Changsheng not only did it, but he also didn't make any mistakes. The 11 spiritual herbs were slowly refined within the flames controlled by Chen Changsheng. However, everyone saw Chen Changsheng's tightly furrowed brows. Clearly, such an operation was also a challenge for Chen Changsheng. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, my soul power is inherently stronger. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the qi refining stage, the soul power would not be enough to support such refining. Chen Changsheng also sighed in his heart. He did indeed attempt it forcefully due to lack of time. Fortunately, it seems now that although he took some risks, at least he was still successful. He was able to support himself in refining this foundation establishment pill. However, perhaps he could only achieve this much when he saw that Chen Changsheng had truly refined all 11 types of spiritual herbs together. Yao Feng's face was so dark it seemed like blood could drip from it. He knew that this time he might really be in trouble, and he was falling at the hands of an unknown disciple he had never even heard of. Before coming to challenge, he had done all his homework, ensuring that no one in the pill refining sect could compare to him. The only thing he hadn't expected was the appearance of such a monstrous genius at this crucial moment. A monster who didn't play by the rules at all. Another quarter of an hour passed. At this moment, Chen Changsheng was covered in sweat. His soul force was nearing its limit. It was about to dry up. He was now completely relying on a surge of will to persevere. Strange fire. Something that could greatly enhance his strength. It must stay in the pill refining sect. Even if he didn't have a chance to get it now, it didn't mean he wouldn't have a chance in the future. As long as it stayed by his side, there would be a chance. Pill fragrance. It's pill fragrance. It's done. It's really done. Moreover, the fragrance of this pill is much stronger than before. Is this the perfect foundation establishment pill that Chen Changsheng refined? We're all outer sect disciples, so why is Chen Changsheng so outstanding? I am ashamed for having once disdained Chen Changsheng's pills. In the future, as long as Chen Changsheng wants to find someone to test pills, I will definitely be the first in line. You're thinking too highly of yourself. You want all the advantages, huh? When many outer sect disciples smelled the refreshing fragrance of the pill, all their doubts about Chen Changsheng disappeared at that moment. Elder Hua and Elder Feng also looked excited. This child can always give me surprises. No wonder the sect leader. Elder Feng stopped halfway through his sentence. Elder Hua frowned slightly beside him. What about the sect leader? It's nothing, nothing. Elder Hua, don't ask too much. Elder Feng hurriedly shook his head. He was so excited that he almost let something slip. Elder Hua didn't ask any further questions. However, she vaguely guessed something. Foundation establishment pill, completed. Chen Changsheng shouted, holding the pill in his hand. Although he was weak this time, his voice was firm and powerful. Because this was a perfect foundation establishment pill, it could guarantee that anyone who consumed it would break through to the foundation establishment stage with 100% certainty. Compared to the success rate of several percent of other pills, his pill had an absolutely crushing effect. Yao Feng, you've lost. You can hand over that half of the incomplete map now, Chen Changsheng said, looking at Yao Feng's unsightly face. Humph. Yao Feng snorted coldly. But before he could continue speaking, Chen Changsheng interrupted him. I understand. Of course, someone like you who hasn't seen the world wouldn't recognize our sex pills. You need verification. Saying that, Chen Changsheng threw the foundation establishment pill to Yao Feng. With everyone watching, Chen Changsheng wasn't worried that Yao Feng would play any tricks. After Yao Feng took the pill, he indeed didn't dare to play any tricks. After all, Elder Hua and Elder Feng were both staring at him. He only dared to carefully observe the foundation establishment pill that Chen Changsheng had refined. The more he observed, the more unsightly his expression became. This foundation establishment pill, whether from its fragrance or color, was far superior to the foundation establishment pills he had refined. Although he hadn't used it, he could keenly sense that Chen Changsheng might not have been lying. This foundation establishment pill truly possessed a 100% success rate. Did you think you could just take out a random pill and pass it off as a foundation establishment pill? In this cultivation world, I have never heard of a pill with a 100% success rate. Even though he sensed the power of this pill, it did not affect Yao Feng's stubbornness in the slightest. I understand, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Chen Changsheng was not surprised either. For a person like this, if he wasn't given a thorough blow, how could he admit defeat? Changsheng, junior brother, since he doesn't believe you, I am willing to test the pill. Let me do it. I have been at the 9th level of qi refining for half a year, making me the most suitable. Half a year is nothing. I have been at it for a year. I am more suitable. The disciples who had previously avoided Chen Changsheng's pills like the plague. At this moment, everyone was vying to be the one to test the medicine. This was a good thing to help them break through to the foundation establishment stage. Everyone wanted to be that lucky person. Let's give this pill to you. Chen Changsheng paid no attention to these people. He directly waved to Lu Yingying, who was not far away, signaling her to come over. This little girl, although a crybaby, but she is righteous. Of course, she should try this good stuff. If it weren't for the fact that he was too weak now, Chen Changsheng would definitely choose to take the qi refining pill and break through to the 9th level of qi refining. He would take this first foundation establishment pill himself. Me. But I just broke through to the 9th level of qi refining. Is it really okay? Lu Yingying was very surprised. She didn't expect Chen Changsheng to give her this good thing. Don't worry. It was still those reassuring words. All the words Lu Yingying wanted to say stopped at this moment. Without hesitation, she came to Yao Feng and took the foundation establishment pill. She took it in the envious eyes of the disciples. Just in the moment she swallowed it, Lu Yingying sensed the abnormality. The so-called foundation establishment is the process of transforming from a mortal into a cultivator. Qi refining stage cultivators can only store spiritual energy in their limbs and body, while the foundation establishment stage involves forming a sea of qi in the dantian, storing spiritual energy within the dantian. This signifies truly embarking on the path of cultivation, becoming a genuine cultivator. The most difficult part of this process is forming the sea of qi in the dantian. Many people are permanently trapped here, unable to advance. Chapter 32. I didn't do anything, so why am I getting beaten? At this moment, Lu Yingying, completely lacking experience after consuming the foundation establishment pill, did not need to control anything. The foundation establishment pill naturally formed a sea of qi in her dantian, and began to absorb spiritual energy from the world. Seeing the vortex of spiritual energy forming around Lu Yingying, Elder Hua and the others knew that this was a sign of success. At this moment, Yao Feng's legs were a little unsteady, not only because he was about to lose the most important half of the incomplete map, but more importantly, he was a 6th grade alchemist. He actually lost to a 2nd grade alchemist. If this were to spread, not only would his reputation be damaged, but the reputation of the entire Medicine Valley would also suffer. Everyone would know that the alchemist's position as the number 1 in alchemy is unshakable. Success! We really succeeded in breaking through. A cheering voice broke the silence. Lu Yingying danced and cheered loudly. She really broke through to the foundation establishment stage at this moment. Just a few hours ago, she was only a qi refining stage 6th level cultivator. Now, relying on the medicinal pills refined by Chen Changsheng, she broke through to the foundation establishment stage in such a short period of time. Changsheng, you really did it. Elder Hua also looked at Chen Changsheng with a face full of joy. This disciple has brought her too many surprises. Fortunately, when everyone was not optimistic about him at the beginning, she was still optimistic about him. That's good. After Chen Changsheng finished speaking, he finally relaxed. And with this relaxation, his whole person instantly lost his energy and spirit. His eyes closed and he fell down. However, Elder Hua and Lu Yingying, with quick eyes and hands, arrived at the same time. In the end, Chen Changsheng plunged headfirst into Elder Hua's arms. Before losing consciousness, Chen Changsheng saw a patch of snow white, and that refreshing fragrance. After that, he lost all awareness. One day later, Demon Beast Mountain Range. The 3rd Order Demon Beast Crimson Flame Tiger, who had dominated the edge for many years, encountered a beatdown today. But it wasn't being beaten by demon beasts, but by a human cultivator. Wei Qing, you and I have no grievances, and I have never harmed your medicine refining sex disciples. What do you mean by this today? The strength of the 3rd Order Crimson Flame Tiger is already comparable to the Golden Core stage of human cultivators. It could speak human language. At this time, the Crimson Flame Tiger was covered in wounds. Many of his little demon beast subordinates around him were also seriously injured. Don't worry, I'm not here to settle accounts with you, just to give you a chance, Elder Wei said calmly. A chance? The Crimson Flame Tiger really wanted to curse. Who gives opportunities like this? However, due to the opponent's strength, it ultimately chose to remain silent. In a few days, it will be time for the inner sect assessment of our pill refining sect disciples, and the area selected is this region where you are located, Elder Wei explained. I understand, don't worry, I will restrain my subordinates and create danger for them, but I will never harm their lives, the Scarlet Flame Tiger said somewhat humbly. People say that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. However, if you encounter the pill refining sect, it's better to restrain your local snake temper. That's not the point. Then what is the point? Just tell me directly, and I will do it. The Scarlet Flame Tiger had been beaten to the point where it had completely lost its temper. Now, it would not fear even facing a cultivator at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. Unfortunately, the person in front of it was not at the Golden Core stage at all. So, it could only do whatever the other party said. During the inner sect assessment, a disciple will go to your lair. Remember, you must not harm him. Elder Wei took out a portrait and showed it to the Scarlet Flame Tiger. And the person painted on it was naturally Chen Changsheng. At worst, I just won't stay in the lair. The Crimson Flame Tiger also spoke with great understanding. Absolutely not. Crimson Flame Tiger. Then what do you want? You need to guard the nest and fight this person. Alright, what is his cultivation level? Although it was the first time encountering the pill refinement sect doing something like this, the Crimson Flame Tiger, already possessing intelligence, understood that the other party wanted to train this disciple. Clearly, this disciple was very important to the pill refinement sect. While currently he should be at the chi refining stage. Elder Wei pondered for a moment and said, "Put." The already injured Crimson Flame Tiger spit out another mouthful of blood upon hearing the chi refining stage. You want me, a third-order demon beast, to play house with a chi refining stage cultivator? The Crimson Flame Tiger was about to laugh out of anger. What? Is that not allowed? Elder Wei's expression paused and he made a gesture as if to fight again. No, it's allowed, it's allowed. The Crimson Flame Tiger hurriedly surrendered. I understand. You should have said so earlier. There was no need to fight. I would definitely listen to you. The Crimson Flame Tiger said somewhat aggrieved. That won't do. You must be seriously injured. Otherwise, how can he believe he can fight you? Elder Wei said very sincerely. Crimson Flame Tiger. So, he's going to beat me into serious injury. Also my combat power drops. To pave the way for the battle later. Also, you should put all these things in your lair. I think this disciple will definitely take them all away after seeing them. As he spoke, Elder Wei took out a lot of things from his spatial ring. Dozens of kinds of spiritual herbs, and a large number of spirit stones. More importantly, a black pill furnace. These treasures made the Crimson Flame Tiger's eyes light up, wanting to take them for his own. If you dare to think about these things, you know the consequences. Elder Wei's words directly shattered all the Crimson Flame Tiger's little thoughts. At that time, you must pretend to be losing. If you hurt this person, then the leader of this area can be replaced, Elder Wei said coldly. However, before the Crimson Flame Tiger could reply, Elder Wei was already rubbing his fists again. Forget it, I think it's safer to injure you more severely. Just leave you with a breath. After all, you are only a chi refining stage cultivator. You can't even break through this defense. No! The Scarlet Flame Tiger still wanted to resist. But in front of Elder Wei, it didn't even have the qualification to resist. The final result was that the Scarlet Flame Tiger lay dying in its own nest. What's even more annoying is that it can't heal its injuries now. It must maintain its current state. Alright, remember what I said. Don't worry, if things are done well, the sect will definitely not mistreat you. Elder Wei waved his hand and left. Faintly, he heard the Scarlet Flame Tiger's voice coming from behind. Your hypocrisy disgusts me. The pill refining sect. After completing the task, Elder Wei returned to the sect. When he heard that the sect leader had gone to Chen Changsheng's residence, he followed him. Along the way, he heard many people discussing what had happened the day before, and he also knew a rough idea. Is this kid so powerful? No wonder the sect leader cares so much about him. It seems that the sect leader's decisions are always right. Chapter 33, Sect Treasure, 7-Colored Soul Lotus. Chen Changsheng's residence. There were many people in the room at this time. Elder Hua, Elder Feng, Lu Yingying, Lu Pei, and also the alchemy sect master, Bai Qi. As soon as Elder Wei entered, he saw everyone looking anxiously at the young man lying on the bed. Sect Master. Bai Qi saw Elder Wei's return and his eyes held a questioning look. Sect Master, rest assured, the things you asked me to do have been taken care of. The things they were talking about were naturally about paving the way for Chen Changsheng's assessment. Bai Qi simply nodded. He was still very relieved about entrusting matters to Wei Qing. What's wrong with this guy? He hasn't woken up for 2 days. Elder Wei asked with confusion. I don't know, but observing his body, there are no major problems, only that he is mentally listless and his soul is somewhat weak. Although I know that alchemy requires concentration and consumes some mental energy, it should be fine after a short rest. I've never heard of alchemy causing damage to the soul. Elder Wei was somewhat puzzled. He is different from ordinary people. Bai Qi simply said indifferently. Elder Wei understood instantly. The pills refined by Qin Changsheng were different from everyone else's. The consumption, naturally, was also different. Perhaps Qin Changsheng needed to consume soul force to refine pills. Although it sounded unbelievable. But if it was Qin Changsheng, it wouldn't be so unbelievable. If that's the case, isn't it simple? The sect also has many treasures that can restore soul force. You wouldn't be reluctant to let him use them, would you? Elder Wei said speechlessly. Of course not. The sect leader even brought the sect's 7-colored soul lotus petals for him to consume. Elder Hua said unhappily. What? 7-colored soul lotus? Elder Wei almost exploded when he heard about the 7-colored soul lotus. Lu Yingying and Lu Pei on the side were confused. They didn't know why Elder Wei would have such an expression. Only those who understood the sect knew. The 7-colored soul lotus was one of the sect's treasures. It was also a treasure nurtured by the sect's guardian beast with its own fortune. Not to mention outer sect disciples, even inner sect disciples have rarely heard of it. As for using the 7-colored soul lotus, in all his years in the sect, he had only been fortunate enough to consume it once. And it was only a petal. Now, Qin Changsheng, an outer sect disciple, was receiving such treatment. It made him feel somewhat unbalanced. Fortunately, after thinking about what Qin Changsheng had won for the sect this time, he no longer felt jealous. Since the 7-colored soul lotus has been used, he should be fine, right? Elder Wei was somewhat puzzled. He deeply knew the power of the 7-colored soul lotus. Back when he was only in the golden core stage, it was the soul power provided by the 7-colored soul lotus petal that allowed him to successfully break through to the nascent soul stage. Just then, Qin Changsheng, who had been lying on the bed, finally opened his eyes. Before he could clearly see who was around him, the system's notification tone filled him with ecstasy. Congratulations, host, your soul power has broken through to the mid-stage of the mortal level, rewarding you with 1 bronze treasure chest. Host, Qin Changsheng. Cultivation, Qi Refining Realm, 4th level. Spiritual roots, innate fire with spiritual roots. Soul, mortal level, mid-stage. Cultivation body, devouring with mortal body. Remaining negative value, 80. Remaining treasure chests, bronze treasure chest 1. I broke through. Qin Changsheng was full of surprise. Although he knew that alchemy was the fastest way to improve soul power, he never expected the effect to be so good. He directly broke through. It seems that refining pills until soul power is exhausted has the best effect. Qin Changsheng was already planning in his mind when to have another soul power depletion. If the people around him knew what he was thinking at this moment, they would definitely try their best to stop him. Without the aid of the 7-colored soul lotus, what is the difference between such behavior and courting death? Changsheng Shixiang, you're finally awake. Lu Yingying was the first to come to Qin Changsheng's bedside and asked with concern, is there anything that doesn't feel right? Elder Hua also hastily inquired. Not only am I not affected, but I feel refreshed. Qin Changsheng did not feign weakness to gain sympathy. However, he did not reveal anything about his breakthrough. Qin Changsheng, you did very well this time. Bai Qi came before Qin Changsheng and praised him. Although it was his first time seeing the medicine refining sect master in person, Qin Changsheng still recognized him at a glance. Because within the sect there were many statues of Bai Qi. There was also a statue of a divine beast standing beside Bai Qi. It was said to be the sect's guardian beast. Few people ever got to see it. Just verbal praise. Qin Changsheng asked tentatively. Speak your mind, what reward do you want? As long as it's reasonable, I will satisfy it. Although Bai Qi felt a headache coming on, but he just liked Qin Changsheng's unpretentious personality. If he wanted a reward, he would just say it. I want a strange fire. Since he was allowed to choose, Qin Changsheng directly started making a wish. Upon hearing this request, the expressions on everyone's faces were very strange. You want a strange fire? Bai Qi did not immediately refute him. Indeed, is there any alchemist who doesn't desire a different fire? Qin Changsheng said frankly, your request is truly not low. It was sect leader, you yourself, who told me to say it. Moreover, doesn't this incomplete map record the location of a different fire? Qin Changsheng said with confidence. If possible, give me the map as well. Bai Qi. Everyone. Don't even think about it. Let us not even mention that this incomplete map is not complete enough. Even if it were complete, and you found the different fire, do you think you have the current strength to absorb a different fire? Bai Qi said somewhat helplessly. He had seen people try to get rich in one go, but this was the first time he had seen someone try to eat themselves to death in one go. However, since you want a different fire, it's not impossible. Just consider it a promise. When you have the strength one day, the sect will do everything to find a different fire for you. Bai Qi did not immediately agree. However, he still drew a big cake for Chen Changsheng. Sect leader, I will take this cake, Chen Changsheng said excitedly. What he didn't know was, even if he didn't make this request, after obtaining the exotic fire, Bai Qi would ultimately choose to leave it to him. However, the current Bai Qi would not say it directly, so as to avoid arousing Chen Changsheng's suspicion. Alright, since you have already woken up, then that means you are fine. We'll talk about the exotic fire later. Right now, the sect can give you a reward of 100 portions of Foundation Establishment pill ingredients, and 100 spirit stones. Although he had already given many rewards in secret, Bai Qi still had to give Chen Changsheng some rewards on the surface. Naturally, this was to allow Chen Changsheng to grow more quickly. Then thank you, sect leader. Such rewards were definitely a very generous fortune for the current Chen Changsheng. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse. Alright, then everyone should disperse and let Changsheng rest well alone. At the same time, properly comprehend the gains from this experience. Chapter 34 Inner Sect Assessment. Bai Qi had already spoken. Even if Elder Hua and Lu Yingying still wanted to stay and take care of Chen Changsheng, it was not possible. Chen Changsheng had no objections to this. Changsheng, cultivate well. There are still 10 days until the sect's inner sect assessment. I believe you will definitely be able to complete the assessment and become an inner disciple. Before leaving, Elder Wei said to Chen Changsheng with a profound look. To this, Chen Changsheng simply nodded. He had no idea that the road to his inner sect assessment had already been paved by this Elder Wei. After everyone had left, Chen Changsheng carefully observed the changes in himself. There was no change in his cultivation, but Chen Changsheng just felt that he had become stronger. The reason for this was likely because his soul power had become stronger. At this rate of improvement, my soul power will probably be able to break through the mortal level soon. If I could get some means of soul attack, I'm afraid I could become an invincible existence in the same realm, Chen Changsheng muttered to himself. In fact, as he is now, as long as he learns the vermilion bird fire control technique well, he would also be an invincible existence in the same realm. However, no matter how strong the fire control technique is, it is not as mysterious as a soul attack. Forget it, thinking about these things is useless. The most important thing now is to improve my cultivation. Chen Changsheng no longer pondered these things that he could not yet reach. Carrying his belongings, he left his residence, Bai Zai's residence. Today, Bai Zai was still sitting idly in the courtyard, enjoying a little wine, when he saw the figure walking from not far away. A smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Yo, isn't this the meritorious official of our sect? What brings you here again? Bai Zai teased. You've heard about it too, Chen Changsheng asked in surprise. Although I rarely leave this courtyard, it doesn't mean I'm completely cut off from information. Besides, your deeds are so glorious that they've already spread throughout the outer sect. It's hard not to know, Bai Zai said with a smile. He. Chen Changsheng scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It seems I was right to have faith in you. You have indeed brought great surprises to the sect. But don't be arrogant. You must persevere on the path you've chosen. Bai Zai still gave an appropriate reminder. He didn't want Chen Changsheng to become overly proud because of this little achievement, ruining his promising future. Don't worry, I can't be proud yet since I haven't refined a pill that can increase your lifespan, Chen Changsheng stated firmly. Having the will is enough. Hey, you old fart, I don't like hearing that. What do you mean having the will is enough? Are you looking down on me thinking I can't refine it? Chen Changsheng said indignantly. Alright, I'll just wait, but I don't have much time left, Bai Zai said, his eyes somewhat dazed. Half the time has passed since the last addition of 6 months to his lifespan. Now, he only has 3 months left to live. Although he has high hopes for Chen Changsheng, it's in regards to Chen Changsheng's talent. It requires time to accomplish. Given enough time, Bai Zai believes that he will definitely be able to extend his life. But unfortunately, what he lacks most now is time. Alright, rest assured. After my cultivation level improves, I will definitely continue to study elixirs that increase lifespan. But after this, I'll be entering the inner courtyard, and the chances for us to meet will become less, Chen Changsheng said with some disappointment. He felt a strong sense of belonging to the alchemy sect, but he didn't have any friends in the alchemy sect. The only one he could confide in was the white marsh in front of him. It's just entering the inner courtyard. I also have a residence there. If you get into trouble, you can hide at my place. White Marsh also knew that he didn't have much time left. After Chen Changsheng entered the inner courtyard, he naturally wanted to follow. Having such a friendship that transcends age before death, White Marsh had no regrets. Ha, is that so? You should have said so earlier. I've been feeling sentimental for so many days after deciding to enter the inner courtyard. Chen Changsheng's mood instantly improved. So, the reason you didn't want to enter the inner sect before was because of me, White Marsh said with some surprise. You're just a little old man with no relatives or friends. If you die one day, I can at least collect your corpse, Chen Shangsheng said nonchalantly. White Marsh. Sometimes he felt that the emotion of being touched should not appear too early. Negative points from White Marsh plus 100. Chen Shangsheng's thoughts. This is exactly the effect I wanted. In order to obtain the Foundation Establishment Pills recipe, Chen Shangsheng used all his accumulated negative points. He is currently in dire need of negative points. Scram. With your strength, whether you can pass the inner sect assessment is a question. Just an assessment, I've got it in the bag. Chen Shangsheng confidently walked into the alchemy room. Even Bai Zhe behind him suspected if he knew something. That's why he was so confident. But he quickly rejected this idea. Because the aura of Chen Shangsheng's breakthrough soon came from the alchemy room. Knowing how to make pills is good. Breaking through realms is as simple as drinking water. Bai Zhe was a little envious of Chen Shangsheng. After all, before Chen Shangsheng refined the qi refining pill, no one has been able to achieve a continuous breakthrough of 3 levels in one day at this realm. Inside the alchemy room. After entering the alchemy room, Chen Shangsheng consumed the qi refining pill without the slightest hesitation. Other cultivators might worry about pill residue affecting their cultivation foundation. They wouldn't dare consume too many pills. But for him, who possessed the devouring ember holy body, the medicinal properties of pills leaving any residue was impossible. Therefore, Chen Shangsheng had no worries about consuming the pills. Alas, although this qi refining pill can allow one to break through 3 realms in succession, I won't have to worry about affecting my foundation because of taking pills. But the characteristic of this qi refining pill that it can only be taken once is still not perfect enough. Chen Shangsheng felt his cultivation level had increased from the 4th level of qi refining to the 7th level. Although there was some joy in his heart, he still felt a little disappointed that he couldn't continue to take qi refining pills to improve his cultivation. He still felt a little disappointed. Fortunately, I still have other ways to quickly improve my cultivation. While speaking, Chen Shangsheng took out the 6th grade innate spiritual wood he had won from his Qiankuan bag. Although devouring spiritual wood 1T have as obvious an effect on cultivation improvement as devouring flames. But this is, after all, a 6th grade innate spiritual wood. For a cultivator in the qi refining stage like me, it should still be easy to improve my cultivation. But how should this spiritual wood be devoured? Chen Shangsheng looked at the 6th grade innate spiritual wood in his hand and began to worry. Chapter 35 Devouring the Wood Spirit. Devouring flames is refining the fire seed within. Then devouring a spirit wood should be devouring the wood spirit within, right? Chen Shangsheng pondered. All things have a spirit. Since this innate spirit wood can be called a spirit wood, naturally, it has its own spirit, which is called the wood spirit. The method of extracting the wood spirit might be difficult for ordinary cultivators, but for alchemists, it is very simple, because it is the same as the process of extracting spiritual herbs. Of course, the higher the grade of the spirit wood, the more difficult it is to extract the wood spirit. It's not that it requires high alchemy skills, but that it requires a high temperature of the flame. After all, the stronger the spirit wood, the more difficult it is to burn. Chen Shangsheng tried to use flames to burn this 6th grade spirit wood. As a result, 10 minutes passed. The spirit wood only showed slight signs of burning. If he wants to extract the wood spirit from it, I am afraid it will take a lot of time. It seems I still need to use the vermilion bird fire control technique. Chen Shangsheng no longer hesitated and directly used the vermilion bird fire control technique. The temperature of the flames instantly rose. Fortunately, my soul power has improved, and my control over the vermilion bird fire control technique has also improved by a level. Although the consumption of soul power and spiritual energy is more severe, fortunately, it can burn this spiritual wood. Looking at the 6th grade innate spiritual wood that was gradually being burned, Chen Shangsheng was finally relieved. However, a seed was planted in his heart. That was to find a more powerful fire seed to refine, not only to improve his cultivation, but also to be able to extract the wood spirit from stronger spiritual wood in the future. A day and a night quickly passed. Chen Shangsheng burned and extracted the wood spirit the entire time. He also rested twice in the middle because his spiritual energy and soul power were exhausted. This kid has been messing around inside for a day and a night, not refining pills, and his cultivation hasn't improved. What the hell is he doing? Bai Zhe had been guarding in the courtyard for a day and a night without rest. He was just afraid that something might happen to Chen Shangsheng. Just as he was about to go in to check, a surge of wood spirit energy emanated. Bai Zhe's eyes instantly widened. This is a rank 6 wood spirit, this kid. It's no wonder Bai Zhe was so shocked. Extracting a wood spirit is not a difficult task, but it is very demanding on the alchemist's control of flames. Even if a rank 4 alchemist were to come for a rank 6 innate spiritual wood, they would not dare to guarantee that they could successfully extract the wood spirit from it. And the current Chen Shangsheng is only a rank 2 alchemist, yet he is already able to do this. Good lad, sure enough, there are still many surprises waiting for me. Bai Zai's heart was full of gratification. He even vaguely began to look forward to Chen Changxing concocting pills that could increase his lifespan for him. Because judging from Chen Changxing's various performances now, Bai Zai believed that Chen Changxing really had the potential to do it. But what is this kid extracting the wood spirit for? This thing is of no use to him at all right now. Bai Zai was a little puzzled. If it were useful to Chen Changxing, the sect elders would have extracted the wood spirit for Chen Changxing long ago. The reason they didn't do so is still because this thing doesn't offer much help to the current Chen Changxing. However, in the next second, Bai Zai sensed the aura of the wood spirit disappear. Or rather, it was devoured. This brat! Bai Zai was so anxious that he stamped his feet. Wood spirits are indeed helpful to alchemists, but not used like this. Directly devouring it will not only have no effect, but will instead cause changes in the fire and wood spiritual roots in the body. In this way, an alchemist may no longer be able to continue refining medicine. But at this time, even if Bai Zai wanted to stop him, it was too late. Is this brat trying to ruin himself? Bai Zai didn't understand what Chen Changxing was trying to do. However, just as he was pacing around anxiously, the aura of Chen Changxing's breakthrough came again. 8th level of the Qi refining realm. This, Bai Zai blankly felt the aura of Chen Changxing's breakthrough. I've heard of alchemists using wood spirits to enhance their spiritual roots, thereby improving their alchemy talent. I've also heard of alchemists consuming fire seeds for their own use to enhance their cultivation, but I've never heard of any alchemist being able to absorb wood spirits to enhance their cultivation. Just how many secrets does this child have that I don't know? Bai Zai had now completely let go of his worries. However, his curiosity about Chen Changxing was now even greater. He had never seen an alchemist capable of doing this. It seems this kid wasn't lying when he said passing the inner sect assessment would be a simple matter. Bai Zai was finally relieved. Chen Changxing had now successfully broken through to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. And Chen Changxing, who was capable of refining foundation establishment pills, finding a way to complete foundation establishment before the inner sect assessment was simply a piece of cake. As expected, a 6th grade spiritual wood is still not as good as a 6th order fire seed, Chen Changxing said with emotion as he felt his 9th level of the Qi refining realm cultivation. If he had absorbed a 6th order fire seed this time, Chen Changxing believed that he wouldn't even need to use a foundation establishment pill. He would be able to successfully break through to the foundation establishment realm on his own. However, if his thoughts were known by others, it would only invite ridicule. Because for a Qi refining realm cultivator to devour a 6th order fire seed, it would simply be an act of courting death. Fire seeds and wood spirits are completely different. The latter is gentle, while the former is violent. Even with the help of a strong expert, no one has ever heard of a Qi refining realm cultivator being able to devour a 6th order fire seed. Fortunately, I have the 6th order innate spiritual wood, which allowed me to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining. Chen Changxing was very satisfied with this spiritual wood, although it couldn't directly allow him to break through to the foundation establishment realm. For him, who could refine foundation establishment pills, as long as his cultivation reached the 9th level of Qi refining, it would be no different from reaching the foundation establishment realm. Luckily, the sect directly sent me 100 portions of foundation establishment pill ingredients, so I can refine them as I please. Looking at the pile of spiritual herbs in front of him, Chen Changxing had an idea. Refining foundation establishment pills consumed a lot of his soul power. If he refined them all at once, Chen Changxing believed that his soul power would definitely be exhausted many times over. Then the level of his soul power would definitely be improved many times over as well. If his idea were known by Bai Zai outside, he would definitely slap him upside the head. Exhausting one's soul power. It is an extremely difficult thing to recover from. Moreover, it is a very dangerous action. A moment of carelessness could very likely turn one into a soulless vegetable. However, Chen Changxing knew nothing about these things. He only knew that after his soul power was exhausted for the first time, his soul power was greatly improved upon awakening. Therefore, let's do it. Chen Changxing did not waste any time. He directly began to refine foundation establishment pills. Sure enough, I didn't misjudge this child. Not only is his talent high, but he is also so hardworking. Bai Zai was very gratified to feel that Chen Changxing had begun to refine pills again. If it were any other disciple, after achieving so much, they would definitely want to go crazy in the medicine city. But Chen Changxing showed no sign of relaxing, still working so hard to improve himself. However, as time slowly passed, Bai Zai's initial gratification began to turn into melancholy. Chapter 36 Bai Zai's melancholy. It's been a whole day and night already. Why isn't this child taking a break? Bai Zai had been guarding in the courtyard the whole time. In the past day and night, Chen Changxing in the alchemy room had already used up 30 portions of foundation establishment pill ingredients, and successfully refined 20 foundation establishment pills. But even so, Bai Zhe hadn't seen Chen Changsheng rest, not even closing his eyes to meditate. No, he can't keep refining like this, I have to stop him. Alchemy consumes a lot of a cultivator's energy. Chen Changsheng's cultivation level is only this high. Continuous high-intensity refining for a whole day and night. He simply can't withstand it. Changsheng. As soon as Bai Zhe entered the alchemy room, he saw Chen Changsheng with bloodshot eyes. What? Interrupted from his alchemy, Chen Changsheng turned his head, just about to ask what was going on. But he didn't even finish his sentence. The Tot spirit, at the moment of relaxation, made him like a deflated ball. Instantly devoid of strength, his consciousness blurred. Then, he collapsed weakly. Fortunately, Bai Zhe was quick-eyed and swift-handed, preventing Chen Changsheng from falling to the ground. This child. Bai Zhe understood Chen Changsheng's current condition with a quick observation. His soul power had long been exhausted. The reason he was able to persevere until now was entirely due to the support of his spiritual will. The moment he relaxed, he instantly deflated. No wonder, in the time that followed, Bai Zhe clearly felt that Chen Changsheng's success rate in refining pills had dropped significantly. It's just refining pills, is it worth risking your life like this? Bai Zhe couldn't understand. How could he know that Chen Changsheng wanted to improve his soul power? It seems like we need the 7-colored soul lotus again. Bai Zhe couldn't help but sigh. This thing was a treasure of the sect. Now Chen Changsheng was about to use it for the second time. And many elders hadn't even used it once. If the elders were to find out about this, they would probably cough up blood in anger. Oh well, there's no helping it. The person I dote on can only be spoiled by me. Bai Zhe shook his head helplessly. Then, he took out a 7-colored soul lotus from his spatial ring. The soul lotus originally had 7 petals. Now, only 6 petals remained. The other petal had naturally been consumed by Chen Changsheng earlier. When the petal of the 7-colored soul lotus was plucked, it immediately transformed into a stream of liquid. Guided by Bai Zhe, it was slowly poured into Chen Changsheng's mouth. This time, Chen Changsheng woke up significantly faster. He awoke around dusk. System, check the data panel. As soon as he woke up, Chen Changsheng eagerly checked his status. Although he had a premonition, he needed to get the system's answer to be sure. Host, Chen Changsheng. Cultivation, Qi Refining Realm, 9th level. Spiritual Root, Innate Supreme Grade Fire and Wood Spiritual Root. Soul, Mortal Grade Late Stage. Cultivation Body, Devouring Wood Mortal Body. Remaining negative value, 2600. Remaining treasure chests, Bronze Treasure Chest 1. As expected, I broke through. I'm already at the late mortal stage. Chen Changsheng was so excited he almost shouted out loud. His method was indeed effective. Wait a moment, why are my spiritual roots also changing? Chen Changsheng then noticed that his spiritual roots had also changed. Previously, he only possessed the innate fire and wood spiritual roots. But now, he possessed the innate supreme grade fire and wood spiritual roots. Although it was only a difference of 2 characters, Chen Changsheng knew that the meaning of these 2 characters must be significant. System reminder, when the host uses the Shirmu Shingti to devour fire seeds or wood spirits, it not only enhances the cultivation body but also improves the spiritual root. Hiss. Chen Changsheng inhaled a breath of cold air. This body of devouring flames is far more terrifying than he imagined. It directly elevates a person's foundation. What kind of heaven-defying method is this? According to the current situation, if he were to devour a wisp of strange fire, Chen Changsheng didn't even dare to imagine what level his foundation would be elevated to. Moreover, it will enhance the devouring wood saint physique. In this way, as long as I devour fire seeds and wood spirits, I can achieve an infinite cycle, enhancing my strength and foundation. You brat, you're finally awake. Just as Chen Changsheng was still immersed in his own world, Bai Zhe's scolding voice interrupted his thoughts. Old geezer, what is with you looking so angry? Could it be that someone has upset you? Chen Changsheng asked with a puzzled expression. It seemed he hadn't provoked this old geezer. No, it's just that you fainted again, giving this old man a scare. Bai Zhe really wanted to tell him the truth, but he couldn't let him know now. He could only swallow his grievances. Don't worry, I'm confident, Chen Changsheng said with full confidence. The recovery speed of my body is so strong that even I can hardly believe it. I think the duration of this coma will definitely not be as long as before. Bai Zhe. Indeed, this time you only fainted for 6 hours. But Bai Zhe really wanted to say, if not for me taking out the sex treasure, the 7-colored soul lotus, let alone 6 hours, whether he could wake up would still be a question. Looks like it's having a significant effect. Chen Changsheng stood up, his face full of excitement. What are you planning to do now? Bai Zhe had a faint, ominous premonition in his heart. Of course, I'm going to continue refining pills. There are still 70 portions of medicinal herbs. I need to hurry up and refine them. Chen Changsheng's answer directly confirmed what Bai Zhe was thinking. No, you faint every time you refine foundation establishment pills and you still want to refine them, Bai Zhe said anxiously. But isn't everything fine? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. By Zay. Sometimes he really felt helpless. But who told him to choose this? He really couldn't tell Chen Changsheng the truth now. He could only let him go. Alright, but be careful. If you can't handle it, rest. There's no rush. Bai Zai only hoped that Chen Changsheng had really listened to what he said. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chen Changsheng gave a reassuring look. Then, he turned his head and entered the alchemy room once more. And this stay lasted another day and night. Bai Zai outside the house was now pacing around anxiously. This child hasn't listened to a single word I said. Another day and night without rest. Is he doing this on purpose? Bai Zai really wanted to stop Chen Changsheng from continuing to refine pills. But looking at Chen Changsheng's current state, if he were to go in and disturb him again, the result would definitely be the same as before. Chen Changsheng would definitely faint immediately. Oh well, might as well prepare the 7-colored soul lotus. Bai Zai, who observed Chen Changsheng's condition from outside, finally accepted this reality. And the result was naturally as expected. An hour later, Chen Changsheng fainted as expected. This time, his condition was clearly more dangerous. Bai Zai directly gave him 2 petals of the 7-colored soul lotus to take. I really owe you. Bai Zai muttered while feeding Chen Changsheng the 7-colored soul lotus. Chapter 37, Keep Trying, Collapsing Old Man. Huff. Indeed, every time I wake up, I feel refreshed. It's as if I've consumed some heavenly treasure. Awesome. Chen Changsheng stretched after waking up once again. This time when he woke up, he felt his condition was particularly good. System, check the data panel. Host, Chen Changsheng. Cultivation, Qi Refining Realm 9th Stage. Spiritual Roots, Innate Supreme Grade Fire and Wood Spiritual Roots. Soul, Mortal Grade Perfection. Cultivation Body, Devouring Wood Mortal Body. Remaining Negative Value, 3800. Remaining Treasure Chests, Bronze Treasure Chest 1. Good, good, good. As expected, it's another breakthrough. This progress is simply beyond my imagination. I thought increasing soul power would be a difficult task. Chen Changsheng felt that his soul power had been improved a bit too easily. It was just that he had been exhausted from alchemy twice. And he had improved twice in a row. But why has my negative value increased so much? I haven't harmed anyone. Chen Changsheng was very puzzled. His negative value had inexplicably increased by more than 1,000. That's not a small amount. It wasn't until he saw all the growth coming from Bai Zai that he was even more puzzled. Strange old man, could it be that he's angry because I didn't have a drink with him while I was refining pills? The old man is quite petty. Negative value from Bai Zai plus 100. Hey, old man, complaining about others behind their backs isn't a good thing. Chen Changsheng, stepping out of the room, saw Bai Zai drinking alone. The system's prompt also let Chen Changsheng know what the other party was thinking at this moment. Alright, I'll go and get you some good wine. Seeing that Bai Zai ignored him, Chen Changsheng said to himself again. That's more like it. Bai Zai was finally willing to speak. Thinking he had put in so much effort, it could be considered a little reward. Only Chen Changsheng's next words made him spit out all the wine he had just drunk. I'll also exchange for some medicinal materials for refining foundation establishment pills. I'm running a little short. Must persevere and break through in one fell swoop. Put. Watching Chen Changsheng's departing figure, Bai Zai covered his forehead with one hand. You little rascal, are you not planning on leaving me any at all? A complete 7-colored soul lotus. Now, after Chen Changsheng used it, only 3 petals remain. Yet even so, the latter still seems dissatisfied. An hour later, Bai Zai looked at the fine wine placed before him but couldn't find any joy. Because Chen Changsheng really did what he said. He really did enter the alchemy room again to concoct pills. Moreover, this concoction lasted another full day and night. Sigh, this living daddy is almost at his limit. Bai Zai, drinking his sorrows away, finished the last cup of wine and stood up, talking to himself. He came outside the alchemy room, having prepared the remaining 3 7-colored soul lotus petals early on. However, he waited for several hours. Chen Changsheng didn't seem to be reaching his limit. Even the success rate of the foundation establishment pill was still continuously increasing. This child, his alchemy skills have improved again. Could it be that he already possesses the ability to refine grade 3 pills before even reaching the foundation establishment stage? Bai Zai looked at Chen Changsheng's back in disbelief. It seems that using so many 7-colored soul lotuses on him is having an effect after all. For a moment, Bai Zai didn't feel that using the 7-colored soul lotus was a waste. At least it really helped Chen Changsheng a lot. Should I prepare another 7-colored soul lotus? Bai Zai muttered to himself. But then he wanted to slap himself. This was a treasure of the sect. Even he had only used 2 7-colored soul lotuses so far. If Chen Changsheng were to use the second 7-colored soul lotus in just this short month, even he would feel envious, jealous, and hateful. Forget it, let us take it one step at a time. If this continues, I really have to prepare a second 7-colored soul lotus. But it seems it will still take some time for this little guy to reach his limit. Late at night, The last copy, hold on a little longer. Every time Chen Changsheng reached his limit, he would say this to himself. It was because of this that he was able to break through his limits time and time again, and when he reached his limit again and was about to hypnotize himself, only then did he realize that all the medicinal herbs he had exchanged were completely used up. In the next second, all the pillars in Chen Changsheng's heart instantly disappeared. He fell headlong to the ground. Even Bai Zhe, who had been paying attention, did not react. This child, always like this. Bai Zhe was very helpless, but he could only complain verbally. The movements on his hands did not stop. He immediately helped Chen Changsheng up, and poured the 7-colored soul lotus medicinal liquid into his mouth. Dawn. 3 days later, the entire outer sect rang with bells. All the outer sect disciples gathered together. Lu Engying and Lu Pei arrived at the square early, and around them there were also thousands of outer sect disciples waiting in formation. Everyone's face revealed excitement and a faint unease, because today is the day to change their destiny. As long as they succeed, although it is not a meteoric rise, but it is also what most cultivators envy, to become an inner sect disciple of the pill refining sect. Such an identity. Walking outside, even if they meet a nascent soul stage cultivator, the other party will be very polite. What's going on with Chen Changsheng? Today is the day of the inner sect assessment. He dares to be late on such an important day. Elder Hua and Elder Wei, standing at the very front, scanned the plaza, but they didn't see the figure they most wanted to see. Why don't you have someone go check what's going on? He absolutely cannot be absent from today's assessment, Elder Wei said with a serious face. Some time ago, he had personally made a trip to the demonic beast mountain range, paving a broad road for Chen Changsheng. If he is absent, wouldn't everything he has done be in vain? Moreover, he would definitely be reprimanded by the sect leader. I also don't know where he is, Elder Hua said with a frustrated expression. This kid has disappeared since he refined the foundation establishment pill last time. Many disciples in the outer sect heard about it and went to squat around his dormitory, just wanting to ask for a foundation establishment pill. As a result, no one succeeded. I don't know if this kid knew this would be the case, so he deliberately hid. It can't be that he can't refine the foundation establishment pill anymore, so he's hiding, right? Hearing what Elder Hua said, Elder Wei was also somewhat skeptical. Don't worry, this child has as many foundation establishment pills as he wants. Just as the two were talking, Elder Foam also appeared. A few days ago, Chen Changsheng sent 60 foundation establishment pills and also exchanged for 100 portions of spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills. Oh, does that mean the sect has scammed quite a few families this time? Everyone now knows about the qi refining pill scam. Those families that spent a lot of money to buy qi refining pills, wanting to figure out how to refine them as soon as possible. None of them have succeeded so far. That's not the case. They've all learned to be smarter this time. They know that even if they buy the pills back, they won't be able to refine them. However, we did sell them for a good price this time. For the sect's inner-sect assessment, many of these disciples have powerful backgrounds. Those 60 foundation establishment pills were almost all snapped up by their families. Hearing this, Elder Hua and the other elder both nodded silently. No wonder it felt like the number of foundation establishment stage disciples in the outer sect had increased. So that was the reason. Chapter 38. If it's Changsheng, changing the rules isn't out of the question. So, Elder Feng, you're saying you were the last person to see Chen Changsheng. Where is he now? The inner sect assessment has a set participation time. Missing it means truly missing out, Elder Wei asked anxiously. To this, Elder Feng simply spread his hands. All I know is that he's definitely gone to refine foundation establishment pills again. As for where he is, I have no idea. Elder Wei, let's not wait any longer. The assessment time has arrived. Just as Elder Hua was about to announce the rules of this assessment, a figure came running from afar. Wait for me, I want to participate in the assessment too, Chen Changsheng shouted as he ran. After he woke up from his coma after refining foundation establishment pills, it was already the day of the inner sect assessment. Thinking of this, he rushed over in a fluster. His shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Negative points from big-chested elder plus 200. Negative points from Elder Wei plus 500. Negative points from Huan Yu plus 200. Negative value from Hongming plus 200. From Chen Changsheng, who was originally running, stopped instantly after seeing the system's notification. There were hundreds of notifications in a row. All of them were increases in negative value. He had heard of the names of many of these people. Like him, they were all outer sect disciples. I haven't done anything that harms nature and reason, so why do I feel like these people have such resentment when they see me? Chen Changsheng wondered. For a moment, he didn't know whether to move forward or turn around and run. System, if I were to fight these 1,000 people alone, what are my chances? Ding. 3-7 odds, I'd say. Oh, I actually have a 30% chance, so it seems that this improvement of mine is far beyond what I imagined, Chen Changsheng said happily. Master misunderstood. I meant you'd be dead in 3 seconds. Chen Changsheng. In that case, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to turn around and run, the disciple closest to him had already charged towards him. Seeing the aggressive approach of the other party, Chen Changsheng prepared for battle. Although he was still at the 9th level of qi refining, his soul power had already reached the great perfection of the mortal rank. He faintly felt like he was about to break through to the spiritual rank. Dealing with a fellow cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining would be easy, but he had only just struck his pose. When the other party's next action nearly threw out his back, he saw the other party rushing towards Chen Changsheng with firm eyes and a fierce aura. Then, under everyone's gaze, he performed a sliding kneel. After sliding a few meters, he finally stopped in front of Chen Changsheng. Then, those firm eyes instantly became pitiful. Senior brother Changsheng, I have been looking for you for so long. Hong Ming's tears instantly flowed out. His aggrieved appearance made one wonder how much he had suffered. Hey, what are you doing? Trying to frame me? Chen Changsheng looked puzzled, but before Hong Ming could answer, a group of people had already begun to imitate him. Then, a scene that left all the elders not knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on the plaza. A group of people slightingly knelt before Chen Changsheng. Each of them wore a pleading, aggrieved expression. Hey, I haven't provoked any of you. Are you trying to shorten my lifespan by framing me like this? Chen Changsheng wore a helpless expression. Senior brother Changsheng, I beg you, just sell me one of your foundation establishment pills. That's right. As long as you name the price, we definitely won't haggle. We just need a foundation establishment pill refined by you. I've already used the foundation establishment fluid 3 times, but I haven't succeeded. Although my cultivation hasn't regressed, it's not a solution to be stuck like this. Only the foundation establishment pills refined by senior brother Changsheng can save us, but the previous 60 pills simply weren't enough to go around. Listening to everyone's complaints, Chen Changsheng finally understood what these people were thinking. So, they were all here to ask for foundation establishment pills. Everyone, fellow disciples, don't get so worked up. I haven't been hiding from you recently. Wasn't I refining foundation establishment pills all this time so that everyone could have them to use? But I'm to blame too, I forgot about the time. Now that the assessment has already begun, even if I gave you foundation establishment pills, there wouldn't be time to take them. After all, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage also takes time. Chen Changsheng explained. He also really wanted to sell his foundation establishment pills to these fellow disciples. After all, he now had a lot of sect points, but he didn't have many spirit stones. He was still thinking of going to the medicine city to enjoy himself after the sect assessment. Without spirit stones, he couldn't enjoy himself. It doesn't matter, as long as senior brother is willing to sell us foundation establishment pills. That's right, we can take the time to take them during the assessment. The group didn't care at all about this. They only wanted to ask for a foundation establishment pill. This gave Chen Changsheng a headache. Nonsense. Just as everyone was still begging, a dignified voice sounded. Elder Wei came in front of Chen Changsheng and protected him behind his back. The intersect assessment time has already arrived. There is no extra time for you to absorb the foundation establishment pill. Not to mention taking foundation establishment pills during the assessment. What do you think the Demon Beast Mountain range is? A moment of carelessness and you will lose your life on the spot. Besides, it's not like you absolutely need to be at the foundation establishment stage to pass the intersect assessment. If you don't pass, it can only be said that you weren't fated to pass this time, Elder Wei said seriously. However, the number of people who could pass the intersect assessment without being at the foundation establishment stage that he mentioned was very few. That's right, fellow disciples, just like Elder Wei said, if I were to sell you foundation establishment pills, wouldn't that be harming you? Look, even I haven't had time to take the foundation establishment pill to improve my cultivation. We disciples can't possibly influence the time set by the sect, can we? Chen Changsheng said earnestly. But don't worry, as long as the assessment is over, I will definitely prepare enough foundation establishment pills for you. Look, even I am only at the 9th level of qi refining right now, and I don't have time to use the foundation establishment pill. So, don't you feel much more balanced now? Chen Changsheng said this to make everyone feel more balanced. However, the way everyone looked at him instantly changed, as if they were looking at an idiot. It was the first time they had seen someone not using them. Even the previously dignified Elder Wei was now dumbfounded, looking at Chen Changsheng. You mean you haven't reached the foundation establishment stage yet? Elder Wei asked in disbelief. Yes, I isn't it because I haven't had the time. Chen Changsheng answered with clear eyes. Cough cough. Elder Wei coughed violently twice. Things were a bit beyond his imagination. Actually, the intersect assessment time doesn't necessarily have to be strictly adhered to. I see so many disciples eager to improve before the assessment. Why not fulfill their wishes? Elder Wei said somewhat unnaturally. What do you two elders say? This. Elder Hua and Elder Feng didn't know how to answer. After all, the intersect assessment time was fixed. It had never been postponed because the disciples were not ready. But after seeing Elder Wei frantically winking, the two reluctantly nodded. I guess so. Chapter 39, A Talent and Absolute Talent. What do you mean I guess? That's right. How can we stifle the disciples' desire to improve? It's just postponing the time a little. What does it matter? Elder Wei said righteously. The rules of the sect are dead. People are alive. Looking at the eager eyes of so many disciples, as elders, how could we bear to disappoint them? Elder Hua, Elder Feng, both of them were speechless. Because apart from the punishment elder of the law enforcement hall, Elder Wei was the one who valued the rules the most. Because the other party was in charge of the guardian team with great responsibility. So now that the other party said this, both of them felt very speechless. But seeing the other party winking and looking at Chen Changxing from time to time, the two of them knew what was going on. So it was all fake to say that they couldn't bear to see so many disciples sad. The real reason was because Chen Changsheng had not broken through to the foundation establishment stage either. That's why he was lenient with the time. It's really for one person, letting everyone run along. And he didn't dare to say it clearly, which was really a bit funny. Yes, I think so too. Anyway, it's the same no matter when it starts. The most important thing is not to let the disciples be disappointed, right? Elder Feng also echoed. As for Elder Hua, since the two of them had said so, she naturally had no objection. Is this really okay? Chen Changsheng asked in surprise. If possible, Chen Changsheng certainly wanted to advance to the foundation establishment stage before the assessment began, because he could sense that if he advanced to the foundation establishment stage, his soul power would definitely increase to the spirit level as well. Chen Changsheng was also very curious about how much improvement there would be when his soul power reached the spirit level. Don't worry, the sect is very flexible in this regard, Elder Wei said with a kind face. In that case, I have 80 foundation establishment pills here. Highest bidder wins. Hiss. How many? Elder Feng asked with a face full of shock. Because he remembered that Chen Changsheng had only exchanged 100 portions of medicinal herbs from him later on. Now he was being told that Chen Changsheng had 80 foundation establishment pills in his possession. This also meant that Chen Changsheng's success rate in refining foundation establishment pills had reached 80%. Such a success rate was truly terrifying. Only 80, not many, Chen Changsheng said casually. For him, these 80 foundation establishment pills really weren't many. If he had enough time, let alone 80, even 800 would be easy. Senior brother Changsheng, I am willing to offer 1,000 spiritual stones for a foundation establishment pill. Chen Changsheng's eyes flickered. The sect's foundation establishment elixir only costs 500 low-grade spiritual stones per portion. Yet someone is directly offering 1,000 for my foundation establishment pill. Humph. You're embarrassed to offer 1,000. I offer 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Hiss. Hearing the price double again, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He never thought that one day earning spiritual stones would be so easy. No wonder they say the wealthiest people in the cultivation world are alchemists. The cost is less than 100 spiritual stones, but it sells directly for 2,000 spiritual stones. It's simply outrageous profit. And there are still many people vying for it. It's over, now Changsheng knows how popular his pills are. The sect definitely won't be the first to get the pills he refines in the future, Elder Feng said regretfully, watching the crowd scrambling. Never satisfied with taking advantage, are you? Anyway, most of the pills will definitely still go to the sect. After all, spirit stones can't replace sect points. Once he becomes an inner disciple, he will have many places to spend those points, Elder Wei said with a smile. That's true. With sect points, at least we don't have to worry about Changsheng not providing pills to the sect. Elder Feng also nodded. If their discussion were known by others, they would surely be shocked beyond words. Because a sect is actually waiting for someone who isn't even a Dan alchemist at the foundation establishment stage to provide pills. And they're worried about being cut off if they don't have sect points. They're all gone. All 80 foundation establishment pills have been sold, Chen Changsheng said, looking at the mountain of spirit stones piled up in front of him. Each foundation establishment pill was sold for 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. There was a full 160,000 low-grade spirit stones piled up in front of him. So many spirit stones, my universe bag can't even hold them all, Chen Changsheng said, looking at the pile of spirit stones in front of him, troubled. Everyone. It seems only alchemists can flaunt their wealth like this. Just leave it with me for now, I'll give it to you after the assessment, Elder Hua offered. Then thank you Big Bo. As soon as Chen Changsheng said this, he immediately noticed that Elder Hua's expression was not right. He hurriedly shut his mouth and changed his words. Thank you, Elder Hua. Alright, the assessment start time has already passed. Those of you who have obtained the foundation establishment pills should use them as soon as possible, Elder Wei ordered. The disciples who obtained the foundation establishment pills naturally happily went to find a spacious place to take them. As for the disciples who did not obtain the foundation establishment pills, although they were envious and jealous, but who told them they didn't have so many spirit stones in their hands? Elder Fong, I wanted to ask if you have any foundation establishment pill ingredients on hand. Just as everyone was beginning to take the foundation establishment pills, Chen Chongqing came to Elder Fong with some embarrassment and asked, "What do you want? You've already obtained 160,000 spirit stones. Aren't you satisfied yet? You don't want to refine and sell them on the spot, do you?" Elder Fong asked, puzzled. "Changshang, don't worry. Even if you take this foundation establishment pill to the Medicine City auction, it will fetch a good price. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones are easily obtainable. The start time for the inner sect examination has already been postponed. It won't be postponed again," Elder Wei reminded him. Right now, he just wants Chen Chongqing to break through to the foundation establishment stage and successfully pass the inner sect examination. He doesn't want any more unexpected incidents to occur along the way. That's not the issue. Chen Chongqing scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. "It's just that when I heard the price just now, I got a little excited, so I forgot to save a foundation establishment pill for myself." Elder Wei, Elder Fong, Elder Hua. Negative points from Elder Wei plus 300. Negative points from Elder Fong plus 200. Negative points from Big Chested Elder plus 200. The three of them were speechless. After making such a fuss for so long, they even postponed the start time of the inner sect examination. Wasn't it all to allow Chen Chongqing to break through to the foundation establishment stage? But now, this kid actually didn't leave a foundation establishment pill for himself. What a talent! Absolutely a talent. However, Elder Wei is right. The assessment start time has already been postponed. How can it be postponed again for just me alone? Let us just forget about it. Even if Chen Chongqing's face is thick, he would be too embarrassed to make so many people wait for him alone. "Ah, Elder Wei, did you say it wasn't allowed?" Elder Fong asked with a puzzled expression. "No, how could I say such a thing?" Elder Wei hurriedly shook his head to deny it. "That's right. Here, these are the medicinal herbs for refining the foundation establishment pill. Changshang, you can take them and refine them. Don't worry, take your time. If you fail, I still have herbs here." Chapter 40, successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Looking at the two people singing in harmony, Chen Chongqing even suspected that he had misheard from the beginning. But none of this matters anymore. Since the elders have agreed to let him refine the pills, then there is no reason to refuse. "You still have a bright mind. We almost fell short of success." After seeing Chen Chongqing go to refine the foundation establishment pill, Elder Wei then gave Elder Fong a thumbs up and praised him. "Next time, don't be so quick to speak." This time, it was almost like directly telling Changqing that the inner sect assessment wouldn't start unless he broke through to the foundation establishment stage. "Don't worry, I'll definitely pay attention next time." While the three were conversing, Chen Chongqing had already set up his own alchemy furnace and started refining pills. "It seems I really need a better quality alchemy furnace," Chen Chongqing said with emotion, looking at the already cracked furnace. "The 4th grade alchemy furnace that Elder Fong gave me before was quite good, but the price isn't something I can afford right now. Even the lowest quality 4th grade alchemy furnace sells for more than 1,000,000 spirit stones. The current Chen Changqing doesn't have that many spirit stones yet. No wonder the sect leader wants to prepare that alchemy furnace for Changsheng. Ordinary alchemy furnaces are simply not enough for him to ruin." Elder Wei thought to himself as he saw Chen Changqing's already cracked alchemy furnace. He even had reason to suspect that even if Chen Changqing were given a 4th grade alchemy furnace, it wouldn't be able to withstand Chen Changqing's ruinous ways. It seems the sect leader was wise to directly provide the sect's most treasured item. Time passed quickly. The 80 disciples who received the foundation establishment pills had all completed their breakthroughs. Everyone felt refreshed and invigorated. It was as if they had become completely different people. As expected of the foundation establishment pills refined by junior brother Changsheng, they truly have a 100% success rate. I really want to know how junior brother Changsheng refines these foundation establishment pills. If I could learn it, I would never have to worry about spending spirit stones again. Save it. So many great families, even the royal family's alchemists, have tried to replicate these foundation establishment pills, but in the end, they were just drawing water with a bamboo basket. That's right. These foundation establishment pills can probably only be refined by the sect's elder level figures. The crowd discussed animatedly. After their breakthroughs, everyone was exceptionally excited. They were full of praise for the foundation establishment pills refined by Chen Chongsheng. "Alright, quiet down," Elder Hua scolded. She felt very frustrated hearing everyone's discussions. What did they mean that only the sect's elder level figures could refine foundation establishment pills? Even she, an elder specializing in teaching outer sect disciples about alchemy, couldn't refine it. It was truly a bit heartbreaking. Right, senior brother Changsheng is still refining pills, everyone be quiet. Lu Yingying reminded them. Everyone quieted down. Because the disciples who bought foundation establishment pills were grateful and naturally wouldn't disturb Chen Changsheng. As for the disciples who didn't buy foundation establishment pills, they were waiting to receive one after the assessment. Naturally, they wouldn't disturb Chen Changsheng either. So, a strange scene appeared in the square again. Thousands of disciples were sitting quietly, just quietly watching Chen Changsheng refine foundation establishment pills. Until the moment the pill furnace exploded, everyone made a sound. Bang! Cough cough cough. Chen Changsheng coughed as he fanned away the smoke in front of him. They're all inferior pill furnaces, they explode after only a few uses. Chen Changsheng's complaining voice rang out. Fortunately, everyone saw the pill in his left hand. Clearly, although the furnace exploded, the foundation establishment pill was still successfully refined. Hey no, why are you all staring at me like that? The smoke dissipated and Chen Changsheng noticed that everyone was staring at him. Or rather, more people were staring at the foundation establishment pill in his hand. Don't even think about it, this foundation establishment pill is for my own use. Not selling no matter the price. Everyone. Alright, Changsheng, quickly consume this foundation establishment pill and break through to the foundation establishment stage. Everyone is waiting for you. Elder Wei reminded him. He didn't want to see anyone offer an item that would tempt Chen Changsheng to exchange for this foundation establishment pill. Otherwise, this intersect assessment would definitely become a historical joke. Okay. See, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, it's just that the elder wants me to hurry up. But don't worry, everyone, after the assessment is over, I will definitely prepare foundation establishment pills for you. As long as the spirit stones are in place, absolutely none of you will be shorted. Chen Changsheng said generously. Everyone. If it weren't for the last sentence, one might have thought Chen Changsheng was being so generous. Was he planning to give each person a foundation establishment pill? As for this foundation establishment pill, then I can only consume it myself. Chen Changsheng said with a smile. Then, under everyone's gaze, he consumed the foundation establishment pill. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, Chen Changsheng hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Although he had refined so many foundation establishment pills, this was still his first time taking one, so he didn't know what would happen after taking it. Fortunately, however, there weren't too many abnormalities after taking this foundation establishment pill. Everything seemed to happen naturally. Originally, there was nothing at the dantian. Now, with the help of the foundation establishment pill, a sea of qi was opened up. However, the sea of qi only sounds good. The real situation is that there is only a fist-sized vortex of spiritual energy in the dantian. Spiritual energy is absorbed and stored in the vortex. The qi sea in the early stage of foundation establishment is really small enough. Chen Changsheng complained. If others knew of his thoughts, they would definitely scold him. Because even if ordinary cultivators break through to the early stage of foundation establishment, but the qi vortex is only the size of a thumb. And Chen Changsheng's qi vortex was already the size of a fist in the early stages of foundation establishment. Yet he was still not satisfied and still thought it was small. The reason why Chen Changsheng's qi vortex was different from ordinary people was that the main reason was the devouring wood saint physique. The devouring ember sacred body can not only devour fire seeds and wood spirits to enhance cultivation, but it can also strengthen Chen Changsheng's physical body. Naturally, Chen Changsheng was extraordinary compared to others at the same cultivation level. Moreover, the more flames and wood spirits he devoured, the more powerful he became within the same realm. Achieving invincibility within the same realm was only a matter of time. System, access data panel. Chen Changsheng wanted to know if his soul power had broken through. Host, Chen Changsheng. Cultivation, early foundation establishment stage. Spiritual roots, innate supreme grade fire wood spiritual roots. Soul, early spirit grade. Cultivated body, devouring wood mortal body. Remaining negative value, 20100. Remaining treasure chests, bronze treasure chest 1. Chapter 41, Withdrawal from the Inner Sect Assessment. Spirit level initial stage, he really broke through. Chen Changsheng shouted excitedly in his heart. After fainting from alchemy previously and then rising to the great perfection of the mortal grade, he felt like he was just a step away. The reason for this was naturally because he had consumed 3 petals of the 7-colored soul lotus at once. He hadn't fully absorbed it all. But now, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he incidentally absorbed all the remaining medicinal effects. Naturally, he also broke through to the early spirit grade. However, Chen Changsheng was unaware of all of this. He only thought it was because he was extraordinarily gifted. As long as he broke through his limits once, his soul power would be improved. System, do I get another reward for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage? Of course, reward, 1 silver treasure chest. System, I love you. Let's see what's different about this spirit grade soul power. After having this thought, Chen Changsheng's mind stirred. Although he didn't have any special soul attack methods, but when he released his soul power, the disciples closest to him were obviously a little abnormal. That sense of oppression from the depths of their souls made it impossible for them to look up at Chen Changsheng. What's going on? Why do I feel such a powerful pressure from senior brother Changsheng? Lu Yingying was not far from Chen Changsheng. She was also the first to feel the pressure from Chen Changsheng's soul. Don't mention it, I feel the same way, Lu Pei also said in surprise. We are both early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, we shouldn't feel this way. Moreover, even if a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator stood before me, I wouldn't feel such pressure. This feeling is strange, it seems to be pressure from the soul. Lu Pei was, after all, a royal prince. His knowledge was naturally more extensive. He had felt this kind of pressure before, but that was from a golden core late-stage cultivator about to break through to the nascent soul stage. There was no reason for such pressure to appear on a foundation establishment cultivator. The three elder Wei were also feeling the abnormality. When Chen Changsheng released his soul power, the three thought that one of them had released the soul pressure, because such a soul force has a feeling of oppression. The strength must be close to the nascent soul stage. As for the three of them, they have all reached the nascent soul stage. Naturally, they have such strength. However, after careful inspection, they discovered that this coercion actually came from Chen Changsheng, who had just broken through. This, did you guys feel it? Elder Hua asked suspiciously. She couldn't believe what she felt. However, Elder Wei and the other both nodded. That's right, this kind of coercion means that Changsheng's soul power has broken through to the spirit level. Hiss. The three of them gasped. Others don't know what soul power means, but the three of them know it very well. Spirit level soul power. This means that at least a cultivator with the strength of the golden core stage can possess it. And Chen Changsheng has only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. It seems that we need to inform the sect leader about this situation. This guy is giving us more and more surprises, Elder Wei said with emotion. At this moment, he finally understood why Bai Qi valued Chen Changsheng so much. They were also less concerned about paving the way for Chen Changsheng in the Monster Beast Mountain range a few days ago. Changsheng, now that you've broken through, prepare to start the inner sect assessment. Elder Wei reminded him. It's best not to reveal the secrets of such a genius, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. It seems that after the assessment, I need to arrange a protector for Chen Changsheng. Elder Wei thought to himself. Ordinary inner disciples certainly do not have the treatment of a dedicated protector, but Chen Changsheng is obviously different. Oh, I understand. Chen Changsheng also heard the meaning in Elder Wei's words. Obviously, the fact that his soul power has been raised to the spirit level is not something that can be revealed. Alright, now that you're all ready, the inner sect assessment begins. Elder Hua stood in front of all the disciples again. Let me first talk about the rules of this assessment. As we all know, the inner sect assessment is different every year. And this time, I think it will be the most difficult one. Don't complain in your hearts. As soon as Elder Hua finished speaking, he already saw many disciples with gloomy faces. No way, I didn't pass last year because the assessment was too difficult. I was hoping to pass this year, but now you're telling me it's even harder. Who says otherwise? I've been in the sect for 3 years already. I'm 18 this year, and if I can't pass this year, I won't have another chance. I heard my father say that this era will be one of emerging geniuses. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Last year's assessment required refining a grade 3 spiritual medicine, and I can already refine that. I don't believe it can be that much harder. Many of the disciples were not experiencing the inner sect assessment for the first time, because they could participate once every year before the age of 18. Some were full of confidence, while others naturally had no confidence at all. Silence. This inner sect assessment will take place in the demonic beast mountain range. Hiss. As soon as Elder Hua said this, those who had been confident instantly wilted. What? The demonic beast mountain range. With our cultivation levels, most of us at the foundation establishment stage were entering the demonic beast mountain range. Isn't that just sending us to be food? Don't worry. In the past, there have been assessments conducted in the demonic beast mountain range. They were all in peripheral areas without overlords. As long as we team up, we still have a chance to complete it. The disciples who knew more were not too worried, because the demonic beast mountain range is indeed dangerous, but it also depends on what area it is conducted in. If it's all a group of scattered demons without a leader, some senior brothers have experienced it and successfully completed it. However, Elder Hua's next words directly dispelled their thoughts. This time, you are going to the area where the Crimson Flame Tiger resides. You will be randomly sent to a location. Then, find the medicinal herbs required on the parchment and bring them back to the sect to refine the spiritual medicine. Of course, the spiritual medicine refined by each person will be different. Whoever's effect is the best will naturally be the first place in this inner sect assessment. The disciples. They felt like they were hallucinating. Crimson Flame Tiger. Is that the Crimson Flame Tiger that has reached the 3rd rank for a long time? And, if nothing unexpected happens, the Crimson Flame Tiger that will successfully advance to the 4th ranked demonic beast this year. He's notoriously brutal around the outer areas of the demon beast territory. If he leads so many demon beasts and knows we're going to gather spiritual herbs, wouldn't he scatter our ashes? Moreover, it's a random location, meaning we won't be able to team up right away. Elder Hua, are you sure these are this year's assessment rules? It sounds more like sending us to our deaths, doesn't it? The disciples couldn't understand why this year's difficulty was so high. Those who originally had some confidence completely lost it. Even Liu Pei was the same. He had prepared a lot to enter the inner sect. But now, his concern isn't whether he can enter the inner sect. It's whether he can survive the inner sect assessment. Chapter 42 Ecstasy Powder. I have another recipe. Rest assured about this. Although the sect won't let every one of you pass the assessment, it will still guarantee your safety. As long as you sense danger, you can set off the signal that has been issued, and people from the Dao protecting team will naturally come to the rescue. Of course, this is not absolutely safe. What if you encounter danger before the Dao protecting team arrives? Elder Hua didn't finish her words. However, everyone present understood what she meant. Once the Dao protector team couldn't arrive in time, there was a real possibility of losing one's life. However, participating in the inner sect assessment is inherently dangerous. If you're worried about this, you can choose to withdraw now. The sect will not deprive you of the qualification to participate in next year's assessment. As soon as Elder Hua said this, many people's hearts were shaken, especially those who had not yet broken through to the foundation establishment stage. They had completely lost confidence in completing this assessment. I withdraw. Before long, a chi refining 9th level disciple chose to withdraw, because she was only 16 years old. Even if she withdrew this time, she would still have 2 more opportunities to participate. There was no need to take risks to enter the inner sect sooner. With her taking the lead, disciples in similar situations also chose to withdraw. Dozens of people successively chose to withdraw. However, no disciples who had already reached the foundation establishment stage chose to withdraw, entering the inner sect a year early and enjoying the treatment of inner sect disciples. That improvement would be something that could not be achieved by several years of effort in the outer sect. There were also disciples who were already 18 years old this year, and once they gave up, they would no longer be qualified to participate, even though they were still only at the 9th level of chi refining. But they all wanted to find their own opportunities in the Demon Beast Mountain range to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Once they broke through, most people were confident in completing the refining of the Tier 3 spiritual medicine. Anyone else want to withdraw? If not, then we will now proceed to the Demon Beast Mountain range. Elder Hua's eyes swept over the crowd. She did not give a cold shoulder to those who chose to withdraw. Elder, I have a question. At this time, Chen Shangsheng raised his hand and said inappropriately, ask. The prescription I received is a Tier 3 Joyful Union powder. Is this a legitimate prescription? Chen Shangsheng asked somewhat embarrassedly. Cough cough. Elder Hua coughed a few times upon hearing this prescription. Of course, it is a legitimate prescription. Many great demons and older cultivators need this stuff. The sect is here to serve everyone, so naturally, it will research prescriptions in this area. Oh. Chen Shangsheng nodded in understanding. So, erectile dysfunction also exists in the cultivation world. But thinking about it, it's normal. Having experienced the grind of the years, sometimes one's strength will indeed fall short of one's desires. He didn't even have any thoughts in that direction anymore. Naturally, he would need to resort to this kind of medicine. I have another question. Ask everything you want to know all at once. Okay. It's just that what I refine might not be the spiritual herbs on the prescription. There should be some differences. But rest assured, Elder, the medicinal effect will definitely be stronger than this prescription. Chen Shangsheng was fundamentally unclear about medicine refining. What he knew was pill concocting. This. If it were someone else, perhaps Elder Hua wouldn't believe it. However, if it was Chen Shangsheng speaking, she would still believe it. So, you also have a pill formula with the same effect as the Joyful Union powder. I don't have that, but this thing isn't as complicated as the Foundation Establishment pill. I believe that as long as you give me a few experiments, I will be able to create a pill formula. Chen Shangsheng said very confidently. Although they were both rank 3 pills, this type of pill was actually much simpler. Refining it was not even as difficult as the Foundation Establishment pill. So even without a pill formula, Chen Shangsheng was not worried at all that he would not be able to figure it out. Chen Shangsheng's words directly silenced the 3 elders. Shangsheng, you must know that we are going to the Monster Beast Mountains. To be on the safe side, it's best not to cause trouble, right? Elder Wei earnestly advised. Elder, rest assured, I cherish my life the most and I will definitely not cause trouble. It's just that I'm researching pills, there won't be any problems. Elder Wei. As long as he researches pills, isn't that more problematic than anything? Everyone present knew this. Even though Chen Changsheng has now refined foundation establishment pills, a powerful elixir, it doesn't affect his image in everyone's mind in the slightest. Sigh, alright, just be careful when the time comes. Elder Wei couldn't say much more. However, he originally didn't plan on following Chen Changsheng. Now it seems that he still needs to stay around him to protect him. Let's go! Elder Wei took out a flying ship from his storage ring. After all the disciples boarded the ship one after another, it rose from the ground under Elder Wei's control. Wow, is this the aircraft? It's my first time seeing one so big. Lu Yingying was right next to Chen Changsheng. Even she was excited when she saw the airship take off. Compared to treasures, the pill refinement sect does surpass the royal family by a large margin. The things in the hands of one elder are enough to make the royal family envious for a long time. It's just an airship. If you like it, Yingying, I'll have my father send one over to you another day. Seeing the person who came, the smile on Lu Yingying's face instantly disappeared. Xianming, does your father know about you boasting like this? Yingying, what are you saying? Although I don't know how many spirit stones such an airship requires. But as long as you tell my dad it's for you, Yingying, I believe he'll give it to you no matter how expensive it is. Xianming said with a smile. This airship seems to be a non-sale item, not something that can be bought with spirit stones. The sect owns it should have been exchanged for pills. Chen Changsheng reminded from the side. Exactly, senior brother Changsheng understands. No, I just overheard Elder Wei saying it just now. Chen Changsheng shook his head with a smile. Chen Changsheng, don't blame me for not reminding you. Even if you become an inner disciple, Yingying is not someone you can afford to pursue. Xianming sized Chen Changsheng up and down. Then he said with a look of disdain. Chen Changsheng. He had only spoken the truth. Why was the other party so hostile? Moreover, he and Lu Yingying didn't seem to have any relationship, right? Then he sized up this Qianming. A folding fan in his hand swayed gently. He did have a bit of a refined air about him, but it was all clearly an act. Because he was covered in jeweled splendor from head to toe, he was practically writing "I'm rich" on his face. There were even 2 storage rings on his fingers. This rich guy, it would be so satisfying to extort him. Chapter 43, Arriving at the Demonic Beast Mountain Range. The Qianming before him looked like a fool with too much money. To scam him was the first thought that popped into Chen Changsheng's mind. Right, I forgot to introduce myself. Qianming of the Qian family of the capital. My father is the head of the Qian family, Chen Duo. Presumably, junior brother Changsheng has also heard of the name of our Qian family in the capital. Qianming swayed his folding fan, introducing himself with a calm expression. In his imagination, Chen Changsheng would be shocked upon hearing his name. His face would be filled with shock, followed by humble flattery. However, the Qian family of the capital. Never heard of it. Chen Changsheng shook his head calmly. Put. As soon as these words came out, Lu Yingying, who was on the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing. You! Xianming was so angry that he couldn't speak for a moment. He felt that Chen Changsheng was deliberately trying to anger him. Their Qian family of the capital was the wealthiest family. One of the 4 great families in the capital. Even the royal family had to give them face. Especially since their Qian family also controlled the economic lifeline. The royal family would give even more face to their Qian family. Humph. Not having heard of us can only be said to be your ignorance. Xianming held it in for a long time and finally squeezed out this sentence. Perhaps. Hearing Chen Changsheng say this, Xianming's expression finally improved slightly. However, Chen Changsheng's next words made him fly into a rage. After all, the only large sect I know about is the medicine refining sect. I know very little about others. I am quite ignorant. Ha ha ha. This time, Lu Yingying burst out laughing. She really couldn't hold it in. She looked at Chen Changsheng with admiration. I didn't expect you to be so good at roasting people, senior brother Changsheng. Nothing like that, I'm just telling the truth. Chen Changsheng said, looking like an honest man. It is indeed the truth. How can the Qian family compare with the medicine refining sect? Even our royal family is not qualified to be compared with the medicine refining sect. Lu Pei walked from a distance and clapped his hands in agreement. Big brother-in-law, I know you have always looked down on me, but it doesn't matter. After I enter the inner sect, my father will come to propose marriage. I believe His Majesty has no reason to refuse. Xianming saw that Lu Pei had also arrived, knowing that he couldn't regain his face this time. So he left a sentence and then left in disgrace. Who is this person? Why do I feel more hostility from him than I felt from you back then? Chen Changsheng asked Lu Pei. He's just one of Yingying's admirers. Lu Pei said dismissively. Then, patting Chen Changsheng on the shoulder, he said, don't worry, although his family is powerful and his own cultivation talent is high, I still have more faith in you. Keep it up. Having said that, Lu Pei left, leaving only Chen Changsheng and Lu Yingying. Wait, what's your brother talking about? What does he have faith in me for? Chen Changsheng looked bewildered. He's talking nonsense. Lu Yingying replied, her pretty face slightly flushed and somewhat bashful. However, Xianming is right about one thing. If his father were to propose marriage, the emperor would very likely agree to it. Speaking of this, Lu Yingying was visibly disheartened. Isn't he from a family in the capital, according to him? Can't the imperial family just refuse? Chen Changxing could see that Lu Yingying didn't like this Qianming. It's no use. No matter how favored a royal princess is, without sufficient talent, her ultimate fate will only be to be a tool for profit. The Qian family controls the dynasty's economy. One wants money, the other wants a strong backing. A marriage alliance is the best choice. As she said this, Lu Yingying's eyes showed a hint of loneliness. Don't worry, now that you've joined the alchemy sect, you'll definitely be able to demonstrate your value in the future. If you don't want to be a tool, then strive to become the one who uses the tools, Chen Changsheng said with a smile, patting Lu Yingying's head. This action made Lu Yingying's body stiffen slightly. Then, her eyes filled with determination. Senior brother is right. As long as I work hard, I can change everything. And with senior brother Changsheng here, I believe I can definitely do it. Lu Yingying clenched her small fist and said encouragingly, "Since you said so, I'll let you try all my pills first from now on." Chen Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. "No, senior brother Changsheng, my brother is calling me, I'll go first." As soon as she heard that she would be trying pills, Lu Yingying scurried away, crestfallen. When she tried the foundation establishment pill refined by Chen Changsheng, she was prepared for the possibility of being crippled. A few more times, and she was worried she wouldn't survive. Boring. Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. He was already capable of refining qi refining pills and foundation establishment pills. He was reluctant to let these people test his medicine. This is troublesome. How will I test future pills? It seems entering the inner sect is a good choice. There are more people to persuade. Roar. Just as Chen Changsheng was praising himself for his ingenuity, a beast's roar interrupted his thoughts. Looking down from the edge of the airship, he realized that, at some point, the airship had arrived above a vast forest. The roar came from the forest below. We have now entered the Demon Beast Mountain Range. This outer area is mostly forests and rivers. The location for your assessment is below. Elder Hua's voice, infused with spiritual energy, entered the ears of every disciple. Now, each disciple will be sent off the airship in succession to complete your assessment. Remember, if you sense danger that you cannot face, be sure to activate the signal flare at the first moment. Don't disregard your own life in order to pass the assessment. Elder Hua reminded them. The sect assessment is dangerous, but the elders do not wish to see any real casualties. You, come with me. You, come with me. Over 100 members of the Guardian team appeared one after another. Each one's cultivation was above the golden core stage. Each person led a disciple to jump off the airship. Afterward, they took the disciple to the designated location and set them down. "Hey, what about me? What about me? Can you take me down first?" Xian Ming continuously called out to the people of the Guardian team and the crowd. Because everyone knew that the earlier one got off the airship, the more likely they were to be on the periphery of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. The danger would naturally be lessened. What's the rush? Everyone has their own location. Even if we put you on the periphery, you will still need to enter the central areas of the periphery to search for spiritual herbs. Elder Hua reprimanded. How could the sect not have thought of this? Favoritism, huh? Then I'll just have to see when that Chen Changxing gets off the ship. Xian Ming said, unconvinced. In his opinion, the sect was just being biased, especially towards Chen Changsheng. He's made so many mistakes, and yet he's still participating in the assessment just fine. They even postponed the start of the assessment because of Chen Changsheng. Chapter 44 The Self-Cultivation of an Actor. However, to Qian Ming's surprise, Chen Changsheng was never brought off the ship. Even Lu Pei and Lu Yingying had already disembarked. Chen Changsheng was still on board. Even Chen Changsheng himself suspected that the sect was targeting him. Any further and will be directly entering the outer core area. Xian Ming was very worried. He no longer cared when Chen Changsheng got off the ship. Instead, he worried whether he would be taken directly to the outer core area. But fortunately, just as he had this thought, someone from the escort team brought him off the ship. Hehe, Chen Changsheng, I hope you can survive in the outer core area. Before leaving, Chen Ming didn't forget to provoke Chen Changsheng. The latter didn't pay too much attention to it. Although it was his first time on the Monster Beast Mountain Range, he now possessed spirit-level soul power. Even if he couldn't win, protecting himself wouldn't be a problem. Besides, he also had a signal flare in his hand. Seeing that the situation was not right, Chen Changsheng would definitely not hesitate to set off the signal flare. It didn't matter if he couldn't enter the inner sect. If he lost his life, then it would truly be over. Alright, Changsheng, now you're the only one left. I'll take you down. Elder Wei came to Chen Changsheng's side and said. Then, without waiting for Chen Changsheng to prepare himself, he grabbed the latter's shoulder and descended from the airship. This is where you begin. There are many tier 2 monster beasts around here, so be careful. Elder Wei left these words after bringing Chen Changsheng to a large tree and then departed. Of course, he didn't truly leave. Instead, he was silently guarding him in a place where Chen Changxing couldn't see. Although everything had already been arranged, Elder Wei was still worried that there might be unexpected occurrences. Is this the Demon Beast Mountain range? The spiritual energy is far denser than in the sect. Chen Changxing cherished his life, but he was not timid. After Elder Wei left, he began to observe the surroundings. After not detecting any danger, he finally relaxed. This tree must be over 10,000 years old. I wonder if it has given birth to a wood spirit. Chen Changxing stroked the large tree behind him and said with emotion. He now yearned for wood spirits and fire seeds. Forget it, completing the assessment and leaving this Demon Beast Mountain range is the most important thing. Improving cultivation can be done at any time. A wise man does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Chen Changxing took out the parchment given by the sect. It recorded 12 kinds of spiritual herbs. So many, wandering around randomly, I don't know when I'll be able to find them all. Looking at the number of spiritual herbs on the parchment, Chen Changxing felt a little troubled. Moreover, what he refined was not this kind of aphrodisiac powder at all, but an aphrodisiac pill, which naturally required even more spiritual herbs. Putting aside everything else, this rank 2 amorous deer beast core is a bit hard to find. We can't really go and find a tier 2 love-bewildered deer to kill, can we? Chen Changxing felt a little apprehensive. If it were a normal confrontation, he would be confident in being able to fight a love-bewildered deer that had just entered tier 2. But this was the Demonic Beast Mountain range. Once a battle started, it would inevitably attract the attention of the surrounding demonic beasts. If another demonic beast intervened at that time, not getting the beast core would be a trivial matter. Whether he could leave safely would be a problem. Just as Chen Changxing didn't know what to do, a sudden beast roar in the distance caught his attention. He saw a few hundred meters away. 2 tier 2 savage bulls were charging wildly, and in front of the savage bulls there was also a love-bewildered deer fleeing. Roar! Judging from the situation, Chen Changxing knew that this love-bewildered deer was definitely not a demonic beast from this area. Maybe it came to steal some spiritual herbs. After being discovered, it was now being hunted down. Damn, could I be so lucky? I was just wondering where to find this love-bewildered deer, and now it's taking the initiative to come to my door. Chen Changxing didn't care about anything else and hurriedly followed. He followed from afar, waiting for the 2 wild bulls to kill the bewitching deer. In front of him, the 2 wild bulls chased after the bewitching deer, while communicating in beast language. Is that human kid following us? He is. With his clumsy tracking skills, he doesn't even bother to hide his aura. Does he think we can't sense him? I wonder what relationship the leader has with this kid to actually make us put on a show and deliver the corpse of this bewitching deer to his doorstep. Who says otherwise? With that wretched appearance of his, I would have turned around and rammed him already. Don't. The leader said that anyone who hurts even a hair on this human kid's head will have to pay with their life. Do you want to die? Alright, of course, I know. Isn't it just that I feel stifled? At any other time, seeing such a weak human cultivator, he would have been my lunch already. Bear with it. The leader said it will only be a few days at most. Completing the task of delivering the gift is the most important thing. Speaking of which, the bewitching deer can really run. Hurry up and finish this. I can't take the enchanting fragrance it's releasing anymore. If I don't go back and find a female wild bull to release it on, I might have to resort to you. You damn pervert, we're both males, hold it in. Chen Changxing, following behind the 2 wild bulls, naturally couldn't understand their exchange. He only knew that the 2 wild bulls were constantly roaring. Subsequently, their pursuit became more intense, especially one of the wild bulls, which directly opened up a long distance from the one behind. It seemed not to be chasing the love-stricken deer in front, but rather worried about what the wild bull behind might do to it. Why does it feel so strange between these demon beasts? Chen Changxing was somewhat puzzled. However, after seeing the wild bull in front send the love-stricken deer flying with a horn, Chen Changxing put all these thoughts to the back of his mind. Woo! The love-stricken deer's abdomen was pierced by a bull's horn. Lying on the ground, fresh blood flowed continuously. Finally, it stopped breathing in resentment. The 2 rampage bulls, as the culprits, didn't even glance at the bewitching deer's corpse. They turned tail and ran into the distance. When passing by Chen Changxing, one of them even curiously glanced in his direction. Don't look, what if he discovers us and attacks? Come on, the most likely scenario is that he'll turn and run after being discovered. I don't believe he has the courage to fight us. The 2 rampage bulls communicated as they left, leaving Chen Changxing alone, hiding behind the tree, waiting for the 2 rampage bulls to leave. Phew, they should be far away now, right? Chen Changxing walked out from behind the tree, watching the rampage bulls disappear into the distance. Then, he glanced at the bewitching deer's corpse not far away. Without delay, he quickly drew the dagger from his waist. He removed the beast core from the bewitching deer's head. Looking at the fist-sized, yellow beast core in his hand, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen Changxing's face. I didn't expect to obtain the bewitching deer's beast core so easily. It seems the chosen one is indeed blessed with luck. Chapter 45 Non-Stop Gifting. Still 11 more medicinal herbs to go. Chen Xiangsheng, after moving away from the spot where the bewitching deer had died, began to worry again. It seems I can only search according to the characteristics of these spiritual herbs. Every spiritual herb has its own growing environment. And in this demon beast mountain range, the terrain and landforms are the most diverse. Naturally, there are also many spiritual herbs. This bewitching flower is most commonly found in swamps. Chen Xiangsheng could only take it one step at a time. He took out the map given by the sect, which showed the outer areas of the demon beast mountain range. It was easy to find a swamp. An hour later. That's not right. Why do I feel like I haven't seen a single demon beast along the way? I can only hear the roars of beasts from afar. As he was about to reach the swamp, Chen Xiangsheng's heart was full of doubts. Normally, the outer areas of the demon beast mountain range are where the most demon beasts are found. Not to mention an hour, it's possible to encounter 10 demon beasts in just 10 minutes. Chen Xiangsheng's situation was clearly unreasonable. Could it be that there is some great demon nearby? Only in this way could Chen Xiangsheng explain why he hadn't seen any demonic beasts. It shouldn't be. I haven't entered the red flame tiger's territory either. Chen Xiangsheng was very puzzled. However, the swamp was right in front of him. He didn't have time to think more about it, because two blood-red flowers caught his attention. Desire flowers. As expected, they can be found in swamps. However, Chen Xiangsheng did not immediately pick them. Desire flowers are rank 3 spiritual herbs. Where there are desire flowers, there must be two-headed silver snakes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sure enough, the next second, a rank 2 two-headed silver snake appeared in front of that desire flower. Every time the two-headed silver snake's strength increases, it sheds its skin. If it wants to shed its skin quickly, it needs to use the desire flower. This is also why wherever there are desire flowers, there must be two-headed silver snakes. This two-headed silver snake isn't going to eat the desire flower, is it? Fortunately, the thing Chen Xiangsheng was worried about didn't happen. The two-headed silver snake stopped after circling the desire flower twice. Immediately afterward, the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather toward the two-headed silver snake. Is it going to shed its skin? Seeing this movement, Chen Xiangsheng felt that his chance had come. Because the sloughed skin of the two-headed silver snake is also one of the 12 spiritual medicines. Originally, he thought this thing would be the most difficult to find, because the two-headed silver snake will eat its own sloughed skin after shedding. The only way to obtain it is to snatch it when the two-headed silver snake completes its shedding. A quarter of an hour later, the two-headed silver snake, which had already consumed many desire flowers, completed its shedding. This can increase cultivation. Can I really not eat it? The two-headed silver snake looked at its shed skin, its tongue constantly flicking in and out, thinking this in its heart. For the two-headed silver snake, the attraction of the shed skin is no weaker than the desire flower. And now both the desire flower and the shed skin are placed in front of this two-headed silver snake. It could only stare blankly, not daring to consume it. It's time to make a move. If I don't, both the desire flower and the snakeskin will be gone. Since it's my first time, what should I use? This was Chen Xiangsheng's first real battle since transmigrating. For a moment, he was unsure how to attack. Since I'm an alchemist, naturally I should use fire for my first move. Purple flames appeared in Chen Xiangsheng's palm. Activating the vermilion bird void fire art, the purple flames transformed into a palm-sized vermilion bird. Go! He flung it towards the unprepared two-headed silver snake. Hiss! The two-headed silver snake, which was about to leave according to plan, was startled by the sudden attack. Fortunately, it had sensed Chen Xiangsheng's presence. Therefore, although Chen Xiangsheng's attack was a sneak attack, it was somewhat prepared. It quickly fled from its initial location. Only a section of its tail was scorched by the purple vermilion bird. Negative value from the two-headed silver snake plus 1000. Wasn't I supposed to act? This scene wasn't in the script. Shouldn't I have kept the snakeskin and desire flower for myself and left? Then let this human think he got a good deal. It wasn't said there would be a battle. And this attack. Both heads of the twin-headed silver snake were filled with question marks at this moment, because its scorched tail had completely disappeared. It wasn't said this human would be so brave. If I hadn't run fast, that attack would have taken my life. The twin-headed silver snake complained while also being thankful that it ran fast. Fortunately, Chen Xiangsheng had not learned any concealment techniques. He didn't even hide his own aura. So wherever he went, the surrounding demonic beasts knew. This is why Chen Xiangsheng didn't see any demonic beasts along the way. They all hid far away, so naturally he couldn't see them. This vermilion bird fire control art is indeed powerful enough. Chen Xiangsheng praised as he watched the twin-headed silver snake flee in panic. Although the twin-headed silver snake was best at speed rather than defense, but it was still a rank 2 demonic beast after all. Burning them directly to ashes is still a bit too overpowered. Alright, now I have both the desire flower and the twin-headed silver snakeskin. Chen Xiangsheng placed the two spiritual herbs into his Qiankuan bag. feeling a lot more relaxed again. This intersect assessment isn't as dangerous as I thought. They said demonic beasts run rampant, but I haven't seen any. Moreover, as long as you follow the growth characteristics of spiritual herbs, finding them isn't a difficult task. Chen Shangsheng suddenly felt that even if he couldn't refine pills, he could still make a lot of money as a mercenary, entering the Demon Beast Mountains to pick spiritual herbs. However, the other disciples on the other side were not so lucky. Next, I'll go to the cliff to find love nectar grass. But the scarlet flame tiger is there, so it might be a little difficult to handle. Chen Shangsheng hesitated a bit. However, love nectar grass can only be found on the cliff. It is also the most important medicinal ingredient for the joyful union powder. I definitely have to go, but I still need to have some life-saving methods first. Chen Shangsheng wasn't afraid of trouble, but he was afraid of death. Therefore, without sufficient preparation, he wouldn't risk his life. System, can the treasure chest yield protective items? Of course. The treasure chest can potentially yield any item. Not to mention protective items, there's even a chance to get a tribulation stage death warrior. However, the items yielded from ordinary treasure chests are random. If you want to specify opening a treasure chest for a particular aspect, you need to spend double the negative karma points. For example, cultivation methods, martial skills, pill formulas, protection, weapons, and so on. Since that's the case, then I'll open the remaining bronze treasure chests first. Are you sure you want to open the bronze treasure chest? Confirm. Ding. Opening successful. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining a grade 4 pill, the youth preservation pill. Oh, am I that lucky? Chen Shangsheng was quite surprised. This was just a bronze treasure chest, yet he actually managed to get a grade 4 pill. Although it's useless to him right now, if he were to auction it off, it would definitely sell for a good price. Chapter 46. I am a child of luck, blessed by the RNG god. Redeem another bronze treasure chest for a protective item. Although there was still a silver treasure chest as a system reward, Chen Shangsheng did not plan to open it. He needed to leave himself a way out. Successfully spent 20,000 negative points to exchange for a designated bronze treasure chest. Open it directly. Ding. Opening successful. Obtained a 5 Thunder Talisman. 5 Thunder Talisman, a one-time consumable item. After use, it can instantly summon 5 thunders to strike from the sky with a power comparable to a full force strike from a core formation stage cultivator. A full force strike from a core formation stage cultivator. So powerful. Chen Shangsheng originally thought it would be good enough if he could open an item that could withstand the attack of a tier 3 demon beast. But unexpectedly, he opened a 5 Thunder Talisman that could kill a tier 3 demon beast. This thing can also be considered a protective item. Indeed, the best defense is offense. Although he originally only had a little over 20,000 negative points left, he spent 20,000 negative points in one go. But after opening this 5 Thunder Talisman, Chen Shangsheng didn't feel bad about the 20,000 negative points at all. With the 5 Thunder Talisman in hand, I am the king here. If the Scarlet Flame Tiger is not obedient, giving him a strike like this will make him honest. In principle, the Scarlet Flame Tiger has done nothing wrong, nor has it provoked me. However, now the principle is in my hands, and that is another matter entirely. Holding the 5 Thunder Talisman. This time, Chen Shangsheng walked with a lot more confidence. However, he still didn't encounter any demonic beasts along the way. On the contrary, he found quite a few spiritual herbs. There was even a grade 4 spiritual herb. Who said the demonic beast mountain range was dangerous? I don't understand. Even a grade 4 spiritual herb isn't guarded by demonic beasts. It seems this demonic beast mountain range is indeed vast and full of treasures. Chen Shangsheng was practically picking up spiritual herbs as he walked. Little did he know that the demonic beasts near these spiritual herbs had already left when his aura was exposed, especially after the twin-headed silver serpent told the other demonic beasts of its encounter. All the demonic beasts avoided him like the plague, because if they were to meet him head-on, the demonic beasts wouldn't know whether they should fight or run. Fight, but they can't hurt Chen Shangsheng. Run. Encountering a foundation establishment stage human and running without a fight. If this were to spread, he would be laughed to death by the demon beasts next door. So, fighting wasn't an option, and neither was not fighting. It would be better not to meet at all. I've already found so many spiritual herbs, why can't the ones I need appear nearby? Chen Shangsheng strolled leisurely through the forest, sighing. If other disciples heard his words, they would definitely be angered to the point of vomiting blood. They struggled to find them. In the end, they risked being chased by demon beasts to pick the spiritual herbs. Yet Chen Shangsheng was hoping for a free lunch. Moreover, Chen Shangsheng really did pick up spiritual herbs as he walked. Comparing people is indeed infuriating. However, what's even more infuriating is that in the next second, Chen Shangsheng really did see a spiritual herb needed to refine the joyous union powder. That's not right. Isn't this kind of water-seeping fruit supposed to grow by the riverbank? Why would it appear in this forest? Chen Shangsheng looked at a fruit tree in front of him with a puzzled expression. There were more than a dozen fruits hanging on the tree. If he hadn't seen it in the sect's spiritual herb manual, Chen Shangsheng even wondered if he had seen it wrong, because the surrounding conditions simply shouldn't allow a fruit tree like the protector fruit to grow. Not to mention, there were over a dozen protector fruits on the tree. Something's not right. Am I really the chosen one? Can I just casually stumble upon what I want? When he approached the protector fruit tree, he discovered an even more outrageous scene. Beneath this protector fruit tree, there were actually more than a dozen kinds of spiritual herbs. 7 of them were the medicinal materials needed to refine the joyful union powder. No, this can't be a trap, right? I won't be chased and killed by the scarlet flame tiger as soon as I take these spiritual herbs, will I? Even Chen Shangsheng himself felt it was unreasonable. Although these 7 spiritual herbs did grow in forest environments, they were all appearing in the same place at the same time. It just didn't seem reasonable no matter how he looked at it. As for the other dozen or so spiritual herbs, Chen Shangsheng hadn't seen them before, but he recognized them all. Most of them were spiritual herbs related to love and romance, let alone refining joyful union powder. Even when researching the joyous union pills, he would probably just need these spiritual herbs. Fortunately, there's only one of each spiritual herb. Otherwise, I would really suspect someone deliberately placed them here to help me cheat. Chen Shangsheng muttered softly. After all, if you're really cheating, you should at least prepare a few more sets. It's not like you're guaranteed to succeed on the first try. But Elder Wei, who was following from a distance, heard him loud and clear. What stupid things are these disciples doing? Can't they make it a little more reasonable? Fortunately, this is Chen Shangsheng's first time in the demonic beast mountain range, and he doesn't know the situation here. Otherwise, he might have been exposed. I must properly educate these guys when I get back. If they continue to be so reckless, exposure is only a matter of time. Elder Wei himself didn't expect such a situation. He was only responsible for educating the Scarlet Flame Tiger and telling the Scarlet Flame Tiger what to do. These spiritual herbs were all arranged by the escort team disciples. However, Elder Wei's worries were clearly a bit superfluous, because after putting all the spiritual herbs into his Qiankuan bag, Chen Shangsheng no longer harbored any doubts. He felt that the Demon Beast Mountain range was just like this. Vast and abundant in resources, it was possible for strange things to happen. After all, this was his first time entering the Demon Beast Mountain range, and he didn't understand it well. Things have already come to this. If I were to say that I am not the child of destiny, who would believe it? Ha 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 ha. I am the child of destiny. I have the qualifications of a great emperor. Chen Shangsheng will surely attain eternal life. Ha ha ha. Watching Chen Shangsheng disappear into the distance, the words Chen Shangsheng had spoken still echoed in his ears. Elder Wei couldn't help but frown. It seems my worries were unnecessary. This child attributes everything to being the child of destiny. Although it's a good thing he doesn't suspect anything, why do I feel like punching someone? Elder Wei clenched his fist. For a moment, he didn't know where to direct his strength. No, this was too easy. Next time there's an opportunity, I must make him taste some hardship. Otherwise, this kid will really think he is the child of destiny and has the qualifications of a great emperor. Inside the Scarlet Flame Tiger's cave. Boss, take a look, please. I really didn't do anything. I just went to deliver the snake skin and desire flower according to your instructions. Now, even my tail is gone. If I had run any slower, my head would be gone too. The twin-headed silver snake said aggrievely in front of the Scarlet Flame Tiger. Alright, so what if your tail is gone? It won't affect you. You can live even with one head missing, so what's a tail? Twin-headed silver snake. Boss, that human kid is too arrogant. He attacked with a sneak attack and a fatal one at that, without any regard for sentiment. I at least delivered him spirit medicine, didn't I? Alright, tell me how he attacked. The Scarlet Flame Tiger said impatiently. What it's worried about now is that it might encounter Chen Shangsheng and get hit with a sudden attack like that as well. With its current injured body, it might not be able to withstand it. So it needs to understand the situation first, lest it accidentally lose its life. Chapter 47, Lu Pei's Embarrassment. It's just a fireball. Although it's only the beast fire of a tier 1 demon beast, for some reason, it's very powerful in his hands. It even has a slight sense of oppression, like a suppression from the bloodline. The two-headed silver snake said as it recalled. That feeling was very strange. It was clearly just a tier 1 beast fire, but in Chen Shangsheng's hands, it couldn't even muster the will to resist. That mysterious. The red flame tiger, which already had a king character on its brow, now had an added furrow. Indeed, there is a trace of divine beast aura. But I believe our boss will certainly not be afraid. That's for sure. I also possess divine beast bloodline. The Crimson Flame Tiger said proudly. Their lineage also possessed White Tiger bloodline. But as for it, that trace of bloodline was already negligible. Alright, you all leave. After dismissing all his subordinates, only then did the Crimson Flame Tiger show a worried expression. It was now seriously injured. after listening to his subordinates' accounts. It was actually a little worried about whether it could beat Chen Changsheng. Wei Qing, you old devil, you've made me suffer. The Crimson Flame Tiger even began to suspect that Elder Wei wanted Chen Changsheng to kill it. Otherwise, why would he have beaten it so badly? But little did it know that even Elder Wei hadn't expected this situation. Chen Changsheng's strength had increased too quickly. Moreover, he originally thought that Chen Changsheng only knew how to refine pills, and knew nothing about combat. But he truly knew nothing about combat. So, he went all out right from the start, leaving no room for maneuver. On the other side, Chen Changsheng ultimately chose to detour, not passing near the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair. Although it added 2 hours to his journey, he didn't encounter any demonic beasts along the way, which was also safe. The cliff is so high, how am I supposed to climb up and find the love potion grass? Looking at the towering mountain peak, Chen Changsheng was troubled for a moment. He couldn't fly, and if he chose to climb, it would be terrible if he accidentally fell. Forget it, I'm the child of destiny anyway, I'll wait until tomorrow. It was already dark. Chen Changsheng naturally wouldn't risk climbing. Instead, he chose to stay overnight at the foot of the mountain. I've been working hard all day, it's time to treat myself. Although he hadn't fought at all that day. But for Chen Changsheng, traveling was also considered tiring. No, what is this guy going to do? He doesn't want to cook in the Monster Beast mountain range, does he? From afar, the Scarlet Flame Tiger saw Chen Changsheng take out a tent from his Qiankuan bag. And pots, pans. There were even all kinds of seasonings. He just set up an iron pot in the Monster Beast mountain range. He took out the ingredients he had prepared in advance and started cooking. Looking at the flickering firelight where Chen Changsheng was, the Scarlet Flame Tiger didn't know how to describe Chen Changsheng for a moment. Not hiding at night and making a fire in the Monster Beast mountain range. Isn't this exposing his position? Other people choose caves to make fires, so they won't be easily discovered. But Chen Changsheng had not considered these issues at all. The Scarlet Flame Tiger could only sigh. He had seen rampant people before, but this was the first time he had seen someone so rampant. Not bad, it actually smells pretty good. From far away, the Scarlet Flame Tiger actually smelled the aroma emanating from Chen Changsheng's cooking. Forget it, I'll leave for today and act tomorrow. Anyone who dares to light a fire in the Demon Beast mountain range must also have the courage to enter my lair. Damn it, why is it so difficult to send something out? The Scarlet Flame Tiger left while complaining. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, was completely unaware of this. He only knew that there were no demon beasts around here, so he couldn't let himself suffer. Although after reaching the foundation establishment stage, it wouldn't matter even if he didn't eat for a week. He himself could even rely on pills to last longer. However, as a transmigrator, his appetite was still very strong, especially for many things he had never seen before, yet were extremely delicious. The meat of this enchanted deer is really fragrant. This roasted deer leg is simply amazing. Chen Changsheng ate with his mouth full of oil, very satisfied. Brr! Looking at the remaining half of the venison, Chen Changsheng really wanted to continue eating. However, the burps he was letting out told him that he couldn't eat anymore. Next time, I'll get less. I haven't found any better food yet, so I can't waste it. After saying this, Chen Changsheng happily returned to his tent to sleep. As for the fire, he never even thought about putting it out. It is said that wild animals are afraid of fire. So, with fire, he wouldn't be disturbed. It's just that Chen Changsheng hadn't considered it. This was the Demon Beast mountain range. There were no wild animals here, only demon beasts. If it weren't for the fact that he had already prepared everything in advance, he didn't know how many demon beasts would have targeted him by now. The night passed without incident. Chen Changsheng slept very soundly that night. It was as if he wasn't in the Demon Beast mountain range at all, nor were there any demon beasts coming to disturb him. Hey, I just picked a rank 3 spiritual herb, okay? Is it really necessary to chase me this far? Lu Pei, covered in injuries, questioned the rank 2 wild bull that was chasing him relentlessly from behind. Last night, while the savage bull was asleep, he secretly picked a stalk of the rank 3 spirit herb he needed. As a result, when he was about to leave, he woke up this rank 2 savage bull. A battle was immediately triggered. Facing the rank 2 savage bull, whose defense and attack power were both maxed out. Even though Lu Pei was already at the foundation establishment stage, he was no match at all. Before long, he was seriously injured. Originally, he thought that if he escaped, the savage bull would not pursue. After all, for the savage bull, the rank 3 spirit herb didn't have much use. There were many around, so it didn't like this one stalk at all. However, to his surprise, this savage bull had chased him for an entire night. And it's still chasing him now. Damn it, if I can't afford to offend that human kid, can't I afford to offend you? As long as I don't kill you, I can play with you however I want. The savage bull's heart was full of anger, because it was one of the 2 savage bulls that delivered the love-bewitched deer to Chen Changsheng. As for why it was the only one this time, it was because the 2 of them had already broken up. Of course, its rear also cracked yesterday. It blamed all of this on Chen Changsheng, and vented its anger entirely on Lu Pei. Don't chase me anymore, or I'll return the spiritual herb to you. Lu Pei was mentally and physically exhausted. However, his suggestion did not gain the wild bull's approval, because the root cause was not the spiritual herb. Seeing that there was no way to negotiate, Lu Pei was somewhat desperate. If he continued to be chased like this, setting off the signal flare was only a matter of time. But just as he was thinking this, a faint firelight appeared in his line of sight. There are still people who dare to light a fire in this demon beast mountain range. Lu Pei looked puzzled, but he immediately understood. The person who lit the fire was definitely not from the sect, but rather a great cultivator staying overnight here, possessing sufficient strength, so they were not at all afraid of lighting a fire attracting the attention of demon beasts. No wonder I haven't encountered any other demon beasts after coming to this side. So there was a senior expert here. Then this will be much easier to handle. Chapter 48. How should I explain the fact that I am the child of fortune? Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Pei headed towards the direction of the firelight. This kind of borrowing the hand of a passing expert to ensure one's own safety was also within the scope of the assessment rules, so he was not worried that he would lose his qualification for the assessment because of this. Senior. Lu Pei, an outer sect disciple of the pill refining sect, requests the help of the senior. As soon as he arrived near the bonfire, Lu Pei saw a tent. Clearly, the expert had resided here for the night. He originally wanted to state his identity as a prince to request help, but on second thought he was now a disciple of the medicine refining sect. It would be more appropriate to state his identity as a disciple of the medicine refining sect. Hey, who is it? It's early in the morning, making noise before I'm even awake. Chen Changshan walked out of the tent, dejected. After seeing who it was, the two looked at each other, both stunned. Chen Changshan. Lu Pei never imagined that the senior expert he had envisioned would actually be Chen Changsheng, and Chen Changsheng was surprised to see that Lu Pei was covered in injuries. What are you doing here? Lu Pei asked in shock. Don't you know not to travel when it's dark? So I found this place to rest for the night. Why are you so surprised? Chen Changsheng looked bewildered. What? You just stayed here so refreshingly for a night? Lu Pei said in astonishment. Don't be so surprised. I'm not that delicate. Although this place is a bit crude, it's fine for a night's rest. You're just spoiled by your royal status. Do you think a place can't be inhabited just because it's crude? If we cultivators can't even endure this bit of hardship, how can we talk about overpowering the ages? This habit is not good, it must be changed. Chen Changsheng said with a serious face. No, is this a question of whether it's crude or not? Lu Pei was a little dumbfounded by Chen Changsheng's words. A foundation establishment stage cultivator making a fire and staying here for the night. It would be fine if there were no dangers, but he actually said it was too crude. Then what was this night of my running around? That's not right. How did you get so seriously injured? Could it be that you were robbed on the road? Your identity is indeed easy to be coveted. So, it's better to be like me, without parents. Chen Changsheng said with some self-satisfaction. Negative value from Lu Pei plus 1,000. Hearing his words, Lu Pei really wanted to punch Chen Changsheng. What's with that angry look in your eyes? Chen Changsheng naturally saw the system's notification as well. He just didn't know where Lu Pei's resentment came from. He hadn't provoked him. This is the Monster Beast mountain range. How do you think my injuries came about? Lu Pei said speechlessly. I see, you wanted to challenge yourself, so you went to fight monster beasts. Looking at you, it's obvious you lost. Lu Pei. I couldn't even dodge in time, and you think I would actively go fight? How big of a hole does one's brain have to be to do such a stupid thing? Negative value from Lu Pei plus 1,000. No, I almost let you anger me to the point of forgetting the main thing. Only then did Lu Pei remember that he was still being chased by a wild bull. He thought there would be an expert here. No need to worry. But the one here was Chen Changsheng. Then what he has to worry about now is not just whether he can pass the assessment. There is also Chen Changsheng. He doesn't want to implicate Chen Changsheng and prevent him from completing the inner sect assessment because of himself. You leave here quickly, I will deal with the bull behind. Ha! Looking at Lu Pei's resolute appearance, Chen Changsheng was confused. Why are you getting so emotional? The wind is howling, the Yi River is cold. Once a hero departs, he will never return. Chen Changsheng asked doubtfully. Don't you ask me how this injury came about. I was chased out by the bull behind me. Don't be implicated by me. Don't worry, I have a way to protect myself. The worst case is that I will participate in the inner sect assessment next year. But you can't, you are already 18 years old this year, this is your last chance. Lu Pei said heroically. At this time, he felt like a real man. If Chen Changsheng was a woman, he felt that the other party would have the idea of promising herself to him. Although I am very touched that you are so kind to me all of a sudden. But would you like to look back? What kind of demonic beasts are around here? Not to mention the wild bull you speak of, Chen Changsheng said with a helpless expression. Ha! Chen Changsheng's words stunned Lu Pei. That wild bull had been following right behind him. How could it not have come? However, when he turned his head, he really couldn't see the figure of the wild bull that had been chasing him. Hey, that's not right. Where's the wild bull? Lu Pei wondered. That wild bull didn't seem like the type to let things go easily. Little did he know, the wild bull indeed had no intention of letting Lu Pei off the hook. But when Lu Pei came towards Chen Changsheng, the wild bull felt that something was wrong. Although it had not yet sensed Chen Changsheng's aura, but there wasn't even the aura of a demonic beast around. That was very abnormal. Because in the wild bull's memory there were quite a few demonic beasts living here, and the only explanation for why the demonic beasts here had suddenly disappeared was one thing, that Chen Changsheng was here. So the demonic beasts had all chosen to leave, hiding far away. Having understood this point, the brutal bull no longer had the desire to chase Lu Pei. It turned its head and went far away. The hatred in its heart for Lu Pei intensified even more. If it hadn't reacted quickly, it wouldn't have been as simple as just a crack on its rear. Perhaps its head would have blossomed. Negative value from the brutal bull plus 1000. Junior brother Lu Pei, in fact, these demon beasts are all quite good. As long as you don't actively provoke them, I feel they are still very kind. And even if there are conflicts, they won't be life and death struggles. You must have done something bad, that's why you are so hated. Chen Changsheng patted Lu Pei's shoulder and said earnestly, Lu Pei, isn't it all to complete the sect assessment just picking a spiritual herb? It's insignificant to that brutal bull. Lu Pei also somewhat believed what Chen Changsheng said. He complained, but fortunately, I have already collected 3 of the 12 medicinal materials needed for alchemy. I think my speed should be among the best of all the disciples. With the danger gone, Lu Pei also relaxed. He began to brag about his gains. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt that Chen Changsheng's eyes were strange. Changsheng, seeing that you don't have a single wound on your body and your clothes are so neat, you haven't gone to look for the spiritual herbs yet, have you? You haven't collected a single one. Chen Changsheng, this. Chapter 49 confused Lu Pei. That would you feel better if I said I didn't collect a single spiritual herb? What do you mean? You don't have a single wound on your body and you're so neat. It's obvious that you haven't fought with any demon beasts. Could it be that you can still collect spiritual herbs? Lu Pei felt that Chen Changsheng's tone was very wrong. Who told you that you have to fight demon beasts to collect spiritual herbs? But there are demon beasts wherever there are spiritual herbs. Even if these demon beasts don't need them, they don't want us human cultivators to pick them. Lu Pei was very depressed when he said this. He felt that the demon beasts in this demon beast mountain range were unreasonable at all. Tisk, tell me, are you stupid? Do you have to go to places where demonic beasts exist to collect spiritual herbs? This demonic beast mountain range is so big, there are always places without demonic beasts. Wouldn't it be better to go to places without demonic beasts to find spiritual herbs? Chen Changsheng said earnestly. He felt that Lu Pei had no IQ to speak of. Why don't you listen to what you are saying yourself? Lu Pei felt that his IQ had been insulted. This is the demonic beast mountain range, the home of demonic beasts. Tell me, where is there a place without demonic beasts? If there really aren't a large number of demonic beasts, that means you've entered the territory of a great demon, which is even more suicidal. Lu Pei really wanted to educate Chen Changsheng about the demonic beast mountain range. However, Chen Changsheng's next sentence left him speechless. Look around, where are there any demonic beasts? Lu Pei. This. I won't hide it from you, I'm here to find the love nectar grass. This is also the last of my 12 spiritual herbs. Chen Changsheng looked up at the cliff and said, What? Chen Changsheng's words directly caused Lu Pei to crash on the spot. For a moment he didn't quite react. Are you saying that in one day you've already collected the 11 spiritual herbs you need? Lu Pei asked in disbelief. It wasn't quite a day, since I don't travel when it's dark. That's why I rested here last night. Chen Changsheng said calmly. Lu Pei. What the hell? Don't travel when it's dark. Is there such a rule in the cultivation world? Then what was it that he was chased by wild bulls all night yesterday? No, you must have cheated. Since the beginning of the inner sect assessment, there have been examples of entering the demon beast mountains to find spiritual herbs. Someone like me, who finds 3 spiritual herbs in a day, is already among the best. There's never been anyone who's collected 11 spiritual herbs in one day. You have to know, the inner sect assessment lasts for half a month. Collecting all the spiritual herbs within half a month is considered a completion. Lu Pei still didn't believe that anyone could do this. And this person was Chen Changsheng, who had never even left the sect before. Is it difficult? I felt it was quite easy. Easy. Lu Pei's eyes widened. Collecting 3 spiritual herbs himself was practically a near-death experience. He was almost forced to withdraw from the competition. Chen Changsheng collected 11 spiritual herbs and actually said it was easy. It really is easy. You can see the spiritual herbs you need just by walking on the road. Wouldn't it be fine to just pick them? Chen Qiangsheng said with some bewilderment. You mean you just found these spiritual herbs while walking on the road? Yes, I told you, the Demon Beast mountain range is very large, anything can happen. I could even find protector infiltration fruit in the forest. What do you think is impossible? Chen Qiangsheng said truthfully. What? Protector infiltration fruit appeared in the forest. Lu Pei felt his worldview collapsing. Wait a minute, the more I listen to you talk about these spiritual herbs, the more I feel something is wrong. Are you refining proper medicine? Of course it's proper, Elder Hua said so. Don't worry, I'll definitely let you try it out when the time comes. There's absolutely no need. Why don't we team up? I really want to know how you managed to find spiritual herbs. Lu Pei was going to see if Chen Qiangsheng was lying to him. At the same time, if the two teamed up, they could look after each other. If they encountered danger, he still had the trump card given by the royal family in his hand. It could also protect Chen Qiangsheng once. Of course, we can team up. Just tell me what spiritual herbs you need, I might have them here. As he spoke, Chen Qiangsheng laid out the spiritual herbs he had collected. Besides what he needed, there were dozens of other spiritual herbs. There were both second grade and third grade ones, and Lu Pei saw one of the spiritual herbs at a glance. No, you've only been in the Demon Beast mountain range for a day, and you've found so many spiritual herbs. And there's even a fourth grade spiritual herb. Are you a treasure hunting beast? Lu Pei really couldn't think of anyone besides a treasure hunting beast who could do this. I told you, it's easy to find spiritual herbs in this Demon Beast mountain range. Why don't you believe me? Chen Qiangsheng shook his head helplessly. Senior brother, Qiangsheng's senior brother, can you give me these 3 spiritual herbs? I need them. Lu Pei instantly changed his expression. Among the dozens of spiritual herbs, there were indeed 3 that he needed for his assessment. Don't worry, I definitely won't take them for nothing. Do you want spiritual herbs in exchange, or spiritual stones? Alright, do you think your senior brother is such a stingy person? I'll just give them to you. When we enter the inner sect, you just need to help me test medicine 3 times. Don't worry, if I dare let you test it, it definitely won't cause any problems. Chen Qiangsheng patted Lu Pei's shoulder and said, Lu Pei. He really wanted to say that he could actually be a little stingy. Exchanging for spiritual herbs or spiritual stones would be quite good. At least it would be much better than testing medicine. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say those words. He gritted his teeth. Okay, 3 times it is. Take them. Lu Pei looked at the dazzling array of spiritual herbs on the ground. For a moment, he somewhat believed what Chen Qiangsheng had said. Since you can obtain spiritual herbs so easily, when will you be able to find the last and more herb that you need? Lu Pei was eager to see how Chen Qiangsheng managed to find these spiritual herbs. Isn't the last aphrodisia grass right there on that cliff? Just don't know how to get up there. Chen Qiangsheng said, pointing to the towering mountain peak above them. This, how are we supposed to find it? Lu Pei was somewhat troubled. The height of this cliff was simply impossible for foundation establishment cultivators like them to ascend. Without the ability to step into the void, an accidental fall would at least result in serious injuries. How about we just forget it? Find another place. There is no point to leverage on this cliff. Even for cultivators, it would be difficult to climb. Lu Pei suggested. He didn't think either of them had the ability to climb this cliff that offered no points to leverage. Don't worry, how do you think I collected so many spiritual herbs? Isn't it by relying on strength? Lu Pei asked with a confused expression. Even if you encounter a spiritual herb, don't you need the ability to pluck it? TSK. Chen Qiangsheng shook his head. He patted Lu Pei on the shoulder. You're still young. You'll understand when you reach my age. Some things are easier to obtain by letting nature take its course than by actively pursuing them. Lu Pei. Isn't it just a 2-year age gap? Why does it sound like I'm his elder? Chapter 50. No way, are you really a child of destiny? Sure. Just as the two were looking at the cliff, at a loss for what to do, a cry of hooves caught their attention. Damn, a second-order green feather bird. Run! If we're targeted by this demon beast in this open space, the two of us combined wouldn't stand a chance. Lu Pei recognized the flying demon beast overhead at first glance. This kind of flying demon beast is a formidable enemy for foundation establishment stage cultivators, because they can only passively take a beating. What's the rush? These demon beasts are all very amiable, and they always bring me surprises. Chen Qiangsheng said with a smile. Ha! Lu Pei felt that Chen Qiangsheng had gone mad. Saying that demon beasts are amiable is one thing, but to actually say that demon beasts can bring surprises, is this the surprise you were talking about? Lu Pei watched as the green feather bird stopped on the cliff, looking towards the position where the two of them were. It's got its eye on us. Aren't you going to run? Don't worry, fortune favors the bold. Chen Qiangsheng remained unhurried. As expected, the next second, the green feather bird did not attack them. Instead, under their gaze, it used its claws to dig at the cliff face. At first, the two did not know what it was doing. However, they understood when they saw the love nectar grass on the green feather bird's claws. Why is the green feather bird picking love nectar grass? What use is this spiritual herb to it? I don't know, but since it's picking it, there must be a reason. How can you be so calm? There's so little love nectar grass, and it's picking it all. Don't you want any? Lu Pei did not understand why Chen Changsheng could still be so calm at this moment. You said it yourself, in that position, we can't fly and can't pick it. If the green feather bird takes it, then so be it. I just hope it drops a few plants of love nectar grass. Chen Changsheng looked at the green feather bird above his head and hoped. No, brother, I'll call you brother. Do you think such an idea is realistic? I've never heard of a demon beast harvesting spirit herbs and having some left over. Lu Pei shook his head helplessly. He felt that Chen Changsheng's idea was simply outrageous. However, the azure feather bird, which had harvested more than a dozen love nectar grasses, looked at the two of them. Then, it directly destroyed two of the love nectar grasses. Hey, come on. This guy seems to be provoking us. What do you mean? It knows we can't go up there and beat it up, right? Lu Pei was filled with anger when he saw what the azure feather bird did. But he could only rage in impotence. Not necessarily. Chen Changsheng said indifferently. Sure enough, the next second, the azure feather bird opened its wings and flapped them. The dozen or so love nectar grasses that it had harvested were blown by the wind. Then, they all fell off the cliff. The azure feather bird complained as it flew away. I'm so angry. I, a noble flying demon beast, have actually become a delivery bird for spirit herbs. I'm so angry. The azure feather bird was furious as it looked at Chen Changsheng below. Originally, according to the plan, these lust nectar grasses should have all been for Chen Changsheng. However, unable to swallow her anger, she chose to destroy two lust nectar grasses first. This way, it would also seem more realistic, wouldn't it? At the same time, it could also relieve her anger. Lu Pei looked at the dozen or so lust nectar grasses slowly falling down, his mind unable to process what he was seeing. See, I told you, there's no need to rush. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng had already bent down to pick up the dozen or so lust nectar grasses from the ground. No, you just obtained your desired lust nectar grasses so easily. Lu Pei couldn't believe his eyes. He felt that everything was too dreamlike. At least he himself had never encountered such a thing. It was alright, this time it was quite troublesome. I even stayed overnight to get this lust nectar grass. The previous spiritual herbs were just found while passing by. Even the beast core of the second-order demonic beast, Amarastir, was picked up. Moreover, it was picked up right after entering the demon beast mountain range. Chen Changsheng put all the lust nectar grasses into his Qiankuan pouch. He said casually, Lu Pei, listen. Are these words that a human can say? I'm convinced. I finally understand how you get all your spiritual herbs. Lu Pei admired him to the point of prostration. He never imagined that what he had been painstakingly searching for could be obtained so easily by Chen Changsheng. So I told you, the demon beast mountains are vast and unexpected things always happen. Follow me and you'll get used to it. Chen Changsheng said with a smile, patting Lu Pei on the shoulder. Lu Pei. So, the spiritual herbs you needed were gathered just like that? Lu Pei asked, somewhat incredulously. It seems that way for now. But you also know that the sex prescription isn't good enough. I still haven't collected all the spiritual herbs I need myself. Chen Changsheng said truthfully. What the sect gave him was just the prescription for the joyful union powder. But if he refines it himself, what he needs is the joyful union pill. Although the medicinal properties of the two are similar, their effects are completely different. Moreover, the spiritual herbs required are also completely different. At least Chen Changsheng can think of 3 spiritual herbs that he still lacks. For a moment, Lu Pei didn't know what to say. At least, what he originally wanted were only the spiritual herbs required by the sect. So, all the spiritual herbs you collected before came like this? Lu Pei asked with some disbelief. More or less, anyway, the final result is the same. Chen Changsheng said calmly. Lu Pei. Alright, even if I tell you I am the child of destiny, you wouldn't believe it. Now that the result is like this, I think you should be able to believe it now, right? Lu Pei. Actually, he really didn't want to believe it, but now the truth was right in front of him. There was no reason not to believe it. Senior brother Changsheng, please take me with you, I want to follow you. Lu Pei completely changed his previous arrogance. In front of Chen Changsheng, he completely disregarded the issue of his royal status. Let us go, anyway, I have already collected all my spiritual herbs. Given my identity as the child of destiny, finding the spiritual herbs you need should be very easy. Chen Changsheng had nothing to do in the following days anyway, so taking Lu Pei with him wasn't a problem. He only hoped that while bringing Lu Pei along, he could also find the spiritual herbs he needed. The way you put it, it sounds like I'm taking advantage of you. Lu Pei said somewhat unhappily. Anyway, no demonic beasts appear wherever I go, so. Chen Changsheng didn't finish the rest of his sentence, but Lu Pei understood what he meant. Just you wait, I believe there will definitely be times on the road ahead when you'll be asking for my help. Lu Pei said unconvinced. Chen Shangsheng. Why are there two faces here? Chapter 51 Elder Way. You just brag, leave the rest to me. Speaking of which, where are we heading next? Lu Pei asked curiously. I don't know, anyway, I've already collected all my spiritual herbs. If possible, I'd like to return to the sect now. Chen Shangsheng said casually. Didn't you say you were refining the joyful union pill? Aren't you still short of some spiritual herbs? Why are you already thinking about going back? Lu Pei asked anxiously. Because of your two faces. Lu Pei. Oh, senior brother Changshan, I was just kidding with you. Don't take it to heart. Lu Pei quickly changed his expression. Just teasing you. Chen Shangsheng said with a smile. According to his personality, he would definitely choose to leave the Demon Beast mountain range after finding the 12 spiritual herbs. As for whether or not to refine the joyful union pill, it was not important, because safety was the most important thing. However, there were also regulations for the inner sect assessment. One had to stay in the Demon Beast mountain range for half a month, because the assessment was not only about the ability to refine medicine, but also an assessment of strength. What's the difference between going back now and giving up the assessment? Then where are you planning to go? Lu Pei asked. Since we're already here, it would be a pity not to take a look at the Crimson Flame Tiger. So I'm planning to walk around the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair a couple of times. Chen Shangsheng spoke his thoughts. What? Lu Pei didn't quite react at first. We have to stay here for half a month. Meeting the Crimson Flame Tiger is only a matter of time. So, it's not a bad thing to go and understand it in advance. Chen Shangsheng said frankly. Moreover, among the remaining 3 medicinal herbs I need, one of them grows in the Red Flame Tiger's lair. So, if I want to complete the assessment, I must go to the Red Flame Tiger's lair. Lu Pei finally came to his senses. So, before I came, you were just wandering around, but after I came, you're planning to go to the most dangerous place. Lu Pei felt like he was being manipulated. It is indeed dangerous, so you can choose not to go. I think that along the way, without any accidents, you will collect most of the medicinal herbs you need. So, even if you don't go to the Red Flame Tiger's lair, you will soon be able to collect all the medicinal herbs. Chen Shangsheng did not require Lu Pei to go with him. The main reason he dared to go was that he possessed the 5 Thunder Talisman. Even if he really faced the Red Flame Tiger, he wasn't entirely without a chance of winning. The way you say that makes it sound like you don't consider me a friend. Lu Pei, who was originally a little worried, instantly became unhappy when he heard Chen Shangsheng say that. It sounded like he could only take advantage. It's just a trip to the Scarlet Flame Tiger's lair, right? You dare to go, so why wouldn't I? I'm also capable of doing something like accompanying a gentleman at the risk of my life. Lu Pei said with great loyalty. Then let's go. Don't worry, we don't have the strength to force our way in, so we need to outsmart them. Besides, I believe that if nothing unexpected happens, that Scarlet Flame Tiger is about to have an accident. Chen Shangsheng said with a smile. He was, after all, a person favored by destiny. Now that he had set his sights on the Scarlet Flame Tiger's possessions, if the Scarlet Flame Tiger didn't offer them up on its own accord, then an accident would inevitably occur, allowing him to take them easily. Although I know you have very good luck. The Scarlet Flame Tiger has dominated this area for many years. The possibility of it having problems is too small. Lu Pei said in disbelief. But the next second he froze. Is that a long ridge flower over there? Lu Pei pointed to the distance and asked Chen Shangsheng with some disbelief. I guess so. Isn't it just a rank 3 spiritual herb? Why are you making such a fuss? Chen Shangsheng said, somewhat puzzled. Of course, there's nothing to be surprised about with a rank 3 spiritual herb, but this is a spiritual herb that I need. I searched for an entire day yesterday and couldn't find any. Now, after walking for less than half an hour, this spiritual herb has appeared so vibrantly in front of me. Lu Pei couldn't believe he had such good luck. Sigh. Chen Shangsheng patted Lu Pei's shoulder and said helplessly, you still don't believe in your senior brother. You can disbelieve your own luck. But you can't doubt my luck, your senior brother's luck. Lu Pei. Negative points from Lu Pei plus 200. So following you can really bring such good luck. Lu Pei's tone was complaining about Chen Shangsheng. But now the truth was right in front of him. Even if he was unconvinced, it wouldn't change anything. It's been half an hour and we've only encountered one spiritual herb that we need. You shouldn't be happy, but rather think about whether you've done too many wicked things. It's been so long to only encounter one. Chen Shangsheng said with some disdain. Negative points from Lu Pei plus 400. Senior brother Changsheng, I have to say, you don't know how to make your words pleasant. Lu Pei said with some displeasure. Just tell me what spiritual herbs you need and I'll keep an eye out for them for you. Maybe I can collect most of them before entering the Scarlet Flame Tiger's nest. Chen Shangsheng said calmly. Are you serious? Lu Pei asked doubtfully. That way, you'll know if you've done too many bad things. If you put it that way, I'm getting interested. Listen carefully, the spiritual herbs I need are In one breath, Lu Pei listed 8 kinds of spiritual herbs. These are all relatively common spiritual herbs. However, the spiritual herbs that Chen Changxing needed were all the same. They grow in different environments. These are all spiritual herbs that grow in different environments. If you can really find them all at once in the same environment, then I'll kneel down to you directly. Although he knew that Chen Changsheng had already collected all the required spiritual herbs, however, Lu Pei had not personally witnessed that magical scene, so he was still skeptical. Hehe, this kid likes to brag, does he? Let's see how you solve this problem. Elder Wei, who had been following at a distance, naturally heard the conversation between the two clearly. Of course, he knew how Chen Changsheng had found those spiritual herbs. They were all prepared for him by the bodyguards. But that was all that had been prepared. The spiritual herbs that Lu Pei needed had not been prepared. Always making us solve problems in the dark. This time, let me make you uncomfortable for a bit. Elder Wei thought to himself with glee. However, Chen Changsheng's next words directly petrified him on the spot. There's no need to kneel. I just want to verify my identity casually, to see if it's really a child of destiny or if someone is deliberately orchestrating things. If it's the former, the spiritual herbs you need, as long as I want them, I can definitely find most of them. But if it's the latter, you won't encounter them. Looking at Chen Changsheng's serious expression made Lu Pei a little stunned, and Elder Wei in the distance went directly into a frenzy. Because Chen Changsheng had already said so. Even if it was just to temporarily avoid arousing Chen Changsheng's suspicion, they would need to go through the motions. At least first let Chen Changsheng firmly believe in his identity as the child of destiny. I really owe you, huh? Everything has to be prepared for you and delivered right to your mouth, almost to the point of feeding you. Elder Wei was full of helplessness, but he was still very proactive in his actions. Chapter 52, The Scarlet Flame Tiger personally acts in a play. If I'm not mistaken, that spiritual herb is the rank 3 blazing flame flower, right? It seems to be one of the spiritual herbs you need. Chen Changsheng pointed to a fiery red flower not far away and said indifferently. Lu Pei, it really is. How many spiritual herbs is this already? Chen Changsheng looked at Lu Pei with a smile and asked. This, the 7th. Although Lu Pei had collected almost all the spiritual herbs, he was somewhat listless. So, that means now you're just short of a rank 2 monster beast, the fire rhinoceros's beast core, right? That's indeed the case. So, you see, I told you it's because you've done too many bad things. Look, in just an hour, while approaching the Scarlet Flame Tiger's nest, you've also collected all these spiritual herbs. Chen Changsheng said with a straight face. So, you should do more good deeds in the future. Remember that saying, just do good deeds and don't worry about the future. When the time comes, you will naturally be rewarded. Look at me, I've done so many good deeds that my luck is exploding now. Negative value from Lu Pei plus 400. Originally, I should thank you for collecting so many spiritual herbs in such a short period. But I don't want to thank you at all right now. I'm jealous. Heaven is blind. Spiritual herbs that I can't find even with great effort. You encountered them so easily, and there wasn't even the slightest obstacle to picking them. You haven't even encountered any demonic beasts along the way. This can't be explained simply by saying you're lucky. I even suspect that there is a behemoth behind you, preparing everything for you. Lu Pei simply didn't believe Chen Changsheng's words about doing good deeds. Because ever since Chen Changsheng joined the sect, he has always been a scourge to the outer sect disciples. The only good deed he did was winning the Medicine Valley's challenge for the sect. Although you're angry, don't be. The truth is right here. Chen Changsheng patted Lu Pei's shoulder, comforting him. I just don't believe it, unless you can still get the Earthfire Rhino's beast core. Then I'll believe it's because you've done a lot of good deeds. From now on, I, Lu Pei, will not only follow your lead, but also recognize you as my big brother. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to catch chickens, I will definitely not slaughter pigs. And I will definitely not do another bad thing. Lu Pei said with a ferocious expression. Isn't this bad? Recognize me as your big brother. Don't worry, although I might be your brother-in-law. But it doesn't matter, if you really do it, we'll address each other separately. I'll call you big brother, you call me brother-in-law. Lu Pei said seriously. Chen Changsheng. What the hell? I mean, my little brother has to test the medicine for me. Chen Changsheng said unhappily. Test? As long as you do it, I'll test the elixirs you refine in the future. If I even furrow my brow, I won't be a man. Lu Pei gritted his teeth and said. He doesn't believe it. He just doesn't believe it. Very good, but don't you dare kill yourself and say you're not a man when the time comes. Lu Pei. Negative value from Lu Pei plus 500. Hehe. Chen Changsheng chuckled inwardly. This was the result he wanted. He couldn't waste the opportunity to gain even a little negative value. However, the Red Flame Tiger's lair is not far ahead. I'm not giving you many more chances. Lu Pei said confidently. It's okay, let the bullets fly for a while. Chen Changsheng said confidently. If they hadn't made the bet, he felt that obtaining the Earth-Fire Rhinoceros's beast core might take some time. But now that they had bet, how could he, as a favored child of fortune, possibly lose? Roar! Just after the two reached their agreement, a long unheard bestial roar came from afar, drawing closer. Traitor, you actually colluded with outsiders while I was injured, trying to steal my boss's position. Take a good look at yourself, are you worthy? An angry roar entered the two's ears. Then, more than a dozen demonic beasts appeared before them. Among them, the largest demon beast had the body of a tiger, its entire body filled with scarlet flames. Needless to say, the two recognized at a glance that the other party was the boss of this area. Scarlet Flame Tiger. And there were as many as 12 demon beasts surrounding it. Among them was a rank 2 Earth Fire Rhinoceros. Scarlet Flame Tiger, you have been in this position for too long. Not only have you failed to advance to rank 4, but you have also suffered such serious injuries. It's time to yield your position to someone more capable. Among the 12 demon beasts, one white arm ape had reached rank 3. It could also speak human language. Good, you think I can't deal with you now, do you? In that case, I'll show you that even an injured tiger is stronger than you, monkey. The Scarlet Flame Tiger's eyes flashed fiercely. I hate it most when people call me a monkey. I am an ape. Everyone, attack together and kill it. This place will be ours from now on. The white arm ape's eyes also flashed fiercely. In an instant, the 13 demon beasts were fighting together. Aren't apes just monkeys? Chen Shangsheng listened to the conversation between the two demonic beasts and said, puzzled. No, big brother, is this really what we should be focusing on right now? Lu Pei asked, somewhat speechless. Oh, that's right, what we should be focusing on now is whether that rank 2 Earthfire Rhinoceros will die. If it really dies, then I think I should win our bet. Chen Shangsheng said with a smile. Lu Pei. No, what we should be worrying about now is whether we should run away. If we get discovered and dragged into this level of battle, we'll have a slim chance of survival. Lu Pei said uneasily. Don't worry, with my status as a child of destiny, we won't be discovered. Chen Shangsheng said calmly. That Crimson Flame Tiger truly lives up to its reputation as a demonic beast about to advance to rank 4. Even when injured and facing an attack from so many demonic beasts, it's still handling it with ease. While watching the battle from a distance, Chen Shangsheng also took the time to comment. That 100-armed ape is a bit lacking. It's already a rank 3 demonic beast, yet its attacks are so weak, causing heavy losses on its side. Bang! Just as Chen Shangsheng finished speaking, the second-tier Earthfire Rhinoceros fell to the ground in response, unable to stand up again. Immediately following, the group of second-tier demonic beasts fell one after another. In the end, only the Crimson Flame Tiger and the 100-armed ape remained. The two exchanged a glance. Then, while fighting, they moved away from Chen Shangsheng. Chapter 53 Crimson Flame Tiger. My life has been like walking on thin ice. The Crimson Flame Tiger seems to have gone far away, right? Lu Pei asked with some uncertainty. Listening to the sound of the fight getting further and further away, it seems they have gone far. Moreover, the Crimson Flame Tiger is injured, and the 100-armed ape is also a third-tier demonic beast, so it is estimated that they will not be able to determine life or death in a short time. Chen Shangsheng nodded and said, then that means. Lu Pei's eyes were shining. I said, didn't I? The boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. Yes, big brother, whatever you say is right now. If this little brother refutes even one sentence, then I am not appreciating your kindness. Lu Pei said with a flattering expression. If before he was only listening to Chen Shangsheng's own description, Lu Pei was still doubtful in his heart. But now, everything was witnessed firsthand, and everything was happening so naturally, without the slightest sense of incongruity. Let us go. This is 12 demon beasts, 12 tier 2 demon beast cores. We can be considered to have made a fortune. Lu Pei said excitedly. And the most important thing is that one of them is a ground fire rhinoceros. It was the last medicinal ingredient he needed for his alchemy. Chen Shangsheng didn't waste any more words. The two of them separately took out the 12 demon beast cores. It's a pity my Qiankuan bag is too small. I have no way to take these demon beast corpses away. Chen Shangsheng shook his head with some regret. At this moment he became even more determined about one thing. That is, after the inner sect assessment, he must take a stroll around the medicine city. At the very least, he needs to get a storage ring with enough space. Hehe, this is the benefit of recognizing a little brother. I have a spatial storage ring here. Of course, this one can't be offered to Big Brother because it has our royal family's insignia. But I can help you carry these demon beast corpses, Big Brother. Lu Pei said ingratiatingly. Don't bring everything. This earth fire rhinoceros doesn't look delicious at all. Just bring the head of that fire lion. I'm planning to make braised lion's head. Chen Shangsheng pointed at the ground and said, Ha! Isn't it normal to bring the fur of the demon beasts? Can fur be eaten? No, but it can be sold for money. Do I look like I'm short on money? Lu Pei. Negative value from Lu Pei plus 1000. What I hate most are you show-off alchemists. You are an alchemist yourself. Then what I hate most are you pill refiners. You're allowed to hate, but you can't surpass me. Lu Pei. Negative value from Lu Pei plus 1000. Okay, you're right, big brother. So, are all these beast cores mine? Lu Pei asked fawningly. Each of them obtained 6 beast cores. He originally only wanted to keep the Earthfire Rhinoceros's beast core. After all, Chen Changxing brought him here to get these beast cores. But now, looking at Chen Changxing's wealth-flaunting appearance, a second-order demonic beast's core is worth at most a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. These are all very ordinary, worth only 1 or 200 low-grade spirit stones. If you like them, you can have them all. Chen Changsheng said indifferently. Anything below the third order is very cheap. At least, that's how it is for Chen Changsheng right now. A foundation establishment pill can sell for thousands of spirit stones, and the cost of the spiritual herbs is only 100. However, after reaching the third order, it's a different level altogether. Some third-order demonic beast cores even require tens of thousands of spirit stones. Some third-grade spiritual herbs also require several thousand spirit stones. It's like heaven and earth compared to the second order. The main reason is that there are too many foundation establishment stage cultivators. With large quantities, naturally the price won't be high. Lu Pei. I hate rich people, but not rich people like Big Brother. Although he is a prince, he is also an alchemist. However, these demonic beast cores worth 1 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones are also very attractive to him. After all, the spiritual medicines he refined were different from the pills refined by Chen Changsheng. It was impossible to achieve exorbitant profits. Let us go quickly, Big Brother. I'm afraid the Crimson Flame Tiger will return if we stay any longer, Lu Pei said nervously. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Crimson Flame Tiger and the 100-armed ape had long since stopped fighting. They were just watching Chen Changsheng and the other from afar. Boss, what benefits did the pill refining sect give you to make you go to this extent? The 100-armed ape asked with a puzzled expression. The two had not fallen out at all. Everything was just an act. As for the 12 demonic beasts on the ground, they were indeed demonic beast forces from another area. They had been tricked here by the 100-armed ape. Benefits. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Flame Tiger almost shattered his Dao heart, which he had barely stabilized. What benefits are there? All it's given me so far is a lifetime of injuries. With my current state, if you really attack me, I might not even be able to beat you. The Crimson Flame Tiger grumbled. Don't worry, boss, I definitely don't have that thought. The white-armed ape quickly declared its loyalty. Don't worry, if I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have told you all this. However, as long as we satisfy this lord, I don't think Wei Qing will go back on his word. When we get their help, it won't be difficult to annex the other areas. The Crimson Flame Tiger said ambitiously. If it weren't for this, it wouldn't be so dedicated. After all, demons also have their pride. If it was just pure threat, even if it meant death, it wouldn't be possible to achieve this. But I see that one of them doesn't have the guts and wants to run away, the white-armed ape said, looking in Lu Pei's direction. That's why I really want to tear that trash apart. If he really doesn't go in, wouldn't my good show be in vain? The Crimson Flame Tiger said gloomily. But you must go in, you are the lord, you must be brave. The Crimson Flame Tiger prayed in its heart. And Chen Changxing on the other side naturally did not disappoint it. No way, we're already at the doorstep and you're telling me to pass by without entering? Chen Changsheng asked with an incredulous expression. Who knows how many treasures are in that nest, and we're just leaving. Do you think my identity as a child of destiny is fake? Chen Changsheng said in annoyance. Lu Pei. Negative value from Lu Pei plus 200. He's putting on airs, he's really putting on airs. Unfortunately, Lu Pei found that he was speechless. Let's go in and take a look. If the Crimson Flame Tiger really comes back, it'll probably be seriously injured, and maybe we can even take its beast core. Chen Changsheng said with a smile. Lu Pei. He really dares to think. Even if he is a child of destiny, isn't this idea a little too heaven-defying? Negative value from Crimson Flame Tiger plus 1000. Boss, he not only wants the treasures in your nest, but also your beast core. The white-armed ape said blankly. Shut up, do I need you to repeat it? Fortunately, my beast core is not a necessity for this little ancestor. The Crimson Flame Tiger said with some relief. Just based on Wei Qing's momentum. If his own beast core was a necessity for Chen Changsheng, then his own encounter might be the same as the infatuated deer from the beginning. Chapter 54, Scavenging Spotless. Ha! Does this Crimson Flame Tiger have remote sensing? Seeing that the negative value prompted by the system actually came from the Crimson Flame Tiger, Chen Changsheng was a little puzzled. He had only just entered the other party's lair, and he had already received the other party's negative value. However, Chen Changsheng didn't care too much about this. Anyway, the Crimson Flame Tiger would not be back for a while. Not only was he not afraid, on the contrary, he was a little excited, because when he thought about when the Crimson Flame Tiger returned, and discovered that its lair had been emptied, the negative value would simply be overwhelming. he would be able to reap a large wave of negative values from the Crimson Flame Tiger. Wakaka, is this the lair of a third-order demon beast that dominates a region? This is too spectacular, right? As soon as Lu Pei entered the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You say that you are also a prince, and you have also seen great scenes. Why are you so jumpy? Chen Changsheng said helplessly. But he couldn't blame Lu Pei for making such a fuss, because this place was more like a treasure trove than a nest. Treasures that could attract both of them were everywhere. Everywhere you look are treasures enough to attract the two. Isn't it because I'm a little excited to enter the nest of a tier 3 monster for the first time. It has always been said that, apart from alchemists, the most natural treasures are found in monsters. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Lu Pei scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Look at this ice bed. Isn't it just a piece of broken ice?" Chen Changsheng asked, puzzled. This nest is full of rank 3 spiritual medicines. Lu Pei didn't care about that and was actually concerned about an ice bed. What? This is ice soul, and if I'm not mistaken, it's at least 1,000-year-old ice soul. You can rapidly increase your cultivation level by sitting on it to cultivate. If you don't believe me, go up and try it. Lu Pei said excitedly. Chen Changsheng was hearing about this for the first time. He was also curious and sat cross-legged on it. When he circulated the sex cultivation method, he discovered that the speed at which he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy had indeed increased slightly, although not by much, over the course of many years. This little bit of accumulation could make a world of difference. It is indeed useful, but not to me, Chen Changsheng said with disdain after trying it out. Cultivation. That was impossible. Chen Changsheng had no intention of cultivating in this lifetime. All he wanted was longevity, although the two were also linked. But relying on cultivation, that would be waiting until the year of the monkey. As a child of destiny, he absolutely would not be someone who cultivated diligently. What he wanted was heaven-sent luck, with his cultivation improving automatically, such as powerful pills, powerful strange flames, and powerful wood spirits. After all, he was already a child of destiny, yet he still cultivated so diligently, stealing the only opportunity for others to surpass him. Chen Changsheng couldn't bear to do it. You really don't want it? Lu Pei's eyes were shining. Really don't want it? If I were to cultivate diligently, what would you ordinary people use to catch up to the footsteps of this child of destiny? I can't extinguish your last bit of hope, can I? Chen Changsheng said with a straight face. Lu Pei. But, damn it, Lu Pei found himself speechless, because he really hadn't heard of Chen Changsheng cultivating diligently. Relying on luck and alchemy, he had reached the same realm as himself, who had cultivated bitterly. Negative value from Lu Pei plus 1,000. Since you want it, then quickly take it away. I want to take these spiritual herbs away too, Chen Changsheng said, pointing to the hundreds of spiritual herbs in the nest. Among them were the spiritual herbs he needed. I want this too, and this, I want to take them all away. Lu Pei looked at the things in the nest and was extremely excited. What he was after was not the spiritual herbs, but the daily necessities of the Scarlet Flame Tiger. To him, they all seemed like treasures. How come there's another Qiankuan bag? Could it be that this Scarlet Flame Tiger snatched it from a cultivator? While searching, Lu Pei saw a Qiankuan bag placed in an inconspicuous position in the corner. He immediately became interested. But when he tried to open the Qiankuan bag, he found that he couldn't open it with his ability. Is the owner of this Qiankuan bag so powerful? I can't even open it. Lu Pei wondered. Then he handed the Qiankuan bag to Chen Changsheng. Senior brother Changsheng, why don't you give it a try? We have the same cultivation level. Since you can't open it, Chen Changsheng said while trying. But he didn't finish his words. He found that he had opened the Qiankuan bag. Even Lu Pei was a little surprised. He originally just wanted Chen Changsheng to try it. He didn't expect it to really open. It seems I have no fate with the things inside. You don't have to tell me what's inside, lest I get jealous, Lu Pei said with some depression. The Qiankuan bag that he couldn't open must have been left by a great cultivator. There must be many treasures inside. But he also knew he was able to enter the Scarlet Flame Tiger's lair because of Chen Changsheng. Otherwise, he would still be chased by monsters for some spiritual herb. Being able to obtain so many treasures from the Red Flame Tiger's nest was already quite good. Being greedy was not in his nature. Since you said so, then I won't look for now, lest you become jealous. Chen Changsheng was not polite. However, he had only taken a casual glance just now. Chen Changsheng actually already knew what was inside. There was a pill furnace, its quality indiscernible, and quite a few spiritual herbs. But what attracted his attention the most was a seed of fire. If he wasn't mistaken, that seed of fire belonged to the Red Flame Tiger. It seemed the treasures in this Qiankuan bag were the Red Flame Tiger's true collection. What the two didn't know was that everything inside was prepared by Wei Qin for Chen Changsheng. Even if Chen Changsheng was truly kind and shared a portion with Lu Pei, It would definitely be asked back by Lu Pei in the end, and then he would find another opportunity to give it to Chen Changsheng. Let's go, this place is already empty, let's not wait for the red flame tiger to return and be unable to leave. Lu Pei looked at the empty nest and said somewhat embarrassedly, that makes sense, let us go. It's time to try refining the joyful union pill. Chen Changsheng found many spiritual herbs in the red flame tiger's lair. Now he has at least 5 portions of the spiritual herbs he thinks are needed for the joyful union pill. 5 chances for the joyful union pill. That's enough for Chen Changsheng. Chapter 55 10,000 Beast Cauldron. Damn it, where's my bed? Where's my chew stick? Where's my bathhouse? Where's my bathwater? My, damn it, are these two even human? They even took my walls. When the red flame tiger returned to its lair, seeing the scene in the lair, the red flame tiger almost fainted on the spot. The once dazzling and varied lair was now empty. Everything that could be taken was taken. The red flame tiger even suspected that if it weren't for the fact that the floor couldn't be taken, Chen Changsheng and the other would have unhesitatingly chosen to take it away. Boss, look on the bright side, at least what they wanted wasn't our beast cores. It's fine if these things are taken away, I can always find more later anyway. The white-armed ape consoled. Regarding this ineffective consolation, the crimson flame tiger just wanted to slap the white-armed ape across the face. Those things were all its accumulation over the years. I was careless, I originally thought cultivators were only interested in spiritual herbs or something. No matter how angry the crimson flame tiger was, it could only swallow its anger. However, its resentment toward Chen Changsheng could be described as monstrous. Senior brother Changsheng, what are you laughing at? Lu Pei saw Chen Changsheng inexplicably start laughing as he walked. He asked curiously, it's nothing, I just encountered something happy. Chen Changsheng found it funny as he looked at the notifications constantly popping up on the system panel. Negative value from Crimson Flame Tiger plus 1000. Negative value from Crimson Flame Tiger plus 200. Negative value from Crimson Flame Tiger plus 300. More than a dozen negative values, one after another, directly provided Chen Changsheng with nearly 10,000 negative values. It was estimated that every time the Crimson Flame Tiger saw something missing, resentment arose. Where should we go next? Lu Pei inquired. Now, all the spiritual herbs have been collected. For a moment he didn't know what to do. Where to go? Of course, to find a suitable place to start researching elixirs. Chen Changsheng felt that Lu Pei was talking nonsense. Well, the sect requires that after finding the spiritual herbs, we return to the sect to refine them collectively. Even if we refine them here, it won't count because they're worried someone might cheat. So, how about I don't go with you? Lu Pei tentatively asked. What's going on? Didn't you just say you'd follow my lead? Now that you hear I want to research elixirs, you want to run away? Chen Changsheng saw through Lu Pei's little scheme with one glance. No, Changsheng's senior brother, you've misunderstood me. I'm just afraid that my presence will affect your elixir research, right? Lu Pei scratched his head awkwardly, explaining. Alright, rest assured, this time we're researching the joyful union pill. It's very simple, and I definitely want to let you test the medicine. Letting you test the medicine, I was worried you might do something to me. I wouldn't be that foolish. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said. This. Actually, if you really insist, it's not like I'm completely against it. Lu Pei said with a sly grin. You motherfucker. He. There were no demon beasts along the way, so it was easy for the two to find a suitable location for alchemy. Senior brother Changsheng, are you really going to choose this place? I feel like we should change locations. Lu Pei asked worriedly after seeing the location Chen Changsheng chose. Why change? This place is great and there are no demon beasts. Chen Changsheng asked, puzzled. Don't you think this place is in a windy spot? I have a bad feeling about this place. Lu Pei said with some concern. Look at what you're saying, what's wrong with being in a windy spot? Chen Changsheng said speechlessly. That actually, I don't know, I just feel like something's not right. Although I don't know why I have this feeling, but something just feels off. Even Lu Pei himself couldn't quite articulate where that ominous premonition was coming from. However, that feeling had been lingering ever since Chen Changsheng decided to study the joyous union pill here. Since you can't even explain it, that means there's no problem. This time I'm confident such a simple pill is a piece of cake, and I want to make you test the medicine. So, you can put your heart at ease, there's definitely no problem. Chen Changsheng said earnestly, patting Lu Pei's shoulder. Lu Pei. Alright, although I really want to refuse, you've already said you're a favored one of destiny. Your choices must have your reasons. Maybe the feng shui here is good, making it easier to refine the joyous union pill. Lu Pei said with a bitter face. Since that's the case, then I'll begin. As for you, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. Go do whatever you want. What can I do? There are no demonic beasts around here. It's nice just staying here. Leaving you, I feel like there are demonic beasts everywhere. I'll just cultivate here then. It would be a waste not to use so many natural treasures. Liu Pei had no intention of concocting medicine, so naturally he would only cultivate. Then let's each do our own thing. With that, Chen Changsheng took out his alchemy furnace from his Qiankuan pouch. Liu Pei, who had already taken out the 1,000-year ice soul bed to prepare for cultivation, upon seeing the alchemy furnace that Chen Changsheng had taken out, his eyes instantly locked onto the furnace, unable to look away. Wakaka, where did you get this alchemy furnace? Liu Pei asked in shock. What? You recognize it? Chen Changsheng did not tell Liu Pei that it was actually seized from the Crimson Flame Tiger. Of course, I recognize it. Do you see the patterns on this furnace? These are all demon beasts and there are even 4 divine beasts among them. Liu Pei said excitedly. So, Haven Tea, you heard of it? Heard of what? Seeing Chen Changsheng's calm expression, Liu Pei was getting anxious. The pill refinement sect's myriad beast cauldron. That's the treasure of the alchemy sect. Your alchemy furnace is exactly the same as the legendary myriad beast cauldron. Liu Pei said excitedly. So this alchemy furnace is very impressive. More than impressive. If it's really the myriad beast cauldron of the alchemy sect, then it can't be described as just impressive. That is something that can be regarded as a treasure by a sect like the alchemy sect. If it were to fall into the wrong hands, I don't know how much bloodshed it would cause. It looks okay, but it's actually so powerful. Chen Changsheng really didn't know that this alchemy furnace was so awesome. No. This should not be the myriad beast cauldron of the alchemy sect. Liu Pei shook his head. The myriad beast cauldron is within the sect and cannot be lost. How did you get this alchemy furnace? After the excitement, Liu Pei calmed down, realizing that things were not like that. Chapter 56 Bewitched Deer launches a massive attack. How did I get it? I got it from the Scarlet Flame Tiger's nest. It was placed inside the Qiankuan bag. Chen Changsheng didn't hide anything anymore. He also wanted to know the origin of this alchemy furnace. Liu Pei was momentarily dazed, but he didn't have any other thoughts. If that's the case, this cauldron shouldn't be the real myriad beast cauldron, because the real myriad beast cauldron is in the sect. If it were lost, the news definitely couldn't be concealed. So far, I haven't heard any news about the sect's treasure being lost. Liu Pei shook his head and said, if that's the case, then what is this? It should be a replica, having the form of the myriad beast cauldron but not its soul. After all, the real myriad beast cauldron has been cleansed by the essence and blood of those demon beasts. So far, I haven't heard of a second cauldron like this appearing in the cultivation world. Liu Pei finally came to this conclusion. If you put it that way, it's understandable. Chen Changsheng nodded. Although he firmly believed in his identity as the child of destiny, he didn't think that simply ransacking the home of a tier 3 demon beast would allow him to obtain such an important treasure. If it was a replica, then it made sense. However, even if it's a replica, this pill furnace is at least of the 6th grade or higher, an absolute treasure. I didn't expect a demon beast like the Scarlet Flame Tiger to have such a collection, Liu Pei said with some envy. Since it can reach the 6th grade, then it is enough for me to use for a long time. Chen Changsheng didn't pay too much attention. However, the name Myriad Beast Cauldron has been deeply planted in his mind. If he has the opportunity, he will definitely borrow the sect's Myriad Beast Cauldron for a while. It's just that neither of them knew. The Myriad Beast Cauldron in Chen Changsheng's hand is the most precious treasure of the pill refining sect. Not a replica, as Liu Pei said. Alright, I'm going to start refining pills, Chen Changsheng said after preparing all the spiritual herbs he needed. Then I'll start cultivating too. After saying that, Liu Pei still increased the distance between himself and Chen Changsheng again. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng didn't say anything. Since he doesn't believe that there won't be any accidents this time, then he will prove it properly this time. Let Liu Pei see that if he says there won't be any problems, then there will definitely be no more problems. Chen Changsheng took out the tier 2 demonic beast, Enchanted Deer's beast core first. The moment the purple flame entered the pill furnace, Chen Changsheng immediately sensed the difference between the myriad beast cauldron in front of him and an ordinary pill furnace. Not only was the temperature of the flame increased, even the required soul power was much less. Such an effect was enough for Chen Changsheng to call it a top-grade pill furnace. And what surprised Chen Changsheng even more was, when refining the beast core, he discovered that the energy of the beast core had been enhanced. Is this really just a replica? Chen Changsheng began to doubt. If a replica could do this, then how terrifying would the real myriad beast cauldron be? The next steps were relatively simple for Chen Changsheng. Refining the 14 kinds of spiritual herbs consumed a lot of his time, but everything went smoothly. Moreover, Chen Changsheng also discovered that the myriad beast cauldron not only enhanced the beast core, it even enhanced the spiritual herbs. It could even help Chen Changsheng purify them. Such a pill furnace could be described as perfect. Of course, for Chen Changsheng, there was an even more perfect aspect. That was his resilience. Even if the furnace exploded, he wouldn't need to worry. Late at night, Just as Chun Changsheng was about to complete his first refining of the Joyful Union pill, a major event was unfolding in the Red Flame Tiger's territory. Strike the Red Flame Tiger while it's weak and end its life. To dare deceive us and even kill my child. This debt must be repaid today. A third-tier amorous deer led over 1,000 demonic beasts into the territory controlled by the Red Flame Tiger. The territories controlled by the 2 demonic beasts were interconnected. The 12 demonic beasts who were deceived and killed during the day were the amorous deer's generals. And the amorous deer beast core in Chen Changsheng's hand was that of this leader's child. Leader, I have confirmed it that Red Flame Tiger is indeed severely injured. Although I don't know why it was putting on an act with that white-armed ape today, the injuries must be real. With its current combat power, not to mention Tier 3 peak, it might not even be a match for a powerful Tier 3. Behind the enamored deer, a 2-headed lion also spoke in human language. It was the enamored deer's #1 general, also a Tier 3 demon beast. Although it hadn't reached the peak, it could still fight the white-armed ape. Good. It has occupied this area for too long. The best area on the periphery should belong to me today. The enamored deer said good 3 times in a row. One could imagine how good it felt right now. Just losing one child. It could be exchanged for an excuse to seize this vast territory. It wasn't a loss at all for it. After all, it had many children. If that's the case, sweep through directly. Those who don't submit will be killed without mercy. The enamored deer gave an order. The many demon beasts behind it swooped down. The demon beasts that had already rested were instantly awakened by the huge commotion. In just a quarter of an hour, corpses littered the field. Inside the Red Flame Tiger's lair. At this moment, the Red Flame Tiger was still distressed that the items in its lair had been completely looted. However, it also knew that the pill refining sect would compensate for those losses sooner or later. The most important thing was to heal its injuries. Anyway, it had already done what it should. Now that it was healing, it believed that Wei Qing would no longer come looking for trouble. Boss, something bad. The amorous deer is leading its subordinates to attack. The white-armed ape came to inform the Red Flame Tiger as soon as it learned that the amorous deer was attacking. What? The Red Flame Tiger instantly woke up from healing. Is it crazy? There are rules between us, how dare it attack so blatantly? They were all leaders in the outer area of the Monster Beast mountain range. Usually, there were constant small frictions, but no leader of any area dared to blatantly attack another area on a large scale, because above them there were even stronger monster beasts managing them. If they didn't get permission from above, once they attacked on a large scale, even if they won in the end, they will be eliminated by even stronger beasts. This is the law of survival for the beasts in the Beast Mountain range. Otherwise, even if the beasts reproduce quickly, mutually killing each other while also being hunted by humans, the beast lineage will inevitably weaken. The reason why they can still contend with human cultivators is that there are more powerful beasts restricting the large-scale mutual killing among the beasts. It says we killed its child and is here to demand an explanation. If you don't want to kill each other, you can also divide half of your territory and give it to them. Dream on. The Crimson Flame Tiger roared. 1 child in exchange for half of my territory. If it were any other leader, it would be fine, but that amorous deer is so promiscuous and doesn't know how many children it has. If that were the case, the entire outer periphery of the Beast Mountain range would belong to it. The Crimson Flame Tiger's eyes were bloodshot. It's just that it heard the news of my injury and wants to take my life while I'm sick. Chapter 57 Crimson Flame Tiger. I have a plan to divert the disaster eastward. Boss, what do we do next? The white-armed ape asked. What do we do? What can we do? Of course, we call on our subordinates. The Scarlet Flame Tiger said in annoyance. The others have already attacked our doorstep. Are we not supposed to retaliate and just wait to be passively beaten? He, the Scarlet Flame Tiger, has no masochistic tendencies. Wei Cheng alone was enough to make it furious. Now, the usually docile enamored deer actually dares to jump out and cause trouble. Understood. The subordinates have already gathered to resist. They are just waiting for you, boss. The white-armed ape nodded. A quarter of an hour later. Enamored deer, who above approved of what you are doing. The Scarlet Flame Tiger confronted the enamored deer. Although the superiors of the two sides are not the same great demon, there are agreements between them. When you killed my children and subordinates, did you ever think about whether those above had agreed? Now you're here talking to me about this. The enamored deer simply didn't buy it. Today, it will flatten the area under the Scarlet Flame Tiger's command. I can already sense the location of my child's beast core. It's actually being refined. Crimson Flame Tiger, you actually colluded with human alchemists. Love bewildered deer questioned. Their demon beasts and the human race were, in any case, mortal enemies. If Crimson Flame Tiger had really colluded with the human race, then even if blame came down later, the punishment it received wouldn't be enough for it to be eliminated. That's not true. Love bewildered deer, you don't need to frame me. Since you think that because I'm injured now you can do whatever you want, then today I'll let you know that even injured, the territory of this Crimson Flame Tiger is not somewhere you can set foot. Of course, Crimson Flame Tiger wouldn't admit it. And it hadn't colluded with the human race in the first place. At most, it could be considered as being coerced and enticed by the human race. That doesn't count as collusion. Very well, then I'll see how much battle power you have left while heavily injured. Love-bewildered deer didn't waste any words. The two sides instantly engaged in battle. Several thousand demon beasts collided together in an instant as if they didn't value their lives. Such a commotion was immediately noticed by the many disciples participating in the assessment. Some of the bolder ones even watched from a distance. Naturally, such a commotion also caught Wei Qing's attention. Bang! The Crimson Flame Tiger and the bewitching deer collided, instantly creating a sonic boom. After the strike, the bewitching deer stood its ground. On the other hand, the Crimson Flame Tiger retreated several steps. Ha! Crimson Flame Tiger, how can you fight me in your current state? If you don't want bloodshed, then agree to cede territory. I only want half. With one strike, Bewitching Deer also understood the current state of the Scarlet Flame Tiger. So it said arrogantly, "Humph! If I wasn't injured, how dare you clash head-on with me?" The Scarlet Flame Tiger was clearly unconvinced. If it was in its prime condition, Bewitching Deer simply wouldn't dare to clash head-on with it, because Bewitching Deer was more skilled in speed in releasing bewitching powder. What's the point of saying that now? You are not at your peak condition right now. I will kindly advise you one more time. Cede territory, and I can stop here. Dream on. Having said that, the Crimson Flame Tiger once again charged towards the love-bewildered deer. Despite its serious injuries, it was still able to hold back the love-bewildered deer. All that remained was to wait for its subordinate demon beasts to determine victory or defeat. And the strength of the demon beasts on both sides was about the same. It did not believe that the love-bewildered deer would fight to the death. Crimson Flame Tiger, you are still too foolish. In the past, it was because you were strong enough that I couldn't distract myself. But this time is different, you can't hold me back. The love-bewildered deer said disdainfully. Then, while resisting the Crimson Flame Tiger's attack, the antlers continued to emit bewitching powder. When the Crimson Flame Tiger's subordinates inhaled the bewitching powder, their eyes were noticeably unfocused. Their heartbeats also began to accelerate. Evil thoughts also arose in their hearts. They were no longer able to concentrate on the battle. Under such circumstances, the love-bewildered deer's subordinates naturally seized the opportunity to inflict heavy damage on the Crimson Flame Tiger's subordinates. In a short time, the Crimson Flame Tiger's subordinates suffered over 100 casualties. Crimson Flame Tiger, see the situation clearly, it's still not too late to agree to cede territory. Lustful Deer didn't want to force a life or death situation. Not only would there be casualties on our side, it would also be difficult to explain to those above. Boss, how about? The white-armed ape came to the Scarlet Flame Tiger's side. Although it was not affected by the enchantment powder, it also didn't want to see such heavy losses among its subordinates. Don't worry, I have a plan. Everyone, head over there. The Scarlet Flame Tiger's eyes widened. There. Where? The white-armed ape looked bewildered. Of course, to where that little ancestor is. Originally, I didn't want to let others see our demon beasts farce and laugh at us. But now it seems that's not possible. Since that little ancestor can make Wei Qing act like this, then he must be very important to the pill refining sect. Lure Lustful Deer over there. I don't believe the people from the pill refining sect will stand idly by. The Scarlet Flame Tiger had been prepared for this. If they couldn't win, then they could only let the people from the pill refining sect take action. Understood. The white-armed ape instantly understood the Crimson Flame Tiger's plan. Therefore, it led its subordinates in a fighting retreat towards Chun Chunxing's location. Crimson Flame Tiger, I have already given you 2 chances. It is you who did not cherish them, so even if those above blame me, I will have reason on my side. Don't think that retreating while fighting to stall for time will allow you to await rescue. Rest assured, even if those above send people, it will be too late. In at most an hour, I will completely control the area you are in. The enamored deer laughed wildly. Its bewitching powder can affect all the demon beasts on the Crimson Flame Tiger's side. Therefore, it has absolute confidence. On the other side, Chen Changshang was refining pills. Liu Pei was also cultivating. Neither of them knew about the major events happening on this side. Indeed, although the Joyous Union pill can be considered a rank 3 pill, its complexity is not even comparable to the Foundation Establishment pill. It is surprising that such a pill can be ranked among the rank 3 pills. Chen Changshang had already completed the most difficult step in researching the pill. That was forming the pill. What? It's done. Liu Pei, who was originally cultivating, immediately woke up after hearing Chen Changsheng's words. It wasn't that he wanted to see the aphrodisiac pill Chen Changsheng had researched, but rather to respond to the dangers that might arise next. Is it difficult? Chen Changsheng said casually. The pill is formed. Chen Changsheng shouted. The aphrodisiac pill in the myriad beast's cauldron instantly took shape. Okay, this aphrodisiac pill is definitely more potent than the sex aphrodisiac powder, Chen Shangsheng said with a smile, looking at the slowly rotating aphrodisiac pill in the myriad beast's cauldron. Ha! It really succeeded just like that. Lu Pei was initially on guard against possible accidents around him. However, the imagined danger did not appear. No explosion, no acid rain, nothing. It seems that there really won't be any accidents during the pill refining process. However, Lu Pei didn't continue his words, because he was afraid that if he continued, Chen Shangsheng would ask him to test the pill. Chapter 58, Hosting a banquet for the breeding of many demon beasts. Don't worry, I won't let you test the pill. With so many demon beasts in this demon beast mountain range, we can just find a tier 1 demon beast to test the medicine, Chen Shangsheng said with a smile. The worry in Lu Pei's heart also subsided. Then, senior brother Changsheng quickly put away this joyful union pill. Let's leave this place quickly. I always feel that something is strange, Lu Pei suggested. He felt that staying here for one more second meant one more point of danger. Okay, Chen Changsheng also readily agreed. Then, he took out the joyful union pill from the myriad beast cauldron. But at the moment it entered his hand, the joyful union pill, which had already been formed, instantly burst open. Fortunately, Chen Shangsheng and Lu Pei, who had been prepared for this, quickly held their breaths. They did not inhale the medicinal powder of the joyful union pill. In just a few breaths' time, the joyful union pill powder around the two of them was blown away by the wind at the vent. Wasn't he already formed into a pill? How could this happen? Lu Pei asked with a puzzled face. Fortunately, I knew things wouldn't be that simple. Otherwise, if I were affected by this joyful union pill, I wouldn't even know where to release it. Lu Pei was very grateful for his foresight, and also grateful that he understood Chen Changsheng well enough. A new kind of pill. If no accidents occurred during the refining process, it meant that there would definitely be an accident after the pill was formed. Or perhaps there would be an accident after taking the pill. This, I don't know either, but I imagine something unexpected happened when the pill was forming. But don't worry, now that we know where the problem lies, it'll be easy to handle. Next, I just need to experiment a few more times, Chen Shangsheng said confidently. He had felt that something was wrong with how easily the joyful union pill was completed. Now it seemed that it was not completely successful. That made Chen Shangsheng himself feel a lot more at ease. But this step will require more experimentation. Lend me a cauldron, I'll refine 3 portions at once, and keep 1 portion of the spiritual herbs for later. Chen Shangsheng himself had 2 cauldrons, so borrowing one from Lu Pei was enough. Okay. Lu Pei did not refuse. The sooner Chen Shangsheng succeeded, the sooner he could leave this place. Fortunately, this amorous deer's beast core can be used 4 times. But if this succeeds, then if I want to refine the joyful union pill again, I'll need to find another amorous deer's beast core, Chen Shangsheng said with emotion. When others refine elixirs, 1 beast core is enough to refine 10 portions, but you're only able to refine 4 portions. That's quite a waste, Lu Pei mercilessly criticized Chen Shangsheng. This time, Chen Shangsheng refined the joyful union pill much faster. Only when the pill was about to form did he deliberately slow down. 3 different degrees of pill formation. This was also a test for Chen Shangsheng. Fortunately, all 3 joyful union pills succeeded in the end, and they were all perfectly formed. No accidents occurred along the way. Wait a moment. Just as Chen Shangsheng was about to take out the pills, Lu Pei interrupted. What's wrong? Chen Shangsheng asked, puzzled. Just to be on the safe side, it's better if I go a little further away first. Be careful when you take the pills yourself too, Chen Shangsheng. However, although Lu Pei's words sounded harsh, but Chen Shangsheng also felt that what he said was not without reason. Therefore, before retrieving the pill, Chen Shangsheng made ample preparations. Just as Chen Shangsheng's hand was about to touch the joyful union pill, a tremor came from the foot of the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. My pills. The shaking was very intense, both above and below. Even the mountain felt it distinctly. Chen Shangsheng, who had just touched the joyful union pill, scattered it once again before he could put it into his Qiankuan bag. Lu Pei, already hiding far away, was so frightened that he ran back dozens of meters. But Chen Shangsheng was also prepared in advance. Fortunately, he did not inhale the medicinal effects of the joyful union pill. Oh no, senior brother Changsheng, run quickly. The red flame tiger's army is here. Lu Pei no longer paid any attention to the pills Chen Shangsheng had concocted, because the commotion at the foot of the mountain had already attracted all of his attention. The red flame tiger led his subordinates to the foot of the mountain, still saying something. Wei Cheng, if you don't take action to stop them, it will be too late. The red flame tiger believed that Wei Qing must know everything that was happening here. The reason he hadn't acted was, it's just because their interests haven't been touched yet. Sigh, so much trouble. Wei Cheng, of course, had been watching everything that was happening here. He didn't expect such a situation to occur. If he had known, he would have certainly greeted the commanders of the surrounding areas in advance. But now it was too late to say anything. If he didn't take action, it was very likely that the disciples of the sect would be harmed. Most importantly, the direction these demonic beasts were heading was the direction where Chen Qianxing was. Moreover, the cause of all this was due to him severely injuring the Scarlet Flame Tiger. The karma he had sown, he needed to bear it himself. However, just as he was preparing to take action, a fragrance permeated the air. It was the scent of pills. But Wei Qing only inhaled a little and immediately held his breath, because he found that his heart, which hadn't fluttered for many years, actually had an impulse when inhaling the pill fragrance. Alluring passion. What did that kid Chen Qianxing do again? Without even thinking, Wei Qing knew that the pills permeating the air were Chen Qianxing's masterpiece, because only the pills refined by Chen Qianxing could have such a fragrance. It's over. Even a little bit of the medicinal fragrance is having such a reaction on my cultivation. What about the demon beasts below? Wei Qing could already imagine the results of these demon beasts inhaling the medicinal fragrance. He really wanted to stop it. But the Scarlet Flame Tiger had already led many of its subordinates close to the mountaintop, and the enamored deer and many of its subordinates were also closely pursuing. Sure enough, under the guidance of the wind, the fragrance of the Joyous Union pill almost entered the bodies of all the demon beasts. Some lucky ones even inhaled the medicinal powder of the Joyous Union pill. For example, the Scarlet Flame Tiger and the White-Armed Ape, who were at the forefront. Of course, there was also the closely following enamored deer and its subordinate, the Two-Headed Lion. In just a few breaths' time, all the demon beasts stopped attacking. Some demon beasts even couldn't help but make mating calls. At first, many demon beasts were afraid of being blamed, until the four most powerful demon beasts at the very front stopped fighting, and instead, looked at each other. Furthermore, "Little lion, I see you still have your charms," the Scarlet Flame Tiger said, looking at the Two-Headed Lion under the enchanted deer. "Although now is not the time, I really can't help myself. If I can, I want to join." The White-Armed Ape roared. "All of you, get lost. The Two-Headed Lion is mine." The enchanted deer directly charged towards the Two-Headed Lion. Because among the four demonic beasts present, only the Two-Headed Lion was female.